Chapter 226. Raz was mad at the idea of his son's double life outside of his family, doing things that no child should ever even attempt to do. What angered him the most weren't all the lies Lith had told him. Raz was already way beyond that point, but how he spoke about fighting to the death as if it was perfectly normal. He took deep breaths to control himself from time to time. His son needed to vent the pain that was eating at him from the inside. Raz could always scold him later. Alas, Tista wasn't as strong as her father. She started weeping together with Lith, needing Floria's help to be able to stand. "Why did you do all those things?" She blurted out. "I would have rather starved than allow you to take so many risks. A few meals and some extra coins will never be worth your life. What if something happened to you?" Tista only spoke out of concern. The revelation had been too shocking for her to accept it quietly. Yet to Lith's ears, her words sounded ungrateful, like she was spitting on all the sacrifices he had made and the help Protector had given to him. "Why do you ask?" He was already used to the cough. He kept his voice low and hissing so it didn't interrupt him again. Not now that he found someone else to blame. "Have you already forgotten about the cold? About how sickly you were and how drafty our house was during winter? We were all so hungry that Orpal and Tryon would steal eggs from the henhouse and milk from the stable whenever they could. Rena only took from the pantry what she needed to avoid fainting from hunger. Our parents knew it, and they could only pretend everything was all right, but it was not. Why do you think Orpal was always picking on us? Someone had to do something. It just happened to be me. If it wasn't for Protector, all of us wouldn't even be here. How dare you whine in hindsight? Now that you are healthy and well-fed, you should be thanking me and grieving him. Stop being a baby and grow up, damn it. Everything in life comes at a price. The only reason you can allow yourself to be so naive and carefree is because others have always paid it in your stead. If I died back then, there would have been more food left for the rest of you. It was a win-win situation. Lith was so angry that he managed to stand up and open his eyes, staring at Tista with hatred. Floria had to hold her tight to keep her calm. Tista had never seen Lith angry at her, nor had she ever witnessed the mad beast glare he used on others. She had always been her brother's princess. The way he was speaking and acting towards her were ripping Tista's heart to shreds. Raz poked his forehead gently enough that Lith barely noticed the hit. "Consider yourself slapped, young man," he said with a sad but firm tone. "I'm sorry for all you went through. I must have been a horrible father to make you feel the need to sacrifice your childhood to give us a better life. I'll never be able to forgive myself for that. It's a father's duty to take care of his children, not the other way around." He wiped off a silent tear off his own cheek, poking Lith's forehead again. "However, what you just said to your sister was just cruel. The gods only know if she would still be alive without all the care you gave her. There is no one in the family that has ever overlooked your efforts, especially Tista. You have always been her hero." What she was trying to say is that you can't ask us to accept you risking your life like that. Yes, our life was harsh, but at least we had each other. You didn't have to push yourself so far. It wasn't worth it. I had no choice. Lith rebuked. Someone had to do something. No, you had a choice. Another poke. You could have just followed your siblings' lead, helping with the farm. It was our duty as parents to find a solution, not yours. You chose to play God instead. I don't know if you did it because you were incredibly smart or arrogant, but lying to your family and taking so many risks was the wrong decision. Even if you did it for the right reasons, it doesn't change anything. Gods, I'm so stupid. Raz pinched his own nose, closing his eyes to hold back the guilt that was ravaging his heart. When we saw that huge BYK pelt at Count Lark's mansion, we understood you were hiding many things from us. We choose to keep our eyes shut because we were so proud of your achievements that we feared our interference could ruin your future. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Seeing his father despair and his sister crying was too much for Lith. Even grief-stricken, he knew that Raz was right. They had never asked anything of him aside from being a happy and healthy child. It had been his decision to go hunting, just as it had been his decision to protect his family on his own. He knew the risks and had chosen to ignore them time and time again. Until Protector's death, his magic had made him overconfident. There was no one to blame but himself. Lith suddenly felt like a child throwing a tantrum. His rage disappeared, and with it the strength he had left. His head collapsed on the cushions with his eyes closed again. "You're right, sorry," was the only thing that he managed to say. Raz recovered quickly, poking him again. "Don't you dare start blaming yourself, young man." Raz held his hand, letting Lith notice for the first time how shriveled it was. "It's not your fault if Protector died. From what you told me, he was a brave and smart beast. He wasn't your toy or your puppet. No one forced him to do anything. He knew the risks, and he decided to help your academy anyway, because he cared for you. He sacrificed himself to let you and all the other kids survive. If there is someone whining in hindsight here, it's you. Lith, you have every right to cry and mourn, but don't try to inflict pain on those close to you just to relieve your frustration." Lith felt deeply ashamed of his outburst. Taking it out on Tista and exposing his shared past with Protector had been childish. Yet, he felt better for it. Now he wasn't the only one who knew of Protector's gentle soul and valor. The last few days had helped Quilla to sort out her feelings. Unlike Floria, she found herself too scared to spend so much time together with Lith's family. His mother and sisters were so beautiful that even the thought of being compared to them made her wish to disappear. Also, while her heart was gripped by fear for Lith's condition, Quilla couldn't stand to see him in such a poor state. After he had woken up, things had gotten even worse. It wasn't only his body that had been hurt, but his spirit too. Quilla had never seen Lith cry or mope before. Until that moment, she had considered him unshakable, always confident, capable of going against any odds and coming out victorious. Now he was reduced to a shadow of himself, waiting for his death. She felt mean and shallow for thinking such things, but she couldn't help herself. Quilla realized that because of her indecisiveness, their relationship had never become something more than a simple friendship. Lith had no reason to let her into his life, and she had always been too afraid of rejection to approach him. After Floria had asked him out, they had grown even more distant. Quilla knew that her feelings for him were withering by the day. In a way, she felt relieved. She and Floria were sisters now. It would be terrible to force the rest of the family to pick a side between the two of them because of what she now understood had always been puppy love. Uriel wasn't doing well either. After returning home, he had hoped the joy of his survival would have been sufficient to convince his father to change the plans for his future. "Please, Dad, let's call the marriage with Libya off. She is indeed a beautiful young woman, but aside from that, we have nothing in common. She despises commoners, has no interest in magic, and cares more about looking pretty than about the prosperity of our lands. I can't spend the rest of my life with such a shallow person." Velandira sighed. He understood his son's situation all too well. It was the same one he had found himself almost 25 years ago. "Uriel, I know that, after what you've gone through, you feel the need to make changes in your life, but I need you to face reality. This marriage was arranged over 10 years ago. You gave your approval and renewed your vow before departing. To cancel the agreement would mean losing a lot of face for our family. Who would trust someone that doesn't keep their word on such important matters? Not to mention that it would delay our plans for expansion by at least a generation. Magic doesn't allow us to perform miracles. We still need men and funds to improve our lands. Your marriage will open our way in the old system, making everything faster and easier. Why do you think I married your mother?" Now, it was Uriel's turn to sigh. There was little if no love between his parents. From the moment he had shown his magical potential, his mother had disappeared from his life. She had no role in raising Uriel. Velan was the only parent he ever had. Considering that he had to share his father with Velan's magical research and his duties as a Grand Duke, it didn't amount to much. That was one of the reasons he had fought so hard to become the heir. He desperately wanted Velan's recognition and love. His mother was at least able to manage the finances of the Grand Duchy, but the only reason she cared about magic was to flaunt her husband's skills and achievements in front of the other noble families. It's painful to hear it from your father, but remember that once you give the family an heir, you'll be free to have any woman or man that you want. Just be discreet about it and don't get caught. Being discovered or having a bastard would be a disgrace to our house. Uriel nodded. Despite his young age, He had already had several lovers, but reality was proving to be a cruel mistress. The only thing he could do to fight the feeling of desperation gushing from his heart was to take a gulp of tranquilizer. After killing a man during the second exam, Uriel had used several kinds of potions to keep his mind in check and had almost become addicted to them. It had taken him time and effort to progressively stop taking his medications, but after almost dying twice during the God of Death's assaults, he couldn't avoid a relapse. He had yet to find the courage to check Litha's condition in person. Uriel felt responsible for what had happened to him and didn't know how to face his friend's family. The Dyrus household had done its best to help his savior recover, but when even Manohar had thrown in the towel, saying they could only wait and see, there wasn't much anyone could do. Also, because Lith was currently living at House Ernest, Uriel could only talk to the girls via the communication amulet. That left him with nowhere to go and no one to turn to for help. He was trapped inside his own house, surrounded by servants, but without a single friend. Gods, why are you doing this to me? I spent my whole life preparing to become the lord of these lands. I worked hard every day to make my dream come true, only for it to turn into my worst nightmare. I have only two choices in front of me. I can accept my fate, sacrificing my happiness to build a better future for my family, my subjects, and the kingdom. Or I can leave everything behind, throwing away years of planning and study to become a vagrant mage. Whatever I decide, life as I know it will be over. I wish I had been born a commoner. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to enroll in an academy, but at least my destiny would be in my own hands. There are too many lives on the line. Dad has no time to find new heir. If I fold now, House Dyrus will probably disappear the moment my father dies. Cursing his fate, Uriel took several sips from the potion until the intoxicating feeling of relaxation wiped away all of his worries. Chapter 2:27. After Raz's speech made Lith realize how self-centered he had been, fatigue overcame him, making Lith fall asleep again. When he woke up, only his mother stood beside him. "Mom, what happened to me? Can I have a mirror?" Lith asked. "That's something you should tell us, baby." Alina was happy to see him awake again so soon. The fever was finally gone. "Your professors say you were all right when they left you at Protector's deathbed, but when they found you, you were already in a terrible state. You have recovered greatly in the last 5 days, but I wouldn't look in the mirror if I were you. Please, I want to see the price of my foolishness with my own eyes." Lith squeezed her hand. When Alina conjured a water mirror in front of him, Lith didn't even flinch. Despite all the potions and the treatments he had received, he was still severely underweight. He had no more bald spots, his hair was regrowing fine, but it was still gray. Only his eyes were unchanged, cold and uncaring. "Solus, can I use invigoration?" "I don't know," she replied. "Your core is perfectly fine, but your body worries me. After burning so much of your life force, most of your healthy tissues are still recovering. You are left with mostly impurities. I'm afraid that by recovering so fast you may trigger a breakthrough." Lithmai nodded. Healing overnight would be impossible to explain, releasing so many impurities in front of witnesses even more so. "I guess I'm finally as ugly on the outside as I am on the inside." He cruelly laughed at himself. "Do you mind telling me what happened?" Alina changed the subject. In the past, she had experienced the pain of loss and how hard it could be for someone so young to face it. Between his best friend's death and his current condition, there is no telling how he must be feeling. It's better for him to share whatever is burdening him. It should help him recover, she thought. For once, Lith was honest with her and told her how he had attempted to save Protector, giving it all he had and more. "There's no need to scold me. Now I know that what I did was stupid and useless, just like me." "No, you are wrong again." Alina lay on the bed beside him, hugging him tightly. "Stupid? Yes. Reckless? Sure, but it wasn't useless. You did it out of love, because you cared for him. I would do the same thing for any of my children if I had the opportunity. No parent should outlive their children. It's a pain too great to bear." Lith nodded. Carl had been more like a son than a brother to him. His death still haunted him. He conjured another water mirror to look closely at himself. Maybe it was the aftermath of his failed spell. Maybe it was because of the grieving, but for the first time, Lith felt his age weighing on him. He felt old and tired, too tired to keep fighting a losing battle. He thought about leaving the academy. Being there every day would remind him of Protector. Also, he didn't know how Linjos would punish him for his behavior. He also thought about abandoning his family for good. It would mean no more chains, no more ties, no more weakness. He was already tall enough to pass for an adult, and with his magic talent, money wouldn't be an issue. Solus was deeply scared of his mental condition. She could sense his mind swinging back and forth from desperation to anger. Lith's calm was only an appearance. She had spent the last days pondering what to do. Telling him the truth would lift his spirit, but what about the long term? What if one of his relatives suddenly died or they were beyond saving? Despite all of his power, despite his strength that grew by the day, Lith was far from invincible. Solus had noticed right after he had been hospitalized that his body was rebuilding itself stronger than before. The problem was his mind. It was shattered once again. Now another deep scar was engraved in his soul, but it also represented the opportunity for him to change. Solus didn't want him to become a saint or a hero, nor to forget about his past. She just wanted him to live his life without letting Carl's death affect every important choice he made. He needs to learn that loving someone means knowing when to let them go. I don't know what I feel for him anymore. It could be love or the childish desire of a little daughter who wants her father all to herself. I know nothing about human relationships outside of what he has taught me. Maybe I'm just scared at the idea we may grow apart once he has a real girlfriend instead of a high school sweetheart. Even if it's love, and even if he returned those feelings, I have nothing to offer him. I could have cried and begged him not to be with Floria, but it would have been just cruel and egotistical. She can give him everything I can't. A shoulder to cry on, the warmth of a real embrace, maybe some love. I don't care what he chooses to do, as long as he doesn't punish himself out of fear of being hurt. She thought, life sure has a twisted sense of irony. It's only thanks to Balkir's past that my family is so heavily protected. Yet it's also because of him that Protector died. I must remember to thank him before killing everyone and everything he holds dear in front of his eyes. Lith thought. From that day, Lith could finally start eating real food instead of being forced to drink potions while he was asleep. It took him less than 2 days to be able to walk again, even if he needed help to do it. Lith would have liked a walking stick, but there was always someone offering their arm to him, to not leave him alone for even 1 second. Even if his body was quickly recovering, his psychological trauma was only getting worse. Ever since he had regained his consciousness, his eyes kept acting weird. If he looked at someone long enough, Lith would start to see odd things. The first time, it happened with Floria, since she was the one spending the most time with him. She was telling him about what had happened to the Academy and the Griffin Kingdom while he was unconscious when he saw an invisible hand cut her throat. Blood spilled everywhere, leaving Lith incapable of moving from the shock. The moment he blinked, Floria was all right again, like nothing had happened. Then, he watched her aging decades with each passing second. Floria turned into a nice-looking woman, then into a mature lady, and into an old woman with a kind smile. Lith felt like he was living in a nightmare, but it became even worse when she turned into a corpse. Her old body started to rot while fleas and maggots feasted on her flesh until only a skeleton remained. Tears streamed down his face. "What's wrong? Are you in pain? Is there something wrong with your body?" Floria asked. Blinking returned everything to normal again. "Solus, what the heck is happening?" He was too shocked to answer Floria's worried questions. He needed to know if what he was seeing was real or if it was just madness seeping into his mind. "Nothing happened," she replied, not understanding the reason for the question. After checking his memories, Solus didn't have any idea what he had seen either. They both checked his body and brain, but aside from the after effects of his attempt to save Ryman, there was nothing new. Then, Lith watched Floria's heart getting pierced by a sword, her head cut off by an axe. He was forced to watch her die in a different way over and over again, and there was nothing he could do. It happened the same way with everyone, be they members of his family, of the Erna's household, or their staff. Soon Lith wasn't able to take it anymore and would keep his eyes closed most of the time, pretending to be tired. Is my mind playing tricks on me, or is this some kind of new power I developed? Seeing the death of the people close to me, without any indication about how to stop, it seems more like a curse than a power, though. Solus, tell me the truth. Am I losing my mind? Solus was hesitant to reply. She knew how fragile his psyche was. I think your mind is slipping, yes. I don't know if it's all in your head, or it's somehow related to your current condition, but I believe you are torturing yourself. In a very twisted and cruel way, you're trying to get accustomed with the thought that sooner or later, everyone dies. It's like your subconscious is showing you that some things are inevitable, and there's nothing you can do about it. Solus's words made sense. Lith was still conflicted between finding a way to hide everyone he loved away from the world to prevent them from getting hurt, or just cutting his ties with his current life. If he was alone, then he had nothing to lose. However, the thought of spending the rest of his life alone made death look alluring. Power and immortality had no meaning to him by themselves. They were just a means to an end. Lith's end had always been to find a place where he belonged and live a happy, quiet life. He was only 12, yet had already experienced more battles to the death than most of Earth's professional soldiers. Lith wasn't willing to give up on life again, but he didn't know what he was fighting for anymore. After she had returned home, Freya was giving her all practicing swordsmanship. She had too many thoughts crossing her mind to practice magic. She decided to keep her promise and use that unexpected free time to get to know Orion better. Orion was overjoyed. It was the first time that his adoptive daughter had asked for his help. He knew that it was only a matter of time before Quilla joined them too. Those two were inseparable. They spent the first day going through the basic forms. Only when Orion grasped what her skill level was, he decided what style was more suitable for Freya. Over the years of his military career, he had become proficient with most weapons. From the second day onwards, Quilla joined their practice as Orion had predicted. He had several of his subordinates come to his house to use them as sparring partners for Freya while he taught self-defense to Quilla. I know you don't like fighting, little one. He caressed her head every time she learned a new move. But there's no telling when it might come in handy. As for Freya, her basics were solid. She had studied under a good master for years, after all. What she lacked was practical experience. Orion had arranged opponents of different genders and builds for her to help her learn how to adapt her style according to the situation. Fighting someone smaller or bigger than Freya required adjustments that she needed to execute in a split second. Otherwise, a skilled enough opponent could take advantage of such an opening to put her on the back foot right from the start. When Orion corrected Freya's mistakes during a sequence or a stance, she would only reply, "Thanks, Dad," with a smile that almost moved him to tears. Until that moment, she had only called him by his first name. Orion was happy that Freya was starting to accept her new family. There were only two sore points in spending quality time with his two new daughters. The first was that Floria wasn't willing to join them, spending all of her time taking care of Lith. Orion dearly missed the good old times when his little flower would only have her dad in her eyes and ignored all the stuck-up brats that journey sent her way. Back then, they were like-minded, only thinking about magic and sword. Sure, he had to suffer Journey's daily nagging every time she failed, but keeping his baby safe was worth the price. Now he and his wife had switched position. Journey now gloated all day, and he could only prepare for the worst. The second one was that too many of his subordinates looked at Freya with lustful eyes. Orion had to admit that she was almost as beautiful as Floria. His fatherly eyes still refused to accept that. While Floria was a really cute girl, Freya was a true beauty. The tiny droplets of sweats during the exercises would make Freya's visage sparkle under the sunlight. Her long black hair framed her face, bringing out her fair skin and light chestnut eyes. Coupled with the grace and elegance of her movements, she was truly a sight to behold. Most of the times it was enough for Orion to clear his throat to remind those idiots of his presence. Sometimes he was forced to take Freya's place to show her what she was doing wrong and wipe the floor with theirs yes. He only did it for educational purposes, of course. Freya needed to learn her forms while the others their own place in the world. Chapter 228. After the training session was over, Freya, Quilla, and Orion spent some more time together in the park nearby. House Ernest had two training areas. One indoors, to practice during bad weather or run fighting simulations in different scenarios. The walls and the ceiling were enchanted, allowing them to shapeshift to recreate caves, narrow corridors, or small rooms. The other one was located behind the house. It was a large clearing, with no vegetation or furnishing outside training dummies. It was the perfect place to practice magic and sword techniques in the open under different weather conditions, with complete freedom of movement. Dad, there's something I need to talk to you about. Freya sat on the ground in front of him with a sad expression on her face. Orion could tell there was something haunting her. During the last day of the attack, I killed a few undead. I wouldn't even mention it, if not for the fact that they were people I knew. She told him about what had happened while she was looking for a healer to save Floria and Uriel. When I killed that woman, during the second exam, I felt terrible. Some days, I can still see her terrified expression the moment before I executed her. This time I didn't feel anything. I know they had become monsters, but they were still my classmates. I should feel remorse, some pain for their deaths, something. Does this make me a bad person? Am I turning into a cold-blooded killer? No, to both your questions. Orion shook his head without hesitation. It just means that you have got your priorities straight. On the battlefield, remorse or hesitation leads to premature death. Even if your enemies are humans, mercy is a luxury you can't afford. You killed the first woman in cold blood. You killed the others in self-defense while trying to save the people you love. The two events are worlds apart. Also, they weren't your classmates. At least not anymore. They were just reanimated corpses. There's no reason to feel guilty. I'm proud of both of you. He hugged them, kissing the top of their heads. Dad, I have something to say too. Quilla had never had a family before. She still found hard to believe that someone like Orion was her father now. Orion was brimming with joy. Quilla had finally called him Dad instead of father. Surviving the god of death's anniversary made me understand a few things. After so much death, I realized that I don't like fighting. Unlike my sisters, I'm not suited for the battlefield. I want to become a healer and help people. Orion nodded. It's good that you found your way so soon. Fighting is not everything. You must always think about your happiness and your future first. About that, I don't want to spend the next year only studying magic, she said, averting her eyes and fiddling with her hair. There's more to life than grades and exams. Floria is right. We have so little time left before our duty replaces our life. I want more. I can't just wait for good things to miraculously fall into my lap. Yeah, me too. Freya chimed in. Honestly, I never thought Lith's and Floria's relationship would last this long, nor that it would become so special. No one did. They both blushed in embarrassment. They had secretly bet against it. Quilla had given them a week before breaking up, while Freya's wager was that their first date would also be the last. While we were the mining town, I was so envious of them that more than once I daydreamed about being in Floria's place. So there's one thing I have to ask you. Freya looked resolute, making Orion worries go through the roof. So do I. Quilla became beet red. He could now only fear for the worst. Can you please bring us to social events during the weekends? Freya said, I don't want to marry yet, but I want at least to start dating. Please, Dad, can you help us? Despite only just getting to know them, Orion felt like he was already losing them. Inwardly cursing his bad luck, he could only agree. It's time to hasten my recovery. To use accumulation or invigoration, I need to be alone, though. I cannot risk a breakthrough occurring in front of witnesses. It would raise too many questions. Loneliness is a luxury at the moment, but luckily, I know a heavy sleeper. Lith had noticed that his natural recovery had made most of his impurities nearly reach his core. Even if he did nothing, it was just a matter of time before a breakthrough happened. He decided to avoid relying on luck and take the matter in his own hands. That evening, after a particularly large meal, Lith made his move. Mom, Lady Erna's, I'm really thankful for everything you have done for me so far. I think now I have recovered enough. It should be safe leaving me alone for a good night's sleep. I don't think that's true, young man. You could still have a relapse. It's better if someone keeps you company, so if anything bad happens, help will come immediately. Lady Ernest shook her head. She was spending a lot of time with Alina these days, which meant she also spent a lot of time with Lith and his sisters. He could clearly see what Journey's goal was, and he didn't like it one bit. Yet she was the reason why he had been able to improve so quickly while his family managed to remain so calm despite his situation. Lith knew he was indebted to her, and that she was going to use it as leverage to ask him for something in return at the right moment. It was exactly what he would have done in her shoes. Then what if only Floria stays with me tonight? We have much to talk about, yet we never managed to get a little alone time. The cough was long gone, his voice back to normal too. Yet Lith pretended to cough a couple of times, using that horrible raspy, hissing voice that had tormented him after he woke up to appear as harmless as possible. Floria and Alina turned beet-reed, while Tista and Rena giggled like crazy. They whispered things among themselves that Lith had hoped his sisters would never think about him. When I say talk, I mean it. He coughed again, looking at them sourly. I'm still recovering. Not to mention that I look like a monster. Lith's hair had yet to regain their color. He didn't look like an old man anymore, but he had still a few wrinkles on his face and hands. Because of the massive weight loss, Lith also had deep-set eyes, like he'd been recently resurrected from the grave. The only problem with his claims was that despite his visage being still quite unsettling, the rest of his body told a different story. He had lost almost all of his body fat, so his physique was almost purely muscle. Lith was quite thin, but exactly because of that, he had a six-pack for the first time in his life. If you call this being a monster, Lil Bro, you should have seen how yourself when you first arrived here. Yet your girlfriend never left you until we forced her to. You should really find a way to thank her properly. Tista giggled. Tista, what are you saying in front of our host? Alina was embarrassed by her daughter's words, and so was Journey, at least apparently. Lady Ernest saw through his lie and inwardly nodded at Tista's words. Well, Alina, your son may be a little too bold, but he is right. We both know there are some things that a young couple shouldn't discuss in front of their parents, right? Journey whispered in Alina's ear. When Lith and Floria were left alone, Lith started racking his brain about something to say. Also, he needed her to quickly fall asleep, since he had no idea how long he could last before fatigue overwhelmed him. If he fell asleep first, he wouldn't wake up until the next morning, increasing the risks of a breakthrough. Both of them remained silent for a while until Lith found his answer. Why don't you come closer? Back at the mining town, you had no problem sleeping beside me. Or was I just some kind of teddy bear to you? He said with his best smile. Lith knew from experience that Floria was weak to cuddles. They made her sleep like a baby. Floria swallowed a lump of saliva, taking only her shoes off before going under the blankets with him. She wrapped her arms around Lith, making him flinch. The unexpected warm embrace soothed his restless spirit for the first time since he had regained his senses. Lith couldn't stop looking at her while she rubbed her body against his, making him feel pleasure and embarrassment at the same time. To think that you mocked me so badly for using my uniform as pajamas, and now you do the same. He tried to stop her by caressing her hair and kissing her gently, but it only made things worse. He heard her emit a soft moan while she shivered under his touch. You are right. It's a little hypocritical of me. Floria's head disappeared under the sheets. Lith heard a rustling sound before seeing her naked arm, throwing away the shirt first and the pants later. Is it better now? She asked, pressing her body against his again. Lith only wore light pajamas. There was little he couldn't feel through the fabric, and the same could be said for her. I should have done this much earlier, she said, giving him a gentle kiss, unsure how much he could take. In her eyes, Lith was like a cracked vase. Also, she had no idea what she was doing. I was so scared. I thought I had lost you for good. She started sobbing, clinging to him for comfort. Lith was moved by her boldness and at the same time frozen in surprise. No matter how long he looked at her, nothing happened. Lith could see Floria's body only down her shoulders. The rest was covered by the sheets, but she was the picture of health and stayed that way. He was so relieved that his hands wrapped her back, caressing it along the spine and enjoying her soft skin. He sensed her shivering again, but this time he was able to notice that it wasn't because of pleasure. She was wound up like a drum. Lith, I have to tell you before it's too late. Lith placed his hand on her lips, stopping her before it really was too late. No, you don't, he said as he never stopped caressing her head. It's a little too early for you to use that word. We met months ago, but we have only really known each other for barely a month. You are not ready for this, and neither am I. You are just scared of the future, so you are rushing blindly to escape from your fears. Lith didn't know whether he was talking to her or himself. I care too much about you to let you make this mistake. It would scar both of us and likely put an end to our relationship. Never make important decisions when you are angry or afraid. Those are not the kind of emotions you want to let cloud your judgment. They will always make you pick the wrong path. You deserve someone better than me, especially now that I look like your grandpa. Floria managed to chuckle, even if she was still sobbing a little. The Floria I know is bold, but not reckless. I'm not going to die anytime soon, so there's no reason to force yourself. He kissed her back gently, needing his sheer willpower to keep his hands on her head. All I want is for you to be happy. When you have calmed down, if you still think I can make you happy, we'll resume this conversation. I beg of you, remember that I am a broken person and that I have been broken once again. You deserve someone normal and sane, while I could shatter any time and hurt you. Floria never stopped sobbing, but he could sense her relaxing under his touch. There is only one thing that I must ask of you before the night ends, he said, wiping away her tears with his hands. Anything, she replied, blushing violently. Please put your clothes on, or when our mothers will enter this room tomorrow morning, they'll start arranging our wedding. Also, even in this debilitated state, I don't know how much longer I can hold myself back. Lith inwardly added. He knew that, between being emotionally vulnerable and the self-inflicted prolonged isolation from all kinds of human contact, he was really susceptible to temptations from the only girl that he had allowed to become close to him, both physically and emotionally. There was only so much he could take before his pubescent body took the wheel. Floria was well aware of this, since she could feel something hard pressing against her abdomen from the moment she had taken off her clothes. She turned off the lights before getting out of the bed. Luckily, she hadn't thrown her uniform far, and it was designed to easily come on and off. Lith instantly started regretting what he had done and the fact that none of his abilities allowed him to see in the dark. Chapter 229. As soon as Floria fell asleep, Lith got out of the bed and used accumulation. This was the second time that a battle to the death had pushed him on the verge of a breakthrough. If not for his debilitated state, it would have already happened. The process was even more painful than the last time. Not only his bones, but also his flesh kept being destroyed and regenerated almost at the same time to force the impurities out of his body. Lith had enveloped himself inside the hush spell to prevent anyone from hearing his screams, but not before checking the room for listening or recording magical devices. He had the feeling that there was very little journey Erna's wouldn't do to reach her goals. After finding none, Lith could afford to relax. He tasked Solus to get rid of the impurities as soon as they appeared, in case he didn't make it back to bed. Leaving any kind of proof behind wasn't an option. The process was slow and excruciating, but it brought him one step closer to the blue core. Lith didn't know if it was due to exhaustion or because of Floria embracing him even in her sleep. However, that night, he finally felt at peace with himself. The next morning, the awkward relationship Raz and Orion had developed turned even more awkward. Unlike Journey, who was able to talk about any topic, the two men had nothing in common outside of being both parents. Yet their wives were spending a lot of time together and were pressing them to do the same. The only thing they could talk about was their children, their experiences in raising them, and their expectations about their future. So, when they entered the room and found Lith and Floria laying on the same bed, Raz was really happy to see that she had slept above the sheets while Lith was under them. There was a throbbing vein on Orion's neck that didn't bode well. I swear to the gods, if it wasn't for the fact that he is my guest, and he is already injured, I would be tempted to kill your son. How you managed to be so calm despite having 2 daughters? Orion asked. The god seemed to love me. Raz scratched his head nervously. Rena didn't start dating until she became an adult, while Tista doesn't seem interested in dating anyone. She has set her standards too high. She compares everyone to her brother. How can a country boy measure up to a magician? Maybe I've failed as a father. Or I inside. She's still so young and yet so reckless. What did I do wrong? Raz would have liked to reply that Floria was already past 15 years old. On Mogar, the new world, most girls that age would already be at their second or third relationship. Being the father of the culprit and being Orion a head taller than him, Raz preferred to remain silent. He knew what he would have done if their situations were reversed. Time to wake up, my little flower. Breakfast is ready. Thanks, Dad. Floria was a bit embarrassed, making her cheeks turn red. Not about her father finding her on the bed, but at the thought of what had almost happened. How do you feel, son? Raz caressed Litha's gray hair. The refining process had boosted Litha's magical and physical abilities, but it had left him even more exhausted than the day before. Much better, thanks. Raz didn't believe him. Lith was barely able to remain conscious. Yet he wasn't lying. His mental condition had greatly improved. What almost happened last night made me understand that Dad is right. Protector's death isn't anyone's fault. I would have done anything to save Carl's life, even if it meant losing my own. I can't stop others from fighting for those they love. It would be as cruel as hypocritical of me. He sacrificed himself doing what he believed right, just like I almost did. Protecting someone is much harder than killing. Too many things can go wrong. That's why I need power, much more than I already have. Lith smiled softly to his father. His mind was at peace. His body was a mess, though. Right after a breakthrough, until the body naturally recovered its strength, invigoration was useless. In another couple of days, Lith was able to walk without help. His hair was returning to its natural color, and most of the wrinkles were gone. Remarkable, simply outstanding. Manohar was enthusiastic of his progress. Your recovery speed is unheard of. I had patients in a condition far less severe than yours, and it took them weeks to get where you are now. He had become Litha's personal healer since the first day he had been bedridden. Manohar was very fond of Lith, considering him one of the few people with enough brain it was worth talking to. Also, he was too scared of Lady Ernest to refuse her request. She had even befriended his mother, the second person Manohar feared the most in the three great countries, right after Queen Silpha. Unless he decided to disappear again, Journey would always know where to find him. Yet if he did, the Queen had promised him that she would make sure it be the last. She had already prepared the official document ordering his execution. It would only take a signature to make it effective. Lith and Journey spent quite some time together. She would often accompany him during his walks, discussing with him about many different topics. Thanks to Solaspedia, he rarely found himself at loss for words. I don't know if by meeting her expectations I'm improving our relationship or I'm digging my own grave. Lith thought. He continued to experience visions of the death of whoever he watched for too long. It required a lot of willpower to stop the phenomenon, leading him to believe it was all in his head. He couldn't care for maids or butlers, but every time he saw a member of his family or Floria die horribly, his heart would cringe. Even if he knew it was just an illusion, it didn't make it any less painful. It was a mild form of torture that put his mind under serious stress while his body kept getting better by the day. A few days after the breakthrough, Lith had regained his old appearance, even getting a little taller. There are only two possibilities. This death vision thingy is caused by my mental trauma, or it's a consequence of my attempt to save Protector. Either way, I can't wait for it to be gone. Lith had just seen Journey die by poison. Her face was blue and swollen in his eyes, bleeding from all her orifices. Talking to living corpses was too much even for someone as cynical as him. I'm pleased to see how knowledgeable you are. Journey sat down on a wicker chair near a small table, prompting him to do the same. They had been walking in the park surrounding the mansion until they found a dining area. That's not enough, though. I'm sorry for being so blunt while you were still recovering, but I couldn't help but notice how much my daughter cares for you. I want only the best for her, and I need to know that we are on the same page about it. What are your intentions towards her? I know you are still young, but she is not. I have no problem if what's going between you, it's just a fling. Floria is completely inexperienced about love. She has to start somewhere, and sooner is better than later. However, I want you to be completely honest with me, and of course with her too. If you're not serious about this relationship, she has the right to know it. Lith recognized how Journey was looking at him. It was the same way he did at everyone he met. She was trying to determine if he was someone valuable or just a disposable tool. Despite her tone was calm and her manners impeccable, Lith had never felt so pressured before. Not even when Marchioness Distar had taken him prisoner in her house until he had cured her daughter. Lith pinched his nose. He needed to think without being haunted by ghastly visions. I really like your daughter, Lady Ernest, both as a friend and as an invaluable companion. Yet I can't promise you or her anything. I have planned my future way ahead of time, and I can tell you that marriage, it's not part of the plan. Once I become an adult, I'll join the army. It will only be the beginning of my journey. There are things that I must do before settling down, and I have no idea how long it will take. I can't ask Floria, or anyone for that matters, to wait for me. Journey nodded, pleased by his honesty. At his age, most teenagers confuse daydreaming with planning, but if he's like me, then he is dead serious. I can't force him into marriage. It would mean making an enemy out of him, and most importantly, it would make Floria miserable. However, it is not over yet. There's no telling how their feelings can evolve, especially since they have yet to experience real intimacy. Just make sure she is well aware of your intentions. The rest is up to her. Floria is her own woman. Here, this is a token of my goodwill, in case you should change your mind. Journey took out of her dimensional amulet a white, hard-covered book, handing it to Lith with both her hands. There was no title nor illustration on the front cover, making Lith curious about its nature. He only needed to open it to a random page to realize it was the New World equivalent of the Kama Sutra for beginners. Well, Lady Ernest said with a surprised tone. You didn't become beet red, nor I can see any sign of arousal after you watched at those pictures. This means that you're not a virgin, or at least you are devoid of emotions. Remember my words. If you make my little flowers suffer, and I will return everything in kind. Now I'm sure of it. I'm definitely digging my own grave. Lith thought. Another week passed. Lith had completely recovered from his condition. The only traces left of his trauma were the gray streaks between his hair and the death vision still plaguing every moment of his life he shared with others. He seemed to have finally hit his growth spurt. His hunger was through the roof, and he could feel his muscles and joints aching. The White Griffin Academy had reopened, allowing the students to go back for the last month of the last trimester. It had been a long year. No one was really in the mood for more studying, not even Lith. Yet he was happy to be finally out of house Ernest. Lith was tired of Floria's parents constantly staring at him, even though with completely different mindsets. Journey had worked hard to give them some alone time whenever it was possible, while Orion had put as much effort to foil his wife's plans. Also, he was eager to go back to his all-nighters to work on the boxes remaining in his pocket dimension. There was something scratching at the back of his head, telling him that something was wrong. He hadn't experienced any more visions, but it meant nothing. It could mean that I have succeeded in avoiding that future or that it's still pending. Whatever it is, I need to find out the truth and fast. Since his recovery, Lith had used all the alone time he had, including the bathroom breaks, to study with invigoration the Shodel Orion had borrowed to him. His heart bled when he had been forced to separate himself from that masterpiece, but he had no choice. The sword had been specifically designed to counter Balkir's undead, and Orion had no reason to gift him something so precious. He had managed to gather enough data about the pseudo-cores and the magic crystals embedded in an item to be confident about opening the sealed boxes. The first person he met on the fourth-year floor was Uriel. Lith was so shocked by his appearance that he had to blink several times to make sure Death Vision wasn't responsible for what he was seeing. Uriel had lost several kilograms. His eyes were bloodshot and dilated. Uriel, what the heck happened to you? Lith asked. Nice to meet you too, old friend. Uriel hugged him, leaving Lith flabbergasted. Are you high or something? Or something? Please, come my room. I really need someone to talk to. Lith had recognized the symptoms of drug abuse, so he followed him without asking any more questions. Uriel told to Lith everything that had happened to him since his return home, from his efforts to change his father's mind to his tranquilizer addiction. His story was highlighted by many attempts to take a sip from a vial, which Lith foiled every time. This is different from the second exam. Back then, I just had to get over my trauma, and I had my father by my side. You have no idea how much it meant to me that for once he took some time to take care of me instead of give me lectures. Not to mention I had the girls to keep me company. I was never alone. Uriel half laughed and half cried the whole time. I can't get over my future. I'm scared less of it. I feel trapped like a mouse. I'm so sorry for never visiting you, but I didn't know what to say. I was too afraid you would have blamed me for your friend's death. Sadly, I would have probably done it. Lith sighed. I spent my first day awake, trying to find a scapegoat. I'm still having a hard time accepting what happened. Lith shared with him the details about his death vision and how it was driving him insane. You see dead people? Uriel offered Lith his potion. No, I don't see ghosts. I see how people may die according to my paranoia. In the last few minutes, I watched you die by poisoning, decapitation, and an odd illness that covered your corpse with moss. Lith refused the tranquilizer. If it actually worked, they would share the same addiction. Chapter 230. Does Floria know about this death vision thingy? Uriel asked. No, she has spent too much time worrying about me night and day. I'm going to give her a little respite before breaking the news to her. She deserves it. Man, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Uriel sighed. Before Balkier, everything was so easy for me. I had my future set in stone. I thought I had my whole life in front of me. That my SHTTY wife would give me a few heirs before I started searching for happiness somewhere else. I didn't give a damn about love. All that I cared about was to take my father's place as the head of the family and make my Grand Duchy a better place for everyone to live in. Now I feel completely lost. I can't stop thinking about all the things that I will miss because of my role in my marriage. To make things worse, if something happened to me tomorrow, nobody would care. My mother barely remembers my name, while my father is always so busy that I rarely see him. Is it wrong for me to want to go away and have a life? To forget about duty and think only about myself for more than 5 minutes? I want to have something similar to what you have with Floria, even once before duty hog-ties me like a prime roast. What do you think I should do? I'm sorry, Uriel, but this is something only you can decide. Lith shook his head. There are only a few things I can tell you. First, give yourself some time to recover. Maybe you need to reevaluate your life's long-term priorities, or maybe this is just your anxiety talking. We both need some quiet to get things straight. Right now we are a mess. Second, you can't go to class in that state. Unless our professors and colleagues have gone blind, they'll notice how high you are. You could get in serious trouble, maybe even get suspended. Uriel sighed before using a few healing spells on himself. Cleansing his system was the easy part. In just a few minutes, his appearance became that of someone that just had skipped too many meals and a few nights of sleep. The problem was that now he could only resort to sheer willpower to keep his inner demons at bay. When they met the rest of the group in the compulsory courses class for the necromancy lessons, their mood only got worse. While most of the class was moping in silence, the girls were smiling and laughing like they had no care in the world. Uriel was so envious of House Ernest that he was about to pop a vein. Floria's older brother was already married, ensuring the future of the family and relieving his sibling from any kind of pressure. Based on what Quilla had told him, she was walking on air. Orion was the father she had always wished for, and once she got used to Journey's attempts to manipulate her, Quilla couldn't get angry with her. Not after what she had heard from Freya and Uriel about their respective biological mothers. Uriel couldn't agree more with her. Lady Erna's may be nuttier than a fruitcake, but whatever she does to her daughters, she only does it because she thinks it's for their sake, not for her own. Uriel thought. Also, while Uriel's trauma was only getting worse over time, Freya was slowly overcoming her own. Losing her family after her mother's escape had been the lowest point of her life, but she was now certain that being adopted by the Ernest couple was the best thing that could happen to her. She had finally a place where she belonged, loving relatives, and no more worries outside graduating from the academy. Since the fall of House Solivar, her arranged marriage had been called off. She was now free to do as she liked. The boys faked a smile and sat in their chairs, waiting for the second gong to sound. Professor Zenith entered the room, giving a sad smile to the class. The students were so used to her cheerfulness that the change of a taillud drawn on her drew even the gazes of those that usually wouldn't pay attention until the start of the lesson. She had lost several kilograms too fast, making her appear much older than she actually was. Professor Zenith seemed to be dreadfully tired. Her movements were unsteady. "Good morning, dear students. I know I look terrible, just like I know that after all you went through, you probably don't want to study necromancy one more minute than absolutely necessary. Luckily, we are on the same page. The Black Griffin Academy has suffered many casualties. I have lost many dear friends and assistants that were like family to me. So I'm eager to get over our lessons as much as you do and go back home. Today I'll teach you how to possess the body of one of your undead and use it as it was your own. This is the last thing you need to learn to complete this subject. I told you at the beginning that my course would be quick and easy. I kept my word." Her voice lacked the enthusiasm they had become used to. The gloomy atmosphere of the class became even worse. The principle behind it is relatively simple. She made appear a rat skeleton, turning it into an undead and imprinting it with her mark in a few seconds. Death vision made Lith see the undead's eyes turn off once the spell had lost its effectiveness, and then after its body was crushed under something heavy. What the heck? Do I care for undead too, or is this some kind of curse? Lith thought. When I taught you how to move them and impart them simple commands, I explained to you how to perceive the mana that you have transferred within the corpse and move it with your will. Even if detached from your body, it's still a part of you. Professor Zenith placed her hand on the undead. Its eyes turned blue, and it continued the explanation using Zenith's voice. The last step requires for you to transfer your consciousness along with the mana. You have to find that sliver of your essence and establish a connection with it. I always suggest imagining it like creating a tunnel between the sliver and your consciousness. Then, imagine opening a door that leads outside your body and into the tunnel. Push your will through that door, not to enforce a single thought, but your whole being. It can be done at any moment after creating an undead. It will allow you to see, hear, and speak as if you were there. The process doesn't consume your mana, but the longer you use this technique and the farther you get from your real body, the greater is the focus required. Always remember that as long as you possess an undead, you can't use any magic in your own body as helpless. Also, if the corpse gets destroyed while you're still inhabiting it, your mind could experience mild damage. Not enough to suffer from long-lasting consequences, but enough to knock you out for a few minutes. In the event of danger, the best course of action is always to get out of the undead, animate a new one, and take a different route. Professor Zenith returned to her body. Then, with a clap of her hands, she made a rat skeleton appear on each student's desk and a small metal bucket at their side. While some like Lith had no idea what the purpose of the bucket was, many others soon had a dire need of it. Even if the rats and Balkier's creations were worlds apart in all respects, the feeling that the darkness magic animating them gave off was similar. Most of the students still had nightmares about those 3 days. Darkness magic made them remember the fear of death they had experienced and the comrades they had lost. A series of dry heaving was quickly followed by puking sounds. "I'm really sorry, guys, but if you don't complete the task, I'll have to fail you." Professor Zenith sniffed, empathizing with their feelings. Be strong and consider this lesson as shock therapy. If you manage to succeed today, you will not be forced to raise another undead until you graduate from the academy. There are no necromancy lessons during the 5th year. You have my word for it. The desire to get rid of the undead once and for all was motivation enough for most students to overcome their fear and start practicing. Lith was already used to control multiple lesser undead at will. Also, he had decided to stop holding back. Merging with the undead's blood core wasn't much different from entering the mind space he shared with Solus. Once he identified the part of him residing inside the creature, all he had to do was to force the sliver of his life force to take over the entire blood core. Lith could feel his creation weakly rejecting him. Even with the mark forcing it into submission, the creature instinctively resisted the possession. The gap in willpower was abysmal, so it took him only a few seconds to complete the process. The sensation he experienced, though the rat's corpse, was terrible. The world around him had turned black and white. All colors had disappeared. He couldn't smell anything, and all of his new body was insensitive. Either Lith touched the wooden desk or his original's body hand. He couldn't feel any difference between the two. Even moving was awkward. Not only was Lith not used to moving on all four with such a different center of gravity, but also he could feel the body trying to expel him. Even a mindless creature, like an undead, rat had enough hatred for the living to reject its creator's mind. It took Lith only a few minutes to get accustomed to the new body, but he could feel the resistance the creature offered increasing over time. It was like keeping a spring compressed and preventing it to return to its natural shape. The Lith rat jumped down from his desk, landing with the grace of a rock. Luckily, he felt no pain from the impact. If this is what it feels like being an undead, then it's simply appalling. The only bright side is that I don't have death vision in this form. He thought. Professor Zenith, is this enough for a passing grade? Lith approached the teacher's desk, while Zenith and a few students clapped at his performance. No, but it's a great result. Do it again another 9 times, and you will pass the basic necromancy course with flying colors. Abandoning the corpse turned out to be easy. As soon Lith let his concentration slip, he found himself back in his own body. He waited for a few seconds before trying again, hoping to be finally free from death vision. Yet when he saw some invisible beast bite Professor Zenith's head off, Lith understood that things weren't so simple. He repeated the process 10 times without a hitch, obtaining a round of applause from the whole class and 30 points from Professor Zenith. Lith spent the rest of the lesson helping the professor and teaching to his classmates, giving them hints and tips. Soon everyone became able to possess the undead, but despite all the support provided to them, some weren't able to keep the creatures under control for more than a few seconds. The shock from the past fight against the undead was still strong enough for their minds to reject the corpse as strongly as it rejected them. Uriel was among them, and even by the end of the lesson, he hadn't been able to achieve a single success. Things went smoothly during the following dimensional magic lesson instead. Lith, Floria, and Uriel were already capable of successfully performing switch. However, they would still fail from time to time. Succeeding 8 times out of 10 was a great result, but if it happened during a real battle, it could prove to be fatal. So they kept striving for perfection under Professor Rudd's strict supervision. He seemed to have changed too, albeit not physically. He gave them actual pointers instead of sarcastic remarks or riddles. Rudd would also explain to them what their recurring mistakes were and how to fix them. With his help, they estimated that in another couple of lessons they would completely master the switch spell and obtain more free time along with Freya and Quilla. After dinner, Lith made up an excuse and went straight to his room. Seeing Floria so happy had made him change his mind. I'll tell her about death vision another time. She's finally getting along with her sisters. I don't want to spoil Floria's happiness with my problems. Her smile means too much to me. Thanks to invigoration, he quickly returned to his peak condition and then started to work on the boxes. Now that he was finally aware that multiple pseudo-cores could exist within the same magical item and knew how they would interact with magic crystals, Lith was certain he would succeed opening at least one. Chapter 231. Back in his room, Lith used invigoration on one of the few boxes he had left, carefully studying its pseudo-cores, mana pathways, and the mana crystals that sealed it. He had taken notes on everything he learned so far about them, and, thanks to Solaspedia, he could remember everything with but a thought. He started simultaneously attacking the mana pathways and the mana crystals, letting the energy they contained leak at the same rate. While both were draining, Lith also had to prevent the 3 pseudo-cores desynchronizing. The last time he attempted opening the boxes, he failed because he had never wielded a crystal-embedded item. Therefore, he didn't know that the only way to prevent destructive desynchronization was to imitate the mana signature of the crystals and inject mana in the pseudo-cores every time they would go out of phase. The process was long and required surgical precision. Lith had already learned that if he damaged the mana pathways too much, making the energy leak happen too fast, the box would just explode. He had to bide his time, slowly eroding the pathways and corrupting the crystal with darkness magic, while using spirit magic to keep the pseudo-core stable. Damn, how can normal Forge Masters open these frigging things without invigoration? I already consumed thrice my whole mana reserve, and I have a lot of it. Lith thought. When the box was finally opened, Lith was drenched in sweat. Don't push yourself so hard. You have yet to recover completely. Remember, there's only so much invigoration can do until you are back to your peak condition. Solus was still worried about him. After the breakthrough, Lith's body had quickly returned to its old appearance, except for the gray streaks in his hair. She had no idea how having lost so much life force would affect him in the long term, but Solus was certain there would be a price to pay. At the moment, Lith was around 80% of his full strength and was getting better by the day. Yet, because of his injuries, using his full focus would make Lith tire faster than usual, and invigoration could only restore his mana up to his current limit. Lith nodded. He couldn't wait to take a hot bath and relax. A long time had passed since he had a vision of the future. He had yet to understand if the boxes still held any significance. He pressed the blue crystal in the center of the briefcase-looking box and watched it unfold. The box grew bigger and bigger until it became the size and shape of a huge wardrobe. When Lith opened it, he remained flabbergasted. Inside, there was the closest thing to an Earth-portable chemical lab he had ever seen. To make things even weirder, it seemed to be completely automated. Mechanical hands opened and mixed the content of several glass containers. There were even a few Bunsen burners that the hands would light with a flintstone and use them to briefly warm up some of the liquids. In a few minutes, the process was complete, and one of the hands placed a small flask containing a transparent liquid at the center of the cabinet. Chemistry and alchemy were too different for Lith to understand what he had just seen. Also, most of the ingredients were magical in nature and had no counterpart on Earth. Solus, you're the one following the alchemy lessons. Any idea of what has just happened? Lith asked. Beats me. I only have fourth-year knowledge. She mentally shrugged. I can prepare fire seeds, low-tier potions, and some basic wands, but that's all. This stuff is advanced alchemy, to the point where I have seen this machine perform at least 5 reactions that Professor Reiner told us were impossible. In theory, everything should have been blown up to pieces. Whoever did this is a true genius. Lith took the flask, examining it with invigoration while it was still sealed with a stopper. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to be magical in nature. With no other option, Lith conjured a small but strong barrier around the flask, fearing it would explode. Then, he opened it from a distance with spirit magic. Once again, nothing happened. Damn, I hate riddles. Couldn't they add a warning label or an instruction manual? There is only one way to understand what the heck this is. Lith removed the stopper, taking a single droplet of the silver liquid it contained with water magic, and put it on his own tongue. It was tasteless and odorless, too, making it impossible to understand its nature with an external examination. Lith was forced to swallow it and keep an eye on it with invigoration. Everything that followed didn't make sense to him. The droplet didn't disperse, nor did it mix with his saliva. It went straight for his stomach, remaining unaffected by the acids. Then it entered the bloodstream via his intestine and then spread out evenly through all of his body. Lith didn't feel any better or worse for it, but he wasn't willing to ingest another droplet blindly. He used invigoration to cleanse it from his system, instantly recognizing the unpleasant feeling that followed. The liquid was resisting his efforts, nullifying part of the mana he employed as soon as they made contact. Yet he had cleansed so much of that toxin that the procedure was second nature to him, easily purging it out of his body. FCK, me sideways. This is the anti-magic parasite toxin, in an even more powerful and effective form at that. Why the heck did they send it to the White Griffin Academy? Poisoning someone with this thing makes no sense. As soon as a mage loses their powers, the scheme would be revealed. Killing someone with this stuff takes weeks. Also, why send all this terrible contraption? Why didn't they just give their accomplices the flask? Lith received the answer to his question a few minutes later, while he was still remembering the details about his vision. Both the droplet he had extracted from his body and the liquid in the flask became cloudy before turning into a fine dust. That's some first-rate paranoia, Solus blurted out. That's why. Once the stopper is removed, the toxin must be used quickly or it self-destructs, leaving no proof behind. Still, it doesn't make sense. Umarth Manohar, there are a lot of people in the White Griffin that would immediately recognize it. What's the point of making the students or the professor lose their powers? Maybe they were planning to use the toxin to make them helpless during an assault? Lith realized how idiotic the idea was as soon as he thought it out loud. Even without their magic, the professors could still rely on the arrays. Fueled by the power core, they were the Academy's greatest weapon and defense at the same time. Also, even if completely powerless, Linjos could still use the communication amulet and the warp gate in his office to call for help. Lith searched the rest of the cabinet for clues. Aside from the magical ingredients, all heavily protected by thick, enchanted glass, there was just a single drawer. Inside, Lith found 3 envelopes. Each one contained a different item and several pills of unknown purpose. The quality of the items varied greatly. One was a plain ring, identical to the magical one students would exchange points for. Another was a precious necklace with several diamonds embedded, and the last one looked like a cheap bracelet, something that only someone of humble origins would wear. No matter if their design was elaborate or plain, they all had the same enchantment. When he used Invigoration for the first time on one of them, he was amazed by the complexity of the Forge-mastered spell matrix. It held 5 pseudo-cores that required so many mana pathways that there was not an inch of the item that wasn't filled with runes. He also discovered several small magic crystals embedded in each one of them, crafted so masterfully to be almost invisible unless one knew where to look. Lith had no idea what could require such a complex enchantment, so he imprinted the ring with his mana and then he wore it. After several attempts, Lith realized that whatever was its purpose, it wasn't something as simple as point and shoot. After taking the ring off, Lith opened 2 more boxes. Each one contained the portable lab and had its own drawer with a different set of accessories. No 2 were alike. Each magical item was accompanied by several pills. It was the only thing they had in common aside from the enchantment. All this time and effort, and I've just moved from square 1 to square 2. I need to understand the reason they smuggled the toxin inside the Academy and what the heck these things are. I wish I could ask the Marchioness or Lady Ernest for help, but I have no way to explain to them why I have more boxes nor how I managed to open them. Damn, I could really use a vision right now. Useless dryads and their half-baked gifts. After a long hot bath, Lith went to sleep. He was exhausted. Only rest could help him recover from the damage his body had sustained. It took him some time to fall asleep. It wasn't just that he couldn't stop thinking about the boxes, but he also really missed Floria. He had got so used to her presence that, ever since he left House Ernest, he had trouble sleeping. His rest would be disturbed by nightmares about Protector's death and by the recurring visions of his loved ones dying over and over again. From tomorrow onward, I'll train myself to stop death vision whenever my focus is not required for something important. I'm starting to get tired of this SHT. I still have too many things to do before I can allow myself to waste time on self-pity. No matter what the future holds, as long as my strength keeps increasing, the number of threats to whoever I hold dear will become less and less. We're in this together, right, Solus? Lith thought. Always, she replied, giving him hope. The next morning, the first lesson was the Magic Crystals class. However, the professor that entered the room after the second gong wasn't Alier. The students were curious and worried at the same time. No one had seen Professor Nailier since the attack, so they were naturally concerned something may have happened to her. On the other hand, there was something majestic in the newcomer's appearance that piqued everyone's curiosity. The new professor was a woman, around 30 years old with chin-length red hair. She was very tall, almost 1.8 meter, 5 feet 11 inches, high with a muscular build that was more suited to a front-line soldier than a professor. There was something noble about the grace of her movements. Each one of them seemed to be full of strength, yet incredibly delicate. She exuded an aura of power that Lith had never experienced before, completely different from the killing intent he usually employed. He felt like he was staring to a natural-born leader, someone that people would gladly give their life for, even if they had only known her for a few hours. They were polar opposites. If she was the sun, then he was the moon. Good morning, students. I'm Professor Amala Fark. I will replace Professor Nailier until she makes a full recovery. During the 3 days of siege, she was tainted by a Valor's life force while attempting to protect you. She didn't receive proper care until the undead was disposed of, so she fell into a coma and has yet to recover. Many students became pale while remembering that night, Lith included. Don't worry, the worst is over. Her condition is stable and slowly improving. If she has managed to survive until now, I'm sure she will overcome the hurdle and awaken soon. Very few among those tainted manage to survive. She is one of the lucky ones. She looked for a moment at Lith's group, and many students did the same. Uriel's and Floria's miraculous survival was a well-known fact, so they couldn't help but wonder how they managed to come out unscathed. Farg tried not to stare for too long at Lith. Professor Farg was actually a member of the Queen's Corps, the secret unit of awakened ones at the service of the Crown. Tyrus had sent her to keep an eye on the hybrid and make sure he wasn't a threat. Her orders were clear. Observe him without interfering and kill him at the first sign of danger. Today's lesson is a little special. It's something that you were supposed to learn during your trip to the mines, but I doubt any of you want to go back to the mining town again. Hence, the headmaster was kind enough to reinforce the protections of the classroom and transport high-tier crystals here. She clapped her hands, making a mana blade required for crystal smithing and a deep blue crystal the size of a coconut appear on each student's desk. Before we start, I want to warn each one of you of the risks this exercise involves. The array surrounding the class will keep you perfectly safe, but the same cannot be said for your academic career. Chapter 232. Even if they're just deep blue crystals, they are still very expensive. If you fail the following procedure, the gemstone will be destroyed and you will receive another one. There are only 3 crystals for each one of you. Destroying them all will mark the end of the lesson, of the need to attend this subject, as well as of any chance of becoming a crystal smith. Since you have come so far, you will still get a passing grade, but no master crystal smith will take an apprentice incapable of handling a blue crystal after 3 months of practice. Professor Fart explained. What's required from you, it's the same thing you have already done countless times, but with a major difference. When you use the crystal smith spell scope on the gemstone, you'll notice there are no lines inside. You will only see a dot moving at a speed that will change from time to time. That's because, unlike the mid-tier crystals, high-tier ones are able to replenish their mana quickly. This property gives them a unique mana flow that is called mana breath. A true crystal smith must be able to perceive the breath clearly enough to follow its movements and cut the gemstone accordingly. Remember, the density of the mana blade must be kept constant. If you focus too much on the breath, the blade will damage the crystal. If the crystal receives too much damage, it will explode. Like everything in life, the key is to find balance in what you do. Good luck to everyone. The Magic Crystal course was the reason why Lith's mana sensibility had improved so much during the last months. Scope was a spell that relied entirely on the caster's perception, and he had always used it instead of invigoration during the exercises. It was the first opportunity he had to train his mana sensibility without endangering anyone. Unlike healing magic, there was no life on the line. Wasting a crystal scrap meant nothing to him. Also, it was much simpler than dimensional magic, since he didn't have to feel and manipulate multiple flows at a time, but only a static one. Lith cast Scope, becoming able to see the dot Farg talked about. It moved with an irregular pattern and speed. Lith studied it for a while before understanding that the breath had no fixed route. He was forced to rotate the crystal from time to follow its movements. Let's see what invigoration reveals, he thought. Lith discovered that even the size of the dot changed with time, but most importantly, He was now able to see the circulatory system of the breath. It was like a maze, the branches of which crossed over several times. It was still a chaotic mess that allowed the breath to change direction most of the time, but invigoration would still give him a great edge compared to the scope spell. With invigoration, Lith would know when the breath could change direction and when it would be forced to move in a straight line instead. My mana sensibility still needs some work. I'll use scope on the first 2 crystals and save invigoration for the last. I don't aim to become a crystal smith, so I better use this opportunity to practice at the Academy's expense rather than mine. No matter how much pain or grief Lith was going through, he was still stingy beyond belief. After conjuring scope once again, Lith began cutting the crystal. The more progress he made, the more the gemstone shrunk, increasing in power and quality. The problem was that the smaller it became, the more sudden the turns the breath would take. It was like an Earth roguelike game. At each new level, the difficulty would go up, and what he learned from the previous run was useless. It was all a matter of focus and precision, never letting the mana blade stray too much from the dot. Lith almost managed to refine the first crystal, but one error too many made it crumble, and he had to start over. At the second attempt, his efforts were rewarded with success. He took a short break to relax, discovering that even Quilla had failed once. I got too cocky and paid for it, she explained while shrugging. Lith used scope on the third crystal too. He had already passed the exercise, but he needed all the training he could get to sharpen his senses. By the end of the lesson, Lith's group had successfully cut all of their crystals. Only Lith and Quilla had lost one. The second lesson of the day was the healer specialization. The group performed the house calls under Professor Ironhelm's escort. Professor Trask was dead, and Ironhelm had been assigned to replace him. Lockhart had long fled the Griffin Kingdom thanks to the traitor's help, so no one was making attempts on Uriel's life anymore. Their rounds were peaceful, traveling from town to town and seeing many different cities bustling with the daily activities helped them to relax. It also gave Uriel an idea that he shared with the others during dinner back at the Academy. Why don't you all come to my house after we graduate from the 4th year? In my duchy, the weather is nice even during winter. We could travel together, and I would show you the best places my lands have to offer. If I go back home alone, I'll be forced to spend all the winter break before the 5th year studying magic, and so would you. I say we deserve a couple of weeks of vacation. The girls unanimously agreed. When Orion was home with them, he was a great father, but also a strict teacher. He left them little time for slacking off. When he was away for work, Journey would turn everything into a competition. She wouldn't force them to do anything, but she always seemed to know which buttons to push to make them dance in her hands. Compared to her, the Academy was a relaxing environment. Lith was the only one still on the fence. 2 weeks was a lot of time for him. He had yet to inform Celia of her loss and had no idea how to give her the bad news. In his experience, no matter what he said, it would break her heart. With the baby coming, she would need all the help she could get. Even if Lith had never agreed with Protector's request, he was determined to fulfill his friend's last wish. No matter what the others said to convince him, the best they could get was a hollow. I'll think about it. Later, after much thinking, he went to Floria's room. When she opened the door, her hair was arranged in a strange updo, held in place by hairpins and curlers Lith had never seen before. Nice hair, he said, failing to suppress a chuckle. What's that stuff? Something you were never supposed to see. Having long hair is a hassle. Or did you think they're naturally that wavy? She replied with an annoyed tone. I never saw you using them at the mining town or when I was a guest in your home. Well, duh. I had more important things to care about at the moment. In fact, I was always a mess. So you say I never noticed any mess. His words turned Floria's mood upside down, making her smile from ear to ear. Well, come in. Sorry for the mess. I have just finished bathing. Your visit caught me by surprise. She let him inside her room, but aside from a bathrobe on the bed and more curlers on the nightstand, there was nothing out of place. Yeah, sorry. We need to talk. Floria froze in place. In her mind, those words still meant, we have to break up. Please, it's better for you to sit down. Some of the things I have to say aren't exactly good news. Floria did as requested, followed by Lith that sat right next to her. This should be a good sign. If he was going to dump me, he would keep his distance. Or so my brother says at least, she thought. Lith took a deep breath to calm down and then told her about everything that was troubling him. He explained to her how death vision was torturing him, how nightmares still haunted him, and how his body was still recovering. I didn't tell you any of this before because I wanted to leave you some space. You deserved a break from the drama that is my life. If you want. Lith was going to say that he would understand if she wanted to take a break from their relationship or find someone less complicated when he realized that, after he had spoken of his nightmares, she had stopped listening to him. She had stars in her eyes and a big smile on her face. Let me get this straight, she said once she noticed he wasn't talking anymore. Death vision stops when you are with me, like right now. Yes. Lith had noticed that if they were close enough, death vision's effects disappeared. That was the reason he sat close to her. He lacked the willpower to dump her and hold death vision back at the same time. Also, you have no bad dreams when I sleep beside you. Correct again. Floria closed in. Her face was now centimeters from his own. Doesn't that mean that I'm special to you? As in really special? You are, but that's not the point. You. He tried to make her listen to reason, but she put her index finger on his mouth, stopping him. Just answer one question. Do you like me? Even with this contraption on my head. That's 2 questions, but yes to both. That's all that matters to me. She gave him a deep kiss, making all his fears and worries fade away like a dense fog in front of the rising sun. Her warmth and her gentle touch over his skin were all Lith could think about. One more thing, he said as soon as she gave him a second to breathe. I can't take you out on a date during the weekend. I plan to go back to the mining town and visit Protector's grave. I can't keep being chained to the failures of my past. I need to face them and have my closure. That's the only way I can move on. Great idea. When do we leave? Lith's surprised expression made her giggle. Did you really think I would let you go there alone? Then you are crazier than you think. She kissed him again, this time just a peck, before accompanying him to the door. Sorry, but you can't stay. Let me know when you decide about the trip. We could ask the others to come with us. They need some closure too, especially Uriel. After another goodnight kiss, Floria closed the door behind her. Now that she was alone, she couldn't stop to giggling and smiling like a little girl. I still can't believe Lith told me I'm special to him, nor that I'm the only one that makes death vision stop. Lith returned to his room. When he opened the door, his mind was still arguing with his body about lost chances. He spent half the night using accumulation to further refine his mana core and improve his abilities. The other half, he slept to help his body recover. Even alone, he managed to sleep peacefully. The rest of the week passed quickly. Aside from home calls during the morning, Lith only had the Magic Crystal and Forge Master classes to attend. He had already completed the Necromancy and Dimensional Magic courses. It left him with a lot of free time that he used to practice Forge Mastering under Wainmeyer's supervision, rest, and use accumulation. He was now also able to keep death vision in check with minimum effort unless something unexpected broke his concentration. The only side effect was that he always had a serious expression on his face since he couldn't allow himself to relax. The others would mock him to no end for this, saying that he had his glare back. Lith was so annoyed by their childish behavior that he ended up explaining to them about death vision and his plans for the weekend. Uriel followed his lead, sharing with the others his worries about the future and the relapse in his addiction, against which he was currently struggling. The mood in the room turned gloomy for the first time since they had returned to the academy, but Uriel and Lith both felt better for not having to hide their burden anymore. Mind if I join you? My fiancée is coming to my house for a visit, and I have no desire to waste my time with her. Uriel kept playing with a tranquilizer vial, taking the stopper on and off, fighting the temptation of taking a sip. Helping a friend is a much better excuse than remaining at the academy to cram. Also, it may help me with my problems too. If I manage to beat bulkier shadow out of my head, tolerating Libya will be child's play in comparison. Lith had never meant for the trip to be romantic, but before answering, he looked at Floria. Albeit their relationship was mostly platonic, he couldn't ignore her feelings since they had planned the trip together. Sure, you can come with us. Floria nodded. I have prepared 2-dimensional tents anyway. You can share Lithis. Tense. Lith furrowed his brow. What for? I'm not planning on spending the night there. It would be creepy and depressing. Yeah, especially now that you know you would have to spend it alone, Solus mocked him. She was happy seeing the old cranky Lith back in action. Me neither. Floria shrugged. The forest is a magical place, though. With everything that has happened this year, we never managed to have the trip to the forest we had planned after the mock exam. I thought we may as well spend the whole weekend there. At our level, magical beasts are not a threat. It sounded like a plan. Quilla nodded. We all need some rest and relaxation. Yeah, it will also be the first time we are all together outside the academy without something or someone trying to kill us. Freya said. Chapter 233. The clerk at the academy's entrance looked at Lith's group like they were a bunch of lunatics. Normally, a group of 5 would be perfect, but the academy advises against going into the forest. We lack staff, so in case anything happens, rescue teams might come late, as in very late. Also, a lot of magical beasts have been hurt or died, so they may hold a grudge against humans. Are you sure you aren't willing to reconsider? Remember that you can't open warp steps in the academy's proximity without a special pass. The group nodded in unison. Even if they couldn't get inside the academy, they could still escape from whatever danger they met. They paid the required merit points and left through the front gate. Do we walk or fly? Lith asked. The trip was already different from what he had planned, so he had no haste. Walk. The mining town is only 20 kilometers from the academy. Floria replied after checking on a map. It should take us only 5 or 6 hours to get there. We can use that time to enjoy the scenery while we search for magical plants or natural treasures. Nothing prevents us from flying in case we get tired of walking. Floria took the lead of the group, and Lith asked her to teach him how to read a map. He was still a city man. He wasn't able to understand where he was without looking at the sun. Over the years, he had explored the Tron woods until he knew it like the back of his hand. The forest surrounding the academy had denser vegetation, making it hard to walk in a straight line. Having packed provisions from the canteen, they had no need to hunt, yet Lith would use life vision from time to check his surroundings. The more they got deep in the forest, the more his hunter instinct told him there was something wrong. There was little wildlife around, too little considering that during the attack, Balkir's undead had no reason to bother normal animals. Even if some of them had run away from their dens, after so much time they were supposed to have returned. Unless something had happened. Despite Lith's group was very conscious of their surroundings, they didn't find any magical treasure during the first 2 hours. On the other hand, they would often get lost forcing someone to fly and take note of the respective positions of the sun and the academy. Floria knew how to read a map, at least in theory. It was her first time putting her knowledge to use, hence she was prone to mistakes. I still can't use dimensional magic. Lith informed the rest of the group after another failed attempt. You can, Quilla lectured him, taking something out of her dimensional amulet. It's just that the academy arrays prevent any kind of long-range spell aside from the flying ones. We can still blink or switch, but any dimensional corridor that stretches for more than 10 meters gets disrupted. How do you know so much about the academy? Lith checked the books in Solaspedia, and there was only vague information about the nature of the arrays. Also, unlike him, Quilla hadn't performed experiments along the way. It was hard to miss someone chanting. I'd like to tell you that I discovered it while we were walking, but the truth is that after I completed dimensional magic and necromancy both, I got too much free time on my hands. So, when you guys have your specialization classes, I spend a lot of time in the library. Professor Rudd is often there, and he loves talking about dimensional magic. He taught me a lot during our conversations. He isn't so bad once you know him better. Lith nodded. He actually had his reservations about the professor, but he didn't have the time or will to talk about him. His instincts kept telling him that something was wrong, but neither life vision nor mana sense perceived a threat. Unbeknownst to the group, Professor Farg had been following them ever since they had left the academy. She kept her distance, using an artifact to not lose their traces. According to Lady Tyrus, the target is an awakened one. If I get too close, he'll spot me with life vision. She thought, I don't know what their goal is, but their behavior is definitely suspicious. The group keeps moving erratically. If it wasn't for the artifact, I would have lost them already. The girl leading them is a master of misdirection, worthy of her mother. You have no idea where we are, am I right? Freya asked. No, you are not. Floria flew above the trees, returning a few seconds later. I'm getting the hang of this, don't worry. Stay on your toes, guys. Lith warned them, sniffing the air and recognizing a familiar smell. Clackers incoming. They were now close enough to allow him to distinguish their pseudo-chirping from the real bird sounds. Everyone readied their weapon, but no one was worried. They all had improved by leaps and bounds since the mock exam, and clackers were a threat only if they managed to catch their victim by surprise. When the monsters swarmed them from all directions, including from above, they didn't feel so confident anymore. What made them worry wasn't their numbers, but their size. Clackers were spider-type magical beasts. They had black bodies covered in long bristles that served as sensory organs, with red dots all over. They were supposed to be as big as a Labrador tops, but the ones attacking them were the size of a human being. Uriel would have liked to curse at their bad luck, but he was too busy casting a barrier to deflect the acidic spit he was sure their enemies would employ. Yet instead of using their webs and long-range attacks, the clackers on the trees cut their threads, falling through the air barrier while even bigger specimens were charging head-on. Floria and Freya had already activated Full Guard, a Mage Knight spell that gave them complete combat awareness of their surroundings in a radius of 1.5 meters, 5 feet. Floria quickly reached Uriel, while Freya did the same for Quilla. The two quickly killed all the spiders that had landed close to their friends. Their swords could easily cut through the enemies, while their flaming shields conjured out of fire and earth would intercept the incoming attacks and inflict painful burns. The role of a Mage Knight was to buy enough time for their allies to cast their spells. Lith dodged a falling clacker, squashing its head with a single hand before it could even land. After facing a Valor, he could hardly consider those oversized arachnids a threat. Lith took out from his pocket dimension the daggers he had enchanted during his Forge Master classes. It was a good occasion to put them to test, since their blades were short enough to perfectly integrate with his hand-to-hand techniques. Lith darted forward, intercepting the bigger ones that were charging at them. He infused his body with both air and fire magic, boosting his strength and speed. A single fist was enough to crush the head of a clacker bold enough to try biting him. Being Lith alone against dozens, the spiders thought they would make short work of him, realizing their mistake only when it was too late. Lith moved so fast that their sensory organs could barely determine his position. Whenever he approached an enemy, a gaping wound would appear. Between his talent in locating vital spots and his weapons, every one of his strikes was crippling, if not lethal. Despite the dagger's average quality, Lith's strength coupled with their enchantments was more than enough to pierce the monster's exoskeleton and then open them up like they were made of paper. The weapons he was wielding were one enchanted with air magic and the other with fire magic. The former was enveloped by air currents, enhancing its edge to the point it could cut through stone. The latter's blade was so hot that it would make its victim's blood and innards boil at every strike. Even if they managed to survive, the wounded clackers were in so much pain they could only curl up on the ground, writhing uncontrollably. Lith had chosen those daggers because he wanted to see if evolved arachnids would feel fear for their lives or compassion for their kin. Judging from their reactions to their fallen brethren's screams of agony, the answer was yes to both. The clackers in front of Lith stopped advancing, using the acid spit to keep him away from their wounded companions. Lith grinned, while with a twist of his fist he took control of the incoming attacks with water magic and sent them back to where they came from. The spiders were caught by surprise. Most of them were still spitting while their bodies started to suffer from the effects of their own acid. Lith then stomped his left foot on the ground, transmitting his mana and will, making rock spears erupt from the ground that impaled his enemies. All the clackers around him were dead or agonizing, so he threw a glance over his shoulder to check the others. Despite their best efforts, his 4 companions were already surrounded. "Rings!" Uriel shouted, releasing the spells he had stored to repel the waves of clackers without wasting time to chant. The girls followed his lead, using the barrage of spells to break free from the encirclement and turn their enemies into mincemeat. Lith rushed back to help them, only to discover his teammates had the situation under control. Quilla was using quick Tier 3 spells to kill the clackers above their heads, while Uriel used a mix of first magic and Tier 1 spells to block all kind of long-ranged attacks directed against the four of them. Each one of his spells was too weak to harm the enemies, but he could cast them fast enough to deflect the acidic spits and burn the webs the clackers were throwing at them before they could do any damage. Freya and Floria were swinging their swords non-stop, cutting apart those that came too close. Unlike Lith's daggers, their swords would penetrate deeply into the enemy and then release a dark magic pulse that made their organs collapse. Mage Knight's specialty was the ability to summon an elemental tower shield that would float in the air according to their will, always leaving them a free hand to use potions or cast Mage Knight spells. The one they were using at the moment was called Phantom Blade. Their weapons were engulfed in mystical energies that, using their blades as a template, could temporarily extend them, tripling their attack range. Phantom blades were made of light, hence they were weightless, giving the Mage Knight complete freedom of movement. The downside was that extending the blade would require focus and mana. They couldn't keep it always active, but only use it in short bursts whenever the situation allowed for it. Even if the spell's effects only lasted for the duration of a single slash, it was enough for them to mow down small groups of enemies at once, making their numerical advantage useless. It was only a matter of time before all the clackers were killed, yet they refused to retreat. It's amazing how much we have all progressed in these few months. During the mock exam, a much smaller group of clackers almost wiped out my team. It was more balanced in terms of talents, but there was no teamwork or coordination. No matter how many spiders come at them, they will not break through. Time to finish this, Lith thought. He put the daggers away in the pocket dimension to have his hands free to cast his strongest air spell. Ever since the last breakthrough, his attunement with the world energy had greatly increased, but some clackers were still too close to his companions for comfort. Manipulating a spell with his mind alone was too risky. Lith's hands glowed with a yellow energy that he used to draw several circles that floated in the air while he was mouthing gibberish in case someone was watching him. Then, he joined his palms before moving them toward the battlefield. From each circle erupted a bolt of lightning aimed at the nearest enemy. The spiders from the trees screeched to warn their companions on the ground about the impending danger. The lightning bolts moved in a zigzag pattern, slower than normal ones, but they were still very fast. Most thunderbolts struck their target, leaving behind a pungent smell of ozone and burnt flesh. Some clackers managed to dodge them at the last second, yet the result remained the same. The thunderbolts simply chased after them, moving on the next target as soon as the first one was no more. Farg and Lith's companions alike remained amazed, noticing that each lightning resembled a snake in both motions and appearance. Lith had conjured 10 of them, controlling one with each finger, as he had learned during the necromancy classes. Be them undead or energy masses, they were all puppets dancing in his hand. He never stopped advancing during the assault to have a better view of his allies and enemies alike. His legs never left the ground. He simply slid one foot in front of the other, using his whole body to control the mana flow of the spell with surgical precision until only the 5 youths were left standing. Chapter 234. From her vantage point above the trees, Professor Farg was burning with envy. How the heck can someone so young already be an awakened one? I dedicated my whole life to the crown before I was chosen to be turned into a member of the corps. Still, I don't understand why Lady Tyrus is so worried about him. He is just a stupid kid with more power than brain. Lith's companions didn't share her outlook. On the contrary, they were amazed. That was chasing lightning. Uriel couldn't believe his own eyes. It's a war mage spell. Where the heck did you learn it? From the library. During the past months, Lith had studied many different spells from the various specializations, searching for those that were the easiest for him to imitate. He didn't have the time to understand the fake magic principles underlying each magic class, so he had focused on the spells that had something in common with his personal ones. Chasing Lighting was simply the Tier 4 air magic version of his Checkmate Spear spell. The Real War Mage's spell allowed one to mark their targets during the casting of the spell, something that Lith hadn't been able to reproduce. However, being a true mage and making use of his heightened reflexes, he was able to alter the course of each thunderbolt at will. Dude, how did you find the time to learn another specialization? Self-taught at that? You are crushing my self-esteem. Uriel was only half joking. Sometimes being so close to someone 2 years younger than him who was stronger, apparently more talented, and had a bottomless supply of surprises made him feel quite insecure. Less yapping and more spellcasting. Floria scolded them both. You know the saying, where there is a clacker, expect to find 100 more. We need to recharge our rings before they return. Lith had not used any of his rings, so he just pretended to recharge them. He used that time to think about the spider's behavior. You are right. This doesn't make sense. While fighting against me, I noticed they were able to think for themselves. They should have understood their strategy was pointless. Unless they were just buying time. Lith said, Damn me and this stupid walk. Floria cursed at their bad luck. Let's fly out of here. She had yet to finish talking when the ground below them turned into quicksand and tendrils made of earth wrapped around their limbs, pulling them into the ground. The 5 reacted in unison, blinking out of the quicksand. The tendrils were bisected as they passed through the remnants of the dimensional spells. The detached tendrils turned back into mud as the spell animating them failed. Keep your distance, Floria ordered. If we group up before finding the enemy position, we will only offer them an easier target. Get ready to blink again. Lith activated life vision, turning his head around, above, and below before finding their answer. While the group was fighting the wave of small clackers, a few fully developed monsters the size of bulls had burrowed underground their feet and turned the clearing into a death trap. The hatchling's strength lied only in numbers, but soldier clackers were fully developed magical beasts and could use water and earth magic. Not only were they physically much stronger than a hatchling, but they were also smart enough to not underestimate such dangerous enemies. They had forced their underlings to act as cannon fodder while they prepared the field to ensure their victory. Even if reluctant to throw away their lives, the hatchlings had no choice but to obey. The soldiers had received their authority from the Broodmother, and she was an absolute being to them. Defying her will meant becoming their brethren's dinner along with the intruders. It's a trap. Lith was unaware of the soldiers' plan, but he could see them moving right below their feet. They're hiding underground. We need to get out of here. Before Lith could finish warning his companions, new tendrils of earth erupted from the ground and seized him, Uriel, and Floria. At the same time, Quilla and Freya fell into holes that opened up right below them. Quilla screamed in surprise, but Freya had learned her lesson after the failed attempt on Uriel's life. She kept her cool, blinking to Quilla's rescue and bringing her to safety on a nearby tree. There are 4 clackers capable of using magic below the ground, Solus warned Lith, that was still struggling to free his hands to blink away. Their mana cores are only bright green, but their physical strength is on par with Protector when he was still a Ree. They only need 1 hit to kill a normal human. Lith nodded, using brute strength to break free from the constraints. He used water magic to freeze the tendrils, restricting his companions. The spell wasn't powerful enough to completely block them. Lith couldn't risk freezing his allies to death in the process. Yet he managed to slow the tendrils enough for Floria to cut them down, freeing herself and Uriel, allowing them to blink away. Lith followed their lead, but the trees they had taken cover on started to tilt. 2 soldiers were uprooting them with earth magic, while the other 2 generated a hail of ice shards as thick and long as an arm to prevent their prey from running away. The group blinked again to safety, but their mana was about to run out. They had gone all out during the previous fight, and blink was a very mana-expensive spell. Damn, if we try to fly away, the shard will skewer us, but if we keep hiding behind the trees, they'll just uproot them again. How the heck can they see us from below the ground, and how do you manage to do the same? Quilla was racking her brain to find a solution to their predicament, but there wasn't much they could do while the enemy remained hidden. She used an earth spell, opening a hole in the ground and partially revealing one of the clackers. "On my mark, attack my position with everything you have," Lith yelled, jumping down the tree, near the now visible soldier. His companions immediately understood his intentions and would have liked to curse at his madness or at least try to stop him. However, their situation was desperate enough to force them to save their breath for chanting their spells. "Mark!" Lith used switch as soon as he touched the ground and was replaced by a stupefied clacker. The soldier was still trying to make heads or tails of its situation when two lightning bolts struck it. Thanks to his natural affinity with earth magic, the creature had instinctively protected itself by using fusion magic, so it wasn't fatally wounded. Yet the shock had been strong enough to debilitate it, leaving the soldier paralyzed. Floria and Freya exploited the opening to jump on its backswords first, piercing the clacker's head and body with their blades until the hilts bounced on its keratinous exoskeleton. The soldier fell on its side. Its long legs scratched the air in agony until the creature stilled. Meanwhile, underground, Lith could see the nearest soldier's eyes glow in the dark, all 8 of them. It's channeling earth magic, so it must have achieved some kind of earth vision. Maybe they can track their prey by following the vibrations produced when they move along the ground. Solus pondered. "I don't know and don't care." Lith replied. He could finally go all out, making Solus turn into her glove form. Her stone claws, boosted by fusion magic, allowed him to easily pierce through the soldiers' magically hardened bodies. The clacker barely had the time to notice its companion's disappearance when it spotted a small figure bolting at it in the darkness. His eyes were glowing with the yellow energy characteristic of air magic, all 7 of them. Lith's head had become a black slate, with 7 eyes burning with rage and mana. 2 new pairs of eyes had appeared, one above and the other below where humans' eyes were supposed to be. The 7th was a vertical slit opened in the middle of his forehead. The clacker was forced to change the target of its spell. It had been conjuring a stone pillar to uproot the tree its prey was hiding behind, but now he used it to try and stop its attacker. Lith sneered in the dark. He could see the spell's mana flow and only needed a side step to avoid it. The stone pillar crashed into the ceiling of the cave, filling the air with dust. The clacker was shocked, but it kept the presence of mind to avoid casting another spell. Lith was already too close. It spat acid in front of itself instead. The enemy was too close to dodge it, so the soldier charged forward, infusing itself with earth magic to exploit the opening that was about to be created. However, Lith had seen that trick countless times and was ready for it. He froze the acid while it was still in midair, making it harmless before slapping it aside. Lith shoved his right hand into the clacker's still open maw, releasing a fireball. The explosion emitted only a muffled sound. The soldier's exoskeleton, buffed by earth magic, was strong enough to withstand the hit. Alas, its internal organs were not. The creature collapsed without making a sound, leaving the last 2 soldiers standing almost scared witless. One decided to run away to alert the rest of the brood of the impending menace, while the other stood its ground to buy as much time as it could against the incoming monstrosity. It decided to make use of the confined space, combined with its superior physical prowess, to charge at the enemy, with its own body hardened to the extreme, giving him no space to dodge. Lith did the same, leaving spells aside and willing to test his body against a magical beast. The 2 clashed at full speed, Lith's arms against the soldier's frontal legs. The spider was bigger and heavier, but Lith was empowered by more than one element. The clacker found itself sliding backward, using the remaining 6 legs to hold on the ground to avoid tumbling while the frontal ones cracked. Its exoskeleton shattered in multiple points. Lith was forced to stop, and his arms cracked too, but they started to heal the same moment they were damaged. He gritted his teeth and ignored the pain, charging again with renewed fury. Lith grabbed the injured frontal legs, ripping them off and driving the creature insane with pain. Its head was now exposed, so the clacker used earth magic to conjure tendrils of earth to protect itself. Before they were fully formed, Lith had already grabbed the soldier's head with both hands, flooding it with darkness magic that weakened it until it popped like a balloon. Lith threw the carcass aside, chasing after the last enemy. Once outside, he saw that the soldier hadn't gone far. Even if they were running of fumes, his companions knew that if the magical beast managed to escape, it was likely to come back with reinforcements. They had surrounded the clacker and were slowly wearing it down with their teamwork. None of their attacks were strong enough to kill it, but they prevented it from escaping or focusing on a single target. Whenever the soldier attempted to attack, those at its back and sides would strike it with spells or swords, interrupting its spell casting or making it stumble. The creature was already mad with fury. Its retreat was cut off, and all of its attacks were mercilessly foiled one after the other. When the clacker perceived Lith closing in via earth vision, desperation forced its hand. The soldier infused itself with earth magic to the brim and charged forward, disregarding its safety. Floria chopped off one of its legs. Freya opened a gaping wound on its back, while Uriel released all the spells left in his rings, blowing away two of its legs and making the clacker lose momentum. Only thanks to the combined assault did Quilla manage to avoid being pierced through her heart, and instead took a front leg through her shoulder. The clacker was mortally wounded, but it refused to surrender. It threw away Quilla's body and tried to recover its balance to continue escaping. A bestial roar resounded, shaking the forest. Not another one. Floria cursed. Is our bad luck never going to end? She turned towards the source of the sound, discovering that there was no new enemy incoming, only a blur that she managed to identify as Lith thanks to her training. The sight of blood, seeing one of his companions apparently mortally injured, had brought him back to the night Protector had died. The sun was still high, so the shadows surrounding his body were reduced to a thin fog. Lith was surrounded by a red glow, like there was a fire inside him ready to set everything ablaze. Despite his killing intent wasn't aimed at his companions, it was strong enough to make them feel a cold shiver running down their spines. Uriel and Freya ignored the feeling, rushing to Quilla's side. The former checked she wasn't poisoned, while the latter treated the wound. Floria realized that despite having fought side by side several times, this was her first time witnessing a truly enraged Lith. During the second exam, or the ambush, he had always remained calm and collected. Between the fog, the red glow, and his eyes brimming with unknown power, Lith looked scarier than anything she had ever fought. Chapter 235. The soldier could feel the shadow of death from the moment most of its body had been cut apart or blown away. When Lith reached its back, grabbing it by its legs, the last clacker could only hope that its dying screech would manage to reach its brood. Lith used the float spell to make his enemy weightless before throwing it up in the air and immediately conjuring another spell. Away from its natural elements, water and earth, the clacker was a sitting duck. 6 fireballs appeared at the same time around the soldier, one above, one below, and the others in a square shape. It was Lith's Tier 4 personal spell, Burning Prison. The fireballs exploded simultaneously, each reinforcing the effect of the others. Their combined shockwaves ripped the clacker to shreds while the extreme heat turned it into ashes. After making sure there were no more threats lurking around them, Lith could allow himself to use life vision on Quilla. The wound was already closed. She was a bit pale because of exhaustion, but aside from that, she seemed fine. Professor Farg had witnessed the whole fight. Thanks to the artifact Tyrus had given to her, she had been able to follow the one that took place above and the one below at the same time. Now I understand why Lady Tyrus sent me here. Whatever that thing is, it's no kid. I've seen my share of weird stuff, but nothing like that. His shape-shifting abilities make no sense. His strength didn't improve at all. She thought, damn, I can use invigoration to restore myself, but if I do that, I could blow my cover. Yet if I don't and another enemy appears, I'm as good as dead. I'll choose the lesser evil. Lith was panting and wheezing like everyone else, but soon his breathing became steady. To avoid making things too weird, he recovered only about half his strength, enough to defend in case something happened, and at the same time leaving himself tired enough to not arouse too much suspicion. Maybe. Then, He checked Quilla's condition with invigoration before doing the same with everyone else. Lith had seen enough poisons, toxins, and undead to last 3 lifetimes. Better safe than sorry, he thought. Aside from small injuries and fatigue, his companions were as healthy as horses. Okay, this road trip ends now. Lith said, take Quilla and go back to the academy. I'll go on alone. It's much safer that way. Are you insane? Floria was still mulling over what she had just seen, refusing to believe her own eyes. Yet when she heard Lith's words, all her worries disappeared, replaced by outrage. First of all, we are all exhausted. There are too many dangers lurking in this forest aside from those King clackers. If they attack us on our way back, we are basically a free meal. Use the Academy's emergency button. They'll send someone here in a half an hour tops. Lith suggested. Second, and I speak for myself, I'm not letting you walk into this nightmare alone again. She ignored his words as she vented her frustration. Why are you acting like that? Have you already forgotten your father's words? You're no god. You could die out here. Lith's reckless indifference for his own life made Floria seethe with anger, to the point she wanted to strangle him on the spot. Therefore, she followed Raz's lead and flicked her middle finger against his forehead. Consider yourself slapped, young man. Lith didn't find it funny at all. I'm not a god indeed, but compared to you, I might as well be. If only I could trust them enough to tell them the whole truth. Lith gritted his teeth to hold his tongue. That's just mean. Sola scolded him. Being weaker than you is not a sin. Floria simply worries about you. Do you remember your big lesson? Do not ask others to do what you wouldn't. You don't understand. It's too dangerous. Lith tried to make her listen to reason. That's my line, you idiot. Oh my, you humans sure are funny. Screaming like you were the only ones in the world. The unknown voice made Floria turn around in a split second, her estoc ready in her hand. Lith recognized the intruder and weaved a couple of spells, just to be safe. It was the dryad he had rescued from a puppeteer abomination months before, Lyda, yet he had no idea of what a puppeteer was or how she was called. Yet I can understand why this ugly female is so worked up. She looked at Lith, licking her scarlet lips seductively. I usually don't like humans, especially after one really bad experience, but power is the most powerful aphrodisiac known to both women and dryads alike. Do you want to have some fun, handsome? Floria hated the dryad for her cruel words and shameful act. Yet she had to admit she was the most gorgeous woman she had ever seen. Lyda had big red eyes that sparkled under the sunlight like rubies. Her visage was simply stunning, from her delicate features to her full lips. She had feet-length red hair, the same color of maple leaves during autumn. Everything about her exuded a wild and unrestrained allure that made even Floria ponder whether to kick her ass or ask her out. The dryad wore what on earth would have been considered a skin-tight cocktail dress made of vines and leaves. It exposed her shoulders, her arms, and her long legs up to the thigh. The only thing that betrayed her non-human nature was the light green skin. You again, was Litha's only reply. After their last encounter, he had read all he could find about dryads. They were a shady bunch that sometimes would mate with humans simply to have some fun. Most of the times, they would just rob them blind. Dryads loved precious things, especially jewels. So, she's the dryad you saved? Much to everyone's surprise, Uriel was looking at her with indifference. Uriel himself was amazed. It was the first time he managed to be aloof in front of such a beauty. Maybe it's because she is green, or maybe I'm finally starting to think with the right head. He thought. Lyda was deeply offended by their reaction. It was only the second time in her life that humans didn't throw themselves at her feet while swearing their eternal love for her. Suddenly, Uriel's word rung some bells. He saved me. The dryad stopped looking at Litha's mana flow, focusing on his eyes and smell instead. Lith had grown more than 5 centimeters since their last encounter, and his smell had changed after his breakthrough in Kala's cave. Yet Lyda couldn't forget that cold gaze devoid of mercy, nor the inhuman smell he exuded. She suddenly lost all her self-confidence. She ran back to the nearest tree, ready to flee in case something went wrong. Yemi, since you have already bothered us, The least you could do is answer a few questions. Why are there clackers here? This isn't their turf. The dryad didn't like being ignored. An ugly, short-lived human being indifferent to her beauty was unacceptable. She would have never wasted her time if the two males were alone. They seemed to have a few loose screws. The reason why she chose to remain was that the females were just perfect. They were staring at her with the perfect mix of envy, self-pity, and desire that made Lyda feel alive. The brood mother's turf goes as far as she can get. She's exploiting the academy's and the forest's current weakened state to lay as many eggs as she can. Also, the Lord of the Forest is absent for a while. It's the perfect opportunity for her. She laid on a tree branch high enough to give her room for escape if the battle-crazed maniac attempted something funny, but low enough to let the girls enjoy her full figure. Lyda used a soft, languid tone like she was having pillow talk with her lover. "We're going to the mining town. Is it safe there?" Lith had just noticed that Floria was staring at them. She hated the dryad's guts for looking at him like a slab of meat, seductively playing with her dress and hair. Yet the coldness in Lith's tone warmed her heart. "Gods, no. It's full of corpses there. I wouldn't be surprised if she has turned it into her new nest. Even if I doubt it with all the protections and the alarm set in that place, I doubt it. Humans would run to protect their precious mine and slaughter her colony. What does she need the corpses for?" Lith was shocked by her words. He had an idea about what was happening, but he had to be sure. How do you think she managed to expand her territory so much? With all those corpses of powerful beasts and humans, the broodmother has greatly improved the quality of her underlings. That's the reason why they wanted to capture you 5 alive so badly. Each of you can become the breeding ground for a small legion of soldiers. Corpses are second-rate hosts, but they still provide a lot of nutrients, especially those belonging to powerful beings like Kala or Mruk. When did Kala die? Lith had met her only twice, yet he cared for her. Not to mention, he had to keep his promise to her too. A long time ago, Lyda laughed cruelly, losing most of her glamour. Kala died the day she became a wraith. Undead should stay away from the living. That's not what I meant. What happened to her? What about Protector's corpse? Beats me. She shrugged, going higher on the tree, just to be safe. I've never been there and I don't plan to. I don't get involved in human squabbles. As long the clackers stay out of my turf, it's none of my business. Thanks for getting rid of them for me. I'd say we are even now. Lyda had enough of his rude behavior. She disappeared in the tree bark while Lith could only watch her dart away through the forest with life vision. Did you hear her? You guys have to go back. Lith now felt even more motivated to continue his mission. He had to find out what had happened to Kala and prevent the clackers from defiling Protector's corpse. We all have to go back. The headmaster and the professors can take care of the clackers by themselves. Floria said, "She is right. This isn't a place for students anymore. We have to retreat to fight another day." Uriel patted his shoulder. He knew how deep the scar in Lith's heart was and how the decision he had to make would only worsen it. "Fake, no." Lith angrily pushed Uriel's hand away. "I don't plan to fight, only to recover my friend's body. I can make it as long as I avoid direct confrontation. I don't have the luxury of time. It could already be too late. If you were Linjo's, what priority would you give to retrieving a corpse? Would you really risk the members of the staff you have left just to humor a grieving student?" No one could deny those words. An awkward silence fell between them. "Let's calm down and rest first." Uriel said, "We can't remain here. It's not safe. There could be more clackers around." The group used darkness magic to destroy the corpses and erase all traces of their passage. They moved in a random direction, picking the first clearing they found to rest. Uriel used what mana he had left to cast the best defensive arrays in his arsenal before entering the dimensional tent Floria had arranged for them. On the outside, it closely resembled a pup tent. On the inside, it looked like a 3-star hotel room. There was a fully furnished bedroom with 3 king-sized beds, a liquor cabinet, and a single door leading to a bathroom. It had no running water, since any mage could easily conjure as much as they wanted, but there were a pot and a bathtub. Lith went straight for the liquor cabinet, removing stoppers until he found a familiar smell. "Do you drink?" Uriel was surprised. Usually no. Lith poured himself a glass of something he hoped would taste like whiskey. Right now I really need one, though. Do you want to join me? His father had never allowed him to drink alcohol. The ban had become especially severe ever since he had developed his nerve problems. So it was natural for Uriel to accept. Take small sips and watch out for the burn. Lith warned him after handing Uriel his glass. Back on Earth, Lith would have finished his drink in 2 gulps. Now, instead, he was forced to follow his own advice. The taste was terrible, but at least it was alcohol. Lith embraced the familiar warm sensation spreading from his stomach. It was only after the second glass that they talked. Are you sure you want to do it? Uriel asked. I mean, risking your life for Protector's dead body is beyond stupid. No offense. None taken. Lith replied, emptying his glass. He died to save us all. The only way we have to honor his sacrifice is to live our lives to the fullest, don't you think? Uriel was surprised by Lith's meek attitude and by how at peace he was feeling after drinking the amber-colored liquid. I agree with you. That's why I'm going to do it. Chapter 236. Lith took the bottle away and locked the cabinet. He didn't want to risk for Uriel to go from one addiction to another. At this point, you should have realized the meaning of what I told you after the second exam. Life is like a crucible. It pushes us until we break apart, and then it melts the pieces to forge something new. The mold is always the same, but the person that comes out, it's not. Our beliefs and our convictions are put to the test every day. Some we keep, others we discard. When it happens, a part of us dies, never to return. You're not the same person you were when the academy started, just like you're not even the same person you were after passing the second exam. It's the same for everyone. My only choice is to embrace the change, or keep mourning my past self as much as I mourn Protector. I need my closure. If I back away without even trying, I will regret it my whole life, and sooner or later that weight is going to kill me. I understand. Uriel replied. I'm the same. I know that things can't go back to the way they were, but I can't accept my current situation either. Unlike you, I have yet to find an answer. I won't try to stop you anymore. Is there anything I can do to help you? Actually, there are 2 things you can do. The first is to stay the heck away from the liquor cabinet. The second is to not tell the girls that I'm gone. Lith was back to his peak condition and had made up his mind. I can't risk their lives for something like this. I don't want to lose anyone else. He thought. Lith was about to leave when Uriel stopped him by standing in front of the door. I know that you could knock me down with a single punch, just like I know that you believe you're doing the right thing, but you are not. This isn't protecting us. This is casting us aside because you think of us as a weakness. I'm aware our friendship isn't that deep. We started talking for real only recently, but your relationship with Floria should matter something to you. If you run away behind her back, you'll betray her trust. At least have the guts to tell her the truth. Lith sighed. Uriel was right. Man, bad habits die hard. I was about to make the same mistake I always do. Treating people like they are too weak or stupid for their will to matter. Please, come with me outside. Otherwise, Floria will kill me. Lith let Uriel out of the dimensional tent first. As he expected, Floria was waiting for him outside. When she saw the door opening, she was about to give Lith a piece of her mind. Yet Uriel came out of it instead, leaving her surprised and relieved at the same time. You know me well, don't you? Lith said. Let me guess. You were about to sneak out and leave us in the dark, just like you did to your family for all those years. Floria's calm didn't last long. Not when she saw the determined look on his face. Yes, I was. Uriel already talked me out of it. There is no need to scold me again. Are you saying you're going back to the academy with us? Floria couldn't believe her ears. No, I'm sending you guys back, but only after explaining the situation to you. Please come inside. Uriel, please leave us alone. Back into the boys' tent, Lith cast the hush spell. He had no idea how the magic distorting the tent space worked. Lith wanted to be sure what he was about to say would remain between the two of them. Spit it out. Let me hear your excuse. Floria refused to sit, leaning against the wall with her arms folded. Lith saw her die many times in a short period of time. Her face melted after being splashed by Clacker's poison. Her head was bitten off by something, and lastly, her chest was pierced in multiple points while blood drenched her clothes. All those visions didn't make him waver. They only strengthened his conviction. No excuses, only the truth. You have heard the Dryad. The mining town has probably been taken over by the Clackers. Even remaining here, it's too dangerous for you guys. Use the emergency device and go back to the academy. You'll be safe there. Why should it be any different for you? Why don't you come back with us? There's no reason to risk your life for a corpse. If the Dryad is right, the Clackers have probably feasted on it already. Lith felt his rage seethe at the thought, but he managed to suppress it. It's different because I am different from you guys. You have seen me in action. I'm faster and stronger than any of you. While I was underground, I killed 2 of those giant Clackers. While you only took care of the one, I served you on a silver platter. Since when is this a contest? Floria retorted. She was determined to not back down. It's not. I'm only saying that it's much easier for me to go in and out of the mining town alone. I promise you I'm not going to risk my life meaninglessly. If the place is infested with Clackers and the situation turns out to be too dangerous, I'll run away. I have to at least try. I need to see Protector one last time, even if it's just an empty grave or an egg-infested corpse. He was my best friend, my mentor, my partner. When he died, I was so conceited and self-absorbed I never got to tell him goodbye. I owe him that much. Floria saw Lith blink too often for it to be normal. She knew he had still a hard time fighting off death vision and how painful it was for him seeing his loved ones dying again and again. I don't want him to go. I want him to be safe. Yet maybe going there can help Lith overcoming his trauma. I can't live with the thought of being even partially responsible for his continuous suffering. I hope that Raz is right and letting him go is the right thing to do. Fine, but I can't let you leave just like this. She took out a bastard sword from her dimensional amulet. It resembled a long sword with a blade 110 centimeters, 6 feet long, but the hilt was longer, allowing the wielder to use it with one hand or both according to the circumstances. It had 4 blue magical crystals embedded, one on each side of the blade and the other 2 on each side of the hilt. This was supposed to be your birthday present. I asked my father to forge something for you as a thank you gift for saving my life time and time again. You should have seen his face back then. She chuckled. He reacted like I was asking him to cut his own right hand. After I told him all that happened during Balkir's attack and when my mom and sisters backed me, he gave in. I explained to him that you're not very skilled, yet incredibly strong. So he made this sword. It's the first, and for now, the only piece of his Gatekeeper series of blades. Not only it can shrink, just like mine, allowing the wielder to fight in enclosed spaces, but it also can enhance the strength of all elements channeled into the sword. Each element produces a different effect. She handed it to Lith, who immediately imprinted it with his mana while performing a few practice swings. Doesn't mean this weapon has fusion magic too? Lith was amazed by how light the sword was. It was the first time for him to see a weapon made by Orion with a double edge instead of a single one. Since you refuse to listen to reason, I'll borrow it to you. You have to give it back, though. It's not yours until your 13th birthday. Am I clear? Lith nodded, putting the sword away. Look at the bright side. He smiled softly, caressing her cheek. I'll return to the academy in less than an hour. After that, since we're not going to stay in this stinking forest 1 minute longer, I can take you out to a proper date. Lith flew out of the door and into the sky, without waiting for her reply. Once he was high enough, he didn't need the map to find the way. Yet he didn't rush forward. He took his time to conjure and manipulate a low-altitude cloud to hide his approach. This brood mother is likely to be an awakened one. Otherwise, it shouldn't be able to order around Clackers capable of using magic. If she keeps an eye at the sky with life vision or something similar, my disguise is useless. Luckily, there's more than one way to kill a spider. Lith thought. He hoped that no Clacker would mind a small cloud 2 kilometers high in the sky that moved along the wind. When he was right above the mining town, he looked below with life vision. Lith discovered that all the houses had lost their enchantments. Whatever the headmaster had done to them was only temporary. There were multiple life forms, but judging from their numbers and strength, there was nothing that could worry him much. He kept moving the cloud until he arrived at a point where, if he moved fast enough, he could descend to the ground without being noticed. Lith plunged down like a meteor, using the slipstream effect to accelerate his movements and a thin layer of darkness magic to hide his presence. Before leaving the academy, he had asked to Linzhou's what had happened to the corpses of the fallen beasts. Contrary to his expectations, instead of punishing or reprimanding him for his behavior while they were at Protector's deathbed, the headmaster simply informed him that Scarlet had buried them in a mass grave near the forest. Linzhou's never intended to punish Lith for his words. He too had lost many friends that day, so he could understand Lith's feelings. Also, when Linzhou saw his condition after the failed attempt to save Protector's life, he considered the case closed. In Linzhou's eyes, losing a dear friend and almost his own life on the same day was the worst punishment someone could ever deserve. Lith stopped his fall just a few meters from ground. Then, he moved while floating mid-air to not make any noise. Thanks to air and darkness magic, he was like a ghost, moving unnoticed behind the enemy lines. He also made sure to always keep a house between himself and the nearest clacker. After the last time, I learned my lesson. These creatures do not rely much on their eyes as much as on their bristles. Air magic cannot hide my movements. I can only stay as far as possible from them and hope it's enough. Thanks to life vision, he could soon make sure that only hatchling clackers were inside the mining town. He found no sign of the presence of soldiers or of the broodmother. The closer he got to the mass grave, the greater the number of clackers he met, until he reached a point where moving forward while remaining undetected became impossible. Lith took out the bastard sword, infusing it with darkness magic. Instead of butchering his way to the grave, he proceeded slowly, ambushing the nearest clacker and hiding its corpse in the pocket dimension to not leave traces behind. Lith repeated the process until he had a clear path ahead. Before moving forward, he weaved several spells, preparing for the worst. Soon he was close enough to notice that the mass grave had been unearthed and enlarged. While looking at it with life vision, it appeared like a huge pool of life forces, too close and numerous to distinguish one from the other. If the Dryad is right and the brood mother turned the corpses into incubators, it's unlikely she has left such a precious asset unprotected. Lith sprinted the last 100 meters, flying to the destination. He had no idea how sensitive clacker perception was, but he was pretty sure they would notice him as soon as he got too close. He was right. Lith was nearing the edge of the grave when he saw the front legs of 2 soldier clackers climbing out of the pit to check on the approaching anomaly they perceived. Lith was too fast for them. He managed to close in before their heads emerged completely and attack them while they were still defenseless. Lith cut them down with a single slash each, jumping over the edge and taking by surprise the 2 remaining soldiers. The first one died before realizing what had happened. Lith cleaved its head while unleashing several ice spears against the last enemy. Despite the shock, the soldier managed to deflect most of the spears with true magic. The clacker was pierced multiple times, losing half of its legs in the process, but before the intruder could strike him down, it managed to sound the alarm. By disregarding its own safety, the creature used the last strand of mana it had to strike the ground in a precise sequence to alert his goddess of the impending threat to the colony. Chapter 237. Lith was no clacker, but his mana perception was high enough to allow him to perceive the earth magic traveling under his feet. Damn, I'd better be quick. I'm sure that clacker didn't waste its last moments of life to improvise dance moves. It is called for reinforcements. Lith thought. The mass grave had been enlarged so that the various carcasses could be separated based on their quality. In the leftmost corner of the pit, there was a giant cocoon made out of webs and covered in eggs. Solus's mana sense could see that the eggs yielded an orange core, while the hatchlings that were taking cover inside the cocoon had already reached a yellow core. Tufts of flaming red hair were scattered around the floor. Lith gritted his teeth, realizing that his worst fears had come true. Protector's body was lost. Damn clackers! I can't resurrect the dead, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to let them go away with it. Lith jumped out of the pit, releasing a stream of fire on the cocoons until the incubator was turned into a funeral pyre. The dying screeches of the hatchlings filled him with joy, so he kept pouring fire while watching the eggs boil from within until the pressure made them burst. Hatchling clackers tried to stop him. Now that he was alone, Lith only needed a glance to unleash several wind blades and turn them into mincemeat. The hatchlings were all the size of a basketball, like those he had faced during the mock exam. They were too small and afraid of the fire to be a threat. The only reason why they were attacking him was that they didn't dare to disobey the brood mother. "Lith, on your right," Solus warned him. Lith turned just in time to see a huge stone disc crash land right beside the pit, from which descended a human-like female figure with razor-sharp claws aiming for his head. The creature was incredibly fast since it could exploit the clacker's natural speed and boost it with air fusion magic. "How dare you harm my babies?" she hissed with a voice full of hatred. The brood mother current form resembled a woman of breath, taking beauty, with long black hair that reached the ground. She wore a black evening dress similar to those Lith had seen the noble dames wear during social events. Aside from the claws, many things revealed her in human nature. For spider legs came out of her back, and she had 8 eyes instead of 2. 2 on the forehead, 2 on her cheeks, and the last 2 beside her chin. Thanks to Solus's warning, Lith managed to dodge just in the nick of time. He had been checking the surroundings with life vision, but the rocket-like disc had been an unpleasant surprise. "My army!" she cried in outrage, watching all her careful plans to take over the forest turn into ashes. Lith took a few steps back, watching 4 gargantuan clackers approach from the side of the crash. Each one of them was 3 meters, 9 feet 10 inches tall, with legs as thick as young trees. "Beware, those 4 all have a deep cyan core," Solus warned him. "It seems this brood mother has really found a way to use corpses and living prey to hasten her offspring growth. If it keeps like this, all the members of her personal guard could evolve within a few months." Lith didn't care much about the future. He was concerned enough about the present. He had never expected to face an evolved monster capable of using all elements, let alone that it would have so many powerful bodyguards. According to the Dryad's words, the brood mother was supposed to have only recently evolved. He had assumed she would have at her disposal a very limited amount of skills. Otherwise, Lith would have never wasted so much time burning the eggs. Yet she was already able to shape-shift and nurture very powerful warriors. It was a fight where he had nothing to gain and very much to lose. "How strong is she, Solus?" "More than you. Her core is light cyan and very close to become deep blue. There's a piece of good news, though. Now that I look better at them, despite their cores being already this powerful, they have only a limited amount of mana. I think their evolution was too fast. Their bodies have yet to develop enough to employ so much power. They will probably break if you push them strong enough." The brood mother's body shape-shifted. The dress disappeared under her skin. Her lower body turned into the abdomen of a giant spider with 8 long longs. The front legs were different from the others, shining under the sunlight like they were made out of obsidian. It was like someone had attached a human to the spider body, starting from the thighs. Her upper body still looked the same, but her skin had turned from pink to a chitinous gray, and her hands had unnaturally long fingers ending in razor-sharp claws. "You owe me, human." Her rage subsided when she looked at Lith with life vision. "Your body will do just fine. A living host is much better than maggots infested corpses. Surrender, and I promise you won't suffer much." Despite her threats, the brood mother was reluctant to attack first. She could tell that the intruder was quite strong, and she needed him alive to recover from the massive loss of the incubator chamber. She had 2 of her Praetorians positioned behind her back and the other 2 on her sides. "I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend." Lith sneered. "You defile my friend's body and dare to ask for compensation? Here's my offer. Let me go and I will not kill you." His tone was stone cold. He wanted nothing more than kill her in the slowest, more gruesome way possible, but he was outnumbered and outmatched. Also, charging blindly was something the old Lith would have done, taking unnecessary risks just to quench his rage. Wrath without a purpose is just acting without thinking of the consequences. I can leave the Scorpicore to deal with these vermin. There's no need to dirty my hands. He tried to convince himself. The brood mother reacted by spreading her fingers and releasing a stream of lightning toward Lith, who blinked out of the harm's way, opening the exit point on her right side. Yet the brood mother was well aware of that. She had never stopped using life vision, even though it consumed a lot of mana. She knew that if her opponent was capable of using dimensional magic, he could have appeared behind her back and kill her in one fell swoop. That was the reason why she had made her Praetorians remain close to her, to block his line of sight. Her front legs not only were harder than steel, but they were also razor-sharp, capable to pierce through stone. She lunged them towards the blink exit she had saw appearing only to have them hit thin air. Lith had yet to learn true dimensional magic, but he had taken to heart Kala's words. He knew how dangerous it was to blink in front of someone capable of using life vision. When the Talons had ambushed him on his way to Candria, he had managed to beat them because they were too reliant on the spell. Lith had learned from their mistake, so he had used Switch alongside Blink. The gate on her right was just a really mana-expensive feint. His real target was one of the Praetorians on her back. With their positions swapped, Lith now had almost a clear strike. Almost. The Praetorian beside him moved as fast as it could to intercept the enemy lunge aimed at its goddess heart. Lith was holding the sword with both hands, channeling fire magic through the hilt. The enchantment Orion had infused the sword with amplified the strength of the spell, turning the yellow flames into an emerald storm that engulfed Lith's whole body, turning him into a human comet. Praetorians were bigger and stronger than soldier clackers, but their magic abilities were still limited to the water and earth elements. It unleashed the defensive spells it had prepared, raising a wall of frozen stone in front of Lith to block his charge. Lith realized that his original plan had been foiled. Crashing head-on might allow him to destroy the makeshift barrier, but he would be blind against what was waiting for him behind it. So he changed his target. Lith ran horizontally along the wall at high speed, his sword aimed at the defenseless Praetorian. The creature raised its front leg like a shield, trying to infuse itself with earth magic. Lith was too close and too fast. When the first strands of magic started to harden the exoskeleton, it was already dead. The Praetorian was cleaved in half. Both parts of its body were being devoured by emerald flames, scorching the earth below. No, the brood mother screeched. Not only was the human stronger than she had predicted, but also losing a Praetorian was a huge blow to her army, second only to losing the incubator. Even using the corpses of powerful beasts or magicians, there was only a small chance for a Praetorian to be born instead of a simple soldier. She emitted a gargling sound, calling all her minions to help in battle. Lith was amazed by how even a sword forge master with fake magic could be so powerful, yet he had no time to waste. He was still 1 against 3, and according to Solus, hatchling clackers were incoming from all directions. Thanks to Invigoration, I was back at my peak condition when the fight started, and aside from Switch, I have yet to use a strong spell. If I let them combine their attacks, I'm done for. Lith thought. The mother and here Praetorians stepped back to safety. Once the caster died, the frozen wall crumbled, leaving a hole in their formation. Curse you, human. I don't care anymore of taking you alive. I'll make sure you suffer like the inferior being you are. If it wasn't for Lith's no speeches while fighting policy, he would have liked to tell her that she had just taken the words out of his mouth. Lith blinked again instead of bantering, sending the brood mother into a panic. He's behind us, she yelled, noticing no exit point had opened in front or above them. The four turned around at unison, unleashing several spells that turned the ground in front of them into what looked like an earthquake aftermath. Yet aside from some hatchlings that had managed to arrive faster than his brethren, the natural forces they unleashed only hit the air. Lith had actually blinked into the pit. The exit point had escaped her detection thanks to the magical flames that were still burning the cocoons with enough strength to overwhelm the dimensional magic signature. Being generated from Lith's own mana, those flames were harmless to him. She must be scared witless to keep using life vision like that. Solus pointed out. If you manage to keep her on her toes and prevent her from using invigoration, she won't last long. Yeah, the problem is that the same goes for me. I can't blink around too much without using invigoration. Time to use my ace in the hole. Lith thought. He hadn't created the small cloud just to use it as a cover. It was also his contingency plan in case something went horribly wrong. Before descending to the ground, he had separated with air magic the positive and the negative charges, turning it into a thundercloud. While his enemies were still attacking the ground, he used air magic on them. He charged them positively and turned them into living lightning rods. Real thunderbolts were much stronger than their magical counterparts, but it also made them much more dangerous. Lith wasn't immune to their fury, so he kept channeling his spell from his hiding spot. Suddenly, the brood mother noticed that her and her Praetorians were glowing like a Christmas tree, yet she couldn't feel any negative effect. What treachery is this? She said, looking at her palms, trying to understand what was happening. The answer came in the form of a rumbling sound from above. The evolved clackers looked up in the sky with a confused look, while their queen went into a panic again. No, no, no. She screamed, trying to think of a solution. Infuse yourselves with earth magic and shield us with rocks. Quick, or we are all dead. Lith inwardly cursed at his bad luck. It was the first time he had attempted that trick, so he had no idea it would be that slow. He started weaving several earth spells, while helplessly watching his enemies build a makeshift fortress. When the first lightning bolt came down, the clacker's protection held it at bay. The rock barrier had taken the brunt of the attack, and most of the electricity that managed to reach them had been nullified by their earth fusion. The flash had blinded them. The thunder almost deafened them, and the resulting shockwave had killed many hatchlings that were still trying to reach their queen to protect her. Yet the brood mother rejoiced. Yes, we will survive. Not even lightning can beat our combined spells. What do you think I was waiting for? Lith inwardly replied. When the following thunderbolts came, he unleashed all of his spells at once, turning the fortress they had spent so much mana to build in a pile of dust. Chapter 238. While thunderbolts quickly rained down from the sky one after the other, a spellcasting speed race for survival was taking place on the ground. The evolved clackers were trying to keep their defenses in place, while Lith was putting just as much effort to make them crumble. Despite Lith being alone, the fight was on equal footing. Lightning wasn't the only threat, there was also the shockwaves it produced. The Praetorians were now blind, deaf, and badly injured. Unlike their queen, they were unable to use light magic to heal themselves. Also, by following their instinct, they shielded her to the best of their abilities. Lith exploited the situation, focusing on one of them at the time, leaving a different enemy unprotected each time a bolt of lightning struck. The cloud Lith had conjured was small. It managed to produce only a dozen lightning bolts before returning to normal. Yet its effects were devastating. One of the Praetorians was dead, another was in agony, and the last one was severely injured. Exploiting their blind loyalty, Lith had also exterminated the hatchling clackers that answered their queen's call by throwing them in the eye of the storm. Once the lightning bolts stopped, Lith jumped out of the pit, rushing at full speed toward his enemies. His body was infused with air magic, making him appear like a blur. The magic crystals embedded into the bastard's sword harnessed part of the spell, making a small vortex cracking with lightning enveloped the blade. The brood mother was triggered by the noise, summoning an earth shield all around her. The clacker's sensory organs were still muddled by the thunderstorm. Their reaction was disorganized. When the last Praetorian still standing understood what was happening, Lith had already chopped off the head of his agonizing teammate to prevent the brood mother from rejuvenating it. The Praetorian screeched for help, fighting with all the strength it could muster. All the rocks and debris that had been created by keeping the thunderstorm at bay flew against Lith following his every movement. Lith was starting to run out of steam. His muscles were sore from the continuous bursts, and his mind was losing focus. Using so many high-level spells at the same time had taken quite a toll on him. To make things worse, the closer he got to the Praetorian, the more accurate its control over the debris became, making it impossible for Lith to dodge all the incoming attacks. He could only deflect those aimed at his vitals and tank the others. He used earth fusion to limit the injuries and light fusion to start regenerating them as soon as they opened. When Lith was close enough, the clacker interrupted the spell, releasing a second one. 8 giant spider legs made of rock erupted from the ground, attacked him from all directions. Each one ended with a spike and was aimed at his heart to impale him. Damn my stupidity. I should have known the previous spell was just a diversion. I've no time to blink. Lith infused himself and the sword with air magic, charging against the incoming spike in front of him. He slashed horizontally, aiming to use the force of the impact to alter his course at the last second and avoid being turned into a shish kebab. Much to his surprise, the sword didn't bounce off the spike. It cut through the stone like it was paper instead. The Praetorian was suddenly as scared as Lith was jubilant. This isn't a sword. This is a masterpiece. Lith rejoiced from the sudden turn of the events. The clacker was defenseless. Weaving and controlling his spell with such precision had required all of its focus, leaving it no time for a contingency plan. With one last burst of speed, Lith arrived in front of the Praetorian, performing a series of quick slashes. The first cut off the front legs that were trying to protect the Praetorian's head. The second and the third split the head in two and removed it from the body respectively. Lith kept dashing forward, putting some distance between him and the brood mother, activating invigoration as soon as he stopped. It took only a couple of seconds for the brood mother to realize there were no more lightning bolts incoming. But when she lowered her barrier, everything was already over. She used invigoration to heal her many wounds and replenish her mana. Once she spotted him, the brood mother was ready to counter any attack the human could be plotting. Yet Lith remained still. His grin grew wider by the second. You really are dumb. He laughed at her with a cruel voice. Absorbing the world energy is a great idea. Too bad it's a game that two can play, and I started before you. The brood mother cursed at her own stupidity. It was her first time facing an awakened one. Through life vision, she checked that Lith had told the truth. He was recovering faster than she was capable of. The head start he got would allow Lith to attack before she was back at her peak condition. Great idea. He kept mocking her after noticing her glowing eyes. Words didn't waste mana, so they were the only attack he could perform without hindering his recovery. I'm sure that wasting mana non-stop will not slow you down even more. The broodmother was outraged by Lith's defiant attitude, but she was even more scared of what could happen if she stopped watching his every movement. Unlike him, she wasn't able to blink. She also had noticed how the piece of metal in his hands could easily cut apart even her strongest minion. She only needed one strike to cut him down, but Lith was capable of doing the same. The broodmother rushed forward, forcing him to stop using invigoration too and playing straight into his hand. Life vision gave her only a vague idea of Lith's core power. After all, he had almost killed her multiple times. The broodmother was certain that he had to be at least as strong as her. Thanks to Solus's mana sense, Lith knew that she was stronger than him even at his peak condition, something that was still lost to him. His body had yet to recover from the attempt to save Protector's life. Lith had manipulated her fears so that she would start recovering later than him and stop before him, forcing her to fight on equal footing. The broodmother was physically superior, but Lith was much more experienced in using all the elements. Her front legs clashed many times with his sword, keeping it at bay. Their strength, speed, and stamina were on the same level since the broodmother was too scared to stop using life vision. Yet Lith was forced to play on the defensive. While his opponent could block with the front legs and attack with her claws, he had only one sword. His daggers had a smaller range than her fingers. Also, he needed both hands to stop her heavy blows. They were too close to use spells. If one of them stopped even for a second, the other would have the time to strike at least 3 times. Soon Lith was covered by shallow wounds on the head, shoulders, and arms. The broodmother was starting to get used to his poor swordsmanship, attacking with her claws every time her front legs clashed with the sword. The impact would stun him just for a split second, but it was enough for her. Lith changed his strategy, infusing the bastard sword with darkness magic instead of air. The blade turned pitch black, and small vortexes appeared on its surface. Lith didn't need to use life vision to know that Orion's masterpiece was sapping his enemy's strength by the second. He only needed to watch at her terrified expression. Every time the dark blade clashed with the brood mother's stone-like legs, they would crack, and a bit of her life force would be transferred to Lith. The tables were now slowly getting turned. She knew that the longer it lasted, the weaker she would get. She went into a frenzy, attacking faster and faster, hoping he would make a mistake, not being able to keep up the pace with her many limbs. Lith was soon forced to focus only on the defense again. The brood mother's attacks were too fast and well coordinated for his skill level. New and deeper cuts appeared on his flesh, but he couldn't stop grinning. Not even a monstrosity like you could laugh at his own death. During the fight, the queen of the clackers had noticed Lith's unusual smell. It was part human, part beast, part abomination, and completely unnatural. "I'm laughing at yours," he inwardly replied before releasing all the 9 spells stored inside his rings. Fireballs, lightning bolts, plague arrows, and a fully charged checkmate spears were fired against her at point-blank range while she was lunging her left arm toward Lith's right one. The thunderbolts stunned her while the darkness missiles drained her life force and the icicles ravaged her body. The explosions from the fireballs pushed her away, but not before her claws severed Lith's dominant arm at the shoulder. The brood mother was severely injured, but not dead. Now that Lith had lost the sword, she was certain she would get the upper hand as soon as her body started to move again. Then she saw it. Together with spurts of red blood, black tendrils came out of Lith's severed arm and from his shoulder, pulling it back into place. The flesh merged like the wound had never existed. Lith was shocked as much as the broodmother. He had already seen bulkier valors reattach their limbs in a very similar manner. Unlike them, he needed light fusion to close the wound and stop the bleeding. The arm was in place, but it was useless. The bones, nerves, and blood vessels were still repairing themselves. Lith had no sensibility whatsoever. His arm was no more than dead weight. The broodmother didn't know it, and hope abandoned her. It was only then that she realized that her body was already beyond saving. The electricity from the lightning bolts, temporarily stunned her, but not prevented her from moving. Otherwise, the previous thunderstorm would have managed to kill her. The numbing effect had simply prevented her from noticing that several spears of ice had pierced both her human and spider body, puncturing her lungs and several organs. She started coughing blood, while her life was slowly slipping away. "Please have mercy," she pleaded him, shedding tears from all her 8 eyes. "You are a powerful magician. You can heal me. You know how rare we awakened are. We shouldn't kill each other." Lith clicked his tongue in disgust, moving the sword from the right to the left hand. The brood mother recognized him as someone similar to her. He didn't want allies, only servants. "If you spare my life, I swear to devote all my life to you. I can take on any form you want, be every day the woman of your dreams. I'll be your lover, your slave, whatever you want. Just don't kill me." Lith plunged the sword into her head, using darkness magic to destroy the last spark of life force she had left. I can't believe she had the gall to ask me to spare her life. Slave my ass. She would have killed me as soon as she recovered her strength. Lith thought, storing the corpse in the pocket dimension. "What are you planning to do with her remains?" Solus asked. "Use them as ingredients, sell it, or reanimate it as a greater undead? I have yet to decide." Professor Farg had witnessed the whole fight from the beginning. The resourcefulness of both sides had left her speechless more than once. "By the gods, even with all my equipment, I don't know if I could defeat either of them without reinforcements." The brood mother was cunning, and the 4 Praetorians covered her blind spots, leaving no openings. Lith's swordsmanship is amateurish at best, but he is a vicious, scheming opportunist. He clearly has a lot of experience using true magic. That trick with the thundercloud isn't something you can improvise. Once again, Lady Tyrus was right. Lith from Lucia isn't human. I'm gonna show her the fight, especially the part where the arm reattached itself. His existence goes beyond my understanding. Lith used invigoration again, checking his surrounding from time to time. The few clackers that had survived were all hatchlings, and with their queen dead, they had lost the will to fight. He collected the corpses of the Praetorians too, hoping they were still worth something as trophies or ingredients. Then he returned to the pit. The flames had destroyed everything, leaving behind only ashes. Lith wasn't a believer, but he silently prayed for his lost friend. He couldn't avenge Protector's death, nor could he bring him back to life. The feeling of helplessness heavily weighted on his heart. Goodbye, old friend. Thank you for everything you did for me and for all you taught me. I promise I will take care of your family like it's my own. Well, look who's here. I should feel offended. I heard from more than one reliable source that you shed a lot of tears for Protector, but none for me. Lith turned around, welcoming Kala with a warm smile. Chapter 239. Kala, you're alive. Lith regretted those words as soon as he pronounced them. Kala looked almost the same way when they met during Balkir's attack. Almost. The shadows surrounding her were deeper, the red light in her eyes was stone cold, and the presence she exuded was that of an undead. Not quite. I barely survived that night, and only thanks to the experiments I had previously performed on my own body. After I recovered, I decided to push things to the next level. I'm currently in the process of turning myself into a true undead. Is that a problem for you? Not at all. What are you doing here? He asked. I could ask you the same thing. I was minding my own business when I recognized your mana signature. I would have liked to rush here to help you, but I was in the middle of a delicate procedure. I arrived here just a few seconds ago. How are you doing, Scourge? Lith told her everything he had gone through from the last time they had seen each other, sparing no details about death vision. Fascinating, she replied. Does it work on me too? No, oddly. Kala remained the same, no matter how long he looked at her. Maybe it's because of my ongoing transformation, or maybe because you know I'm stronger than you. We should try asking Scarlet when she comes back. Kala looked at Lith first, and then to Solus's ring. She didn't agree with their decision, but since they knew him better, Kala decided not to interfere. Kala, why have you decided to turn into an undead? You have evolved only recently. Isn't this rushing things too much? Lith was as happy to see her as worried for her mental health. Since he had developed death vision, he had revised all the old conversations he had with his psychologist to understand how much of a nutjob he was. If before Protector's death his heart felt like it had been turned to stone, since he had developed death vision, he could feel a void in his chest, like a hole through which a cold wind blew non-stop, freezing his body. He was afraid that Kala had been suffering from a similar trauma and had taken the easiest way out from her feelings. It was the same thing he had planned to do for a while, before his family's and Floria's affection had convinced him otherwise. I'm not rushing anything. I have been mulling over the possibility ever since I was still a BYK. Why do you think I was so interested in Greater Undead, even when we met for the first time? I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Based on what I read, evolved monsters have a very long lifespan. Can't you wait for a bit before taking such an irreversible decision? Kala sighed, realizing how little Scarlet trusted Lith to keep him in the dark even about basic knowledge. I'm sorry to be forced to break it to you like this, but there is no easy way to do it. It's not just evolved monsters. All awakened ones live for centuries. That means that you too will sooner or later face the same problem. What? Lith and Solus were both flabbergasted. In your attempt of saving Protector, you have lost decades of lifespan. That means that you'll live a few hundred years less than the average awakened ones, but you will still live on for centuries. How is it possible? Lith suddenly felt lightheaded. The world was spinning all around him to the point he had to use the bastard sword to support himself. People's lives depend on the amount of life force they possess. An awakened one is capable of constantly absorbing the world energy, so instead of burning their own life force, they consume mostly world energy. That prolongs our lives for a very long time. I knew it from the moment I evolved into an awakened one that it would mean to watch every one of my kin die. To witness the world as I know it changes until I would become unable to recognize it anymore. In my white form, I could still have cubs, but what of them? They would live shunned by animals and humans alike, just to die of old age way before me. Know this, the offspring of an awakened, it's almost never an awakened. Just like having a mage for a parent doesn't mean having a great talent for magic. That's why there are monsters roaming this world. Scarlet's offspring are scorpicores capable of using all the elements. They live around 300 years, but they are not awakened ones. Also, your case is even more special. What do you mean? All those sudden revelations had forced Lith to sit down. He felt like he was going to puke. You can live as long as an awakened, but you might as well live forever. There are immortals in this world, creatures that can live until someone kills them, and abominations are among them, just like the undead. This means that my family, my friends. Lith was stuttering for the shock. They will all die in time. Even if you cage them all, even if you personally stand guard to them, sooner or later they will die in front of your eyes. Time is our ally as much as our enemy. Calla completed the sentence for him. That's why what you did for Protector was stupid and childish. He had seen so many of his kin age and pass away in front of him after becoming a Ree. After becoming a Skull, he was bound to witness all of his pack, her new mate, and even his cubs wither away in front of his eyes. Also, your idea of undead is flawed. Greater undead not only can live forever, but also have all the same range of feelings that the living has. Human undead give us a bad name because once they get used to killing, they stop thinking of others as living beings, belittling them like cattle. A magical beast is different, though. We need to kill since the moment our parents abandon us. Life is a constant struggle for survival. For me, turning into an undead will change nothing. Unlike Nock, I wasn't born a BYK. First, I was just a bear, then a BYK, and lastly a white. No matter how much my appearance changes, I will always be myself. Can you say the same? Maybe, I don't know. It was the first time that Lith was forced to lie to Calla, but he had no way to explain to her how he had been reborn twice already and had changed very little so far. So, the good news is that you don't have to worry about my family. I will take care of them myself. I free you from your promise. The bad news is, well, everything else. There is something you have to ask me before we part ways again. Calla rubbed her muzzle softly against Lith's cheek. Contrary to his expectations, she was warm. Caressing her head helped him to regain his cool a bit. Let me get this straight. If I remain just an awakened one, I will live for a couple of centuries, while if I turn into an undead or an abomination, I would live forever. Yes, she nodded. Beware that both conditions come at a price. Normal greater undead cannot use light magic freely. It only worsens their hunger. Some can't stand the light of the day. Others get driven mad by their new instincts. They are all unacceptable limits that would hinder my research. That's why I'm trying to turn myself into a lich. You what? Lith froze. Liches are one of the few exceptions. The process requires to split your core into two. One part remains in your body, and the other needs a special vessel to seal it from all external influences, even the passing of time. That way, even if your body gets destroyed and your core shattered, you can always regenerate a new one from the vessel. The process is long and risky. One single mistake, and I'll be dead for good. As for abominations, they can freely use all elements, but because of their parasitic nature, they are constantly hunted down. They care for nothing but their own survival. They don't even have a body unless they steal one. Even if they find a suitable one, their destructive energies consume it over time until they need to find a replacement. So be careful about what you choose. Remain an awakened until you are entirely sure of your decision. One day, I might find a cure for undeath, but I doubt there is one for being an abomination. What do you think I should do? Lith was completely lost. He didn't want Calla to leave him. He had never felt so alone in his life. The moment he had learned that he was bound to live for so long, he couldn't stop considering everyone he knew just a little more than walking corpses. Stop living in the past. Calla snorted. Enjoy your present, because it will change soon. Stop mulling over death and worry about the living. You have only a few years to spend with them. Make them count. Also, try to learn from Nock about how to face changes. Do you know what's the first thing he asked me when I told him about my plans for the future? He said, "Okay, Mom, what have you caught for dinner?" I I will remain in this forest for a few years. I don't know how long will it take to complete my transformation, nor if it will succeed. Look for me only if you are in dire need of help, since I will be busy. We will resume our lessons when we both have more free time. After saying goodbye to Protector's grave, Lith had found his closure. He was finally at peace with himself, but after hearing Kala's words, he felt bewildered. Well, this is great. I needed some good news. Lith sneered. I was already considering to become an immortal, an undead, whatever. It would have liked for it to be my choice, though, the last resort in case I didn't manage to find a way to have a proper death. He pondered. Until I understand what the heck I am becoming, my lifespan is the last of my problems. Even my arm acts on its own. I knew I would outlive my parents, but now it seems I will survive my sisters and even my nephews. There is no solution. Even if I find a way to turn them into awakened, then what? Should I also turn Rena's husband and his family, their children, when they have them? It would destroy their lives. Lith remained pensive for several minutes. The truth he had just learned was overturning his plans for the future. His age had become completely irrelevant. Judging by Scarlett's appearance, he was likely to remain young, looking even once he became a century old. I obsessed so much over controlling every aspect of my life, only to discover that I have no voice in the matter. I'm bound to have a long and lonely life, unless I befriend undead like Kala or awakened ones. He bitterly laughed. By my maker, did you listen to a single word Kala said? She told you to enjoy the present, to treasure those who you love, and instead you are acting like they are already dead. Did you hear her plan to turn Nock into an undead or an awakened? No. She is even willing to find a cure for her vampire adoptive daughter, to give her a mortal life. She worries about them and their happiness, not about herself. Think about Protector. He knew he would outlive his pack. Did he consider it reason enough for not evolving? No. He became a Reef first and a Skull later. When he met Celia, he didn't avoid her just because she is weak and short-lived. He started a family. Why are you so bad at following your own advice? Do you remember what you told Uriel? Your only choice is to embrace the changes or remain forever chained by the failures of your past. She projected in his mind their last encounter with Protector before Lith had lost consciousness, quickly followed by Kala's words. Lith had to accept that she was right. Both of them had encouraged him to move forward without letting his fears control his life. Yet he was there doing the opposite. Damn, I hate you being always right, Solus. This is exactly why Protector tried to stop me. All this time, I faced this existence like an enemy to beat or a problem to solve. My fear of losing those precious to me made me lose focus on what is really important. I wasted so much time preparing for the worst that I've probably spent more time with my comrades during the last year than with my own family until now. Solus could feel that Litha's mind was finally relaxing. After more than a decade of grieving and blind rage, he seemed to be able to rise beyond his limits and live his life to the fullest. It made her incredibly happy and scared at the same time, because in the end, Protector had made a huge mistake. Lying to Lith to protect him had been the wrong thing to do. It was up to her to make things right. Chapter 240. The truth could hurt him, but lies had hurt him even more. The trauma, the grieving had never stopped until he had been forced to face his own mistakes through the eyes of the others. She couldn't let him start his life anew based on a convenient lie. It was time to come clean with Lith, even if that meant destroying their relationship. Every day, she hid the truth had been torture for Solus, but she endured it because she cared too much for him. She was even willing to bear his grudge if it meant for Lith to change for the better. Lith, do you trust me? She asked. I trust you with my life. Beside Protector, you're my only true friend. Despite witnessing every single and most despicable flaw of mine, you have always accepted me for who I am. I wouldn't be the person I am now without you, Solus. He replied, Then I hope that one day you'll forgive me. Forgive you for what? Lith had yet to complete his question when Solus projected in his mind everything that had happened after he had lost consciousness. How Protector had survived, his last words for Lith, and his plea to Solus to keep it a secret. Lith couldn't believe his own mind. How could you do this to me? There was no trace of rage in his thoughts, only the deep pain coming from the breach of their trust. Until that day, Lith had always considered it the only certainty in his life. Solus was a part of him as much as he was a part of her. In his eyes, she backed being an untrustworthy piece of stone, just like the first day they met. She could feel his pain and silent accusations. They both deeply hurt her, but she kept being honest without hiding anything from him. How? I'll tell you how. I simply did exactly what you have done time and time again over the years to everyone you love and care for. I followed your teachings and lied to you to keep you safe from a truth that I was afraid could kill you. Lith wanted to rebuke, but everything that came to his mind would sound incredibly hypocritical of him. He still remembered how Scarlet had accused him of corrupting Solus's nature, but he only now understood the meaning of her words. How can I trust you from now on? How can you ask me to forgive you? You are the only one I never lied to. Never. It's actually easy, she replied with a firm voice, even though Lith could feel her pain and tears. Just read my mind like you always did when we first met. Dig up all my memories and feelings until your paranoia is satisfied. Do it right now, if it makes you feel better. I know that I made a mistake by lying to you, but I did it only out of love. Maybe you don't realize it yet, but you are my everything just like Carl was for you, if not even more. I was scared of losing you forever, scared of being alone again. I chose to keep you safe and sound, even if it meant losing your trust. I prefer a world where you hate me for my actions rather than to keep living without you. It would be worse than death, even worse than slowly starving. Lith would have loved to believe her, but at that point, he believed in no one. He followed Solus's suggestion, fusing their minds completely for the first time in years. Lith could see everything that she had ever thought and felt since the day they bonded. The pain from not having a body, how her feelings for him had grown and changed over the years. At some point, it was impossible to understand if it was the kind of love a daughter had for a father or rather the one a woman felt toward a man. Everything she had told him was nothing but the truth, from the reasons why she had lied to him to all the sacrifices she had made to keep him alive until that moment. He learned about all the times that she had risked her life to protect him, belittling herself like she wasn't even a person. He experienced the guilt and suffering that derived from hiding the truth from him. Lith was shocked by all those revelations, even more so because fusing their minds meant violating her privacy, rummaging through her most private thoughts. I knew you would do it, but it hurts nevertheless. She sobbed. Please, throw me away if you must, but leave me alone. The old pouch reappeared around his neck, and Solus left his finger to hide inside it. Suddenly, he couldn't feel her presence inside his mind. The door between them could be opened with a simple thought, but then what? Lith felt lost. He couldn't think about anything that he could do to make either of them feel better. Everything that Solus did was only because she followed his teachings. He had no one to blame but himself. White Griffin Academy, Uriel's apartments. Girls, I can't believe I'm going to say it out loud, but the more I know Lith, the more I think he isn't a human being. Uriel said, let's set aside his terrible attitude when we met, since we well deserved it. How can he possibly be that strong? It's not natural. Also, how could he be okay without resting not even for 1 hour? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, not to mention that somehow he spotted the clackers despite them being underground. Did he ever explain to you how he managed to do it? Quilla pointed out. No, Floria replied. There's also the issue with his beloved brother that he let slip while giving us the pep talk. I have triple-checked it. His relationship with his brothers is terrible. Either he has a third secret brother, or I don't know what to think. Yet if they didn't notice it, I'm not going to add coal to the fire. I don't like where this conversation is going already. She thought. Honestly, I never understood how any of you could overlook his ever-changing persona. First, he was very rude to us. Then he became our mentor despite being 3 years younger than us, and lastly, our good friend. We all have seen how he kills people without remorse, how easily he lies to everyone, even to us. I'm grateful for everything Lith did for me, but he still creeps me out. Freya shrugged. I suspect Lith actually is a bastard member of the royal family. Uriel's words left the others speechless. My father says that the royal couple is known for having physical abilities on par with magical beasts. It would also explain how he is so knowledgeable and why Linjo's keeps him in such high regard. Guys, I can't believe I'm going to say it out loud, but the more I hear you talking about Lith like this, the more you disgust me. Floria's gaze was filled with contempt. I don't know about you, but I approached him after the first exam, not the other way around. So, he definitely didn't try to exploit me for personal gain. Also, yeah, he has a lot of secrets, but so what? He could have hidden his strength and let the assassin kill you, Uriel. Just like during Balkir's attack or against the Clackers just a few hours ago. He could have run away and leave us for dead. Instead, he fought by our side, saving our lives. He helped us countless times, but never asked us anything in return. Yet here you are, talking behind his back, because he never explained how he did manage to beat those Clackers or cleanse us from Balkir's toxins while many others died. I don't care how he did it. What matters to me is that he cared more about our safety than about his own secrets. I don't care if he is the king's bastard son or if he has dragon blood in his veins. According to the legends, the offspring of a human and a dragon would carry a hidden strength that could manifest in the form of physical prowess, magic talent, or beauty. It would explain why the female members of his family are so pretty and why he is so different from the rest of us. Whatever his secret is, I'm certain he will tell us in time. What really matters to me is that his actions speak loud about his character, just like your ungratefulness does about yours. If you really think about questioning him after all the times he saved our lives, after all we have faced together, you don't deserve being his friends, and neither mine. Floria slammed the door behind her, incapable to listen to their ramblings anymore. Do you think that her feelings for him are clouding her judgment? Floria's words struck several nerves, making Freya regret to have spoken so harshly. No, I think we have let our fear of the unknown get the better of us. Uriel replied. It took a while to find out Balkir's whereabouts, but Scarlet discovered his location thanks to her communication network with all the magical beasts she had worked with in the past. The various lords of the different regions had helped her greatly in collecting the necessary intel. She knew that Balkir would require a constant supply of dead bodies to build each year such a massive army. Also, by examining the captured undead with her artifact, she had managed to identify Balkir's energy signature. At that point, all she had to do was to use her enchanted pants Nez as a scanner. She started her investigation from the locations where big battles had taken place. Balkir's undead required more than just bones, so he needed fresh corpses. From there, she had interrogated the magical beasts that lived nearby. All that work would have been useless without her artifact, though. Balkir was aware of the flaws in his supply chain. Over the years, he had used countless middlemen to store what he needed in dimensional amulets and have everything delivered at his doorstep. The only thing he was unable to predict was the existence of an artifact capable of recognizing an individual's life force from a great distance. Scarlet had almost been on the verge of giving up before finding his trail. Like the countless pursuers that preceded her, the Scorpicore had remained trapped in the web of false leads and deception Balkir had laid. Too much time had passed from the attack. The trail was cold, and the Forgotten Plume tribe was nomadic. However, one of the lords of the oasis reported to her about how a small mound of rock that had decorated his fief for centuries collapsed right after the attacks on the academies had ended. The lord had no idea what could have happened, but for Scarlet was more than enough. Once she reached the location the mound occupied, the artifact was able to detect Balkir's energy signature. It took Scarlet just a few hours to follow the lead to her destination. She was already tasting Balkir's blood and fear when her chase came to an abrupt end. Salark, the ruler of the Blood Desert, blocked her way, staring at Scarlet with annoyance. What are you doing here? This isn't your turf. You are not welcome here. Scarlet recognized Salark for what she was. Her body instinctively trembled in fear. Lady Salark, I'm here to exact vengeance for all the loyal subjects and dear friends that the fiend hiding in that encampment killed, she said, pointing at the Forgotten Plume tribe visible at the horizon. Fiend? Do you mean Ilium Balkia? If that's so, you better go home. He's one of my subjects now. Tell Tyrus that she had her opportunity and wasted it. Now it's my turn. What? Scarlet was flabbergasted. You know who he is and what he does, yet you let him live. Of course I do. Who would be so stupid to let such a rare talent unattended? Over the years, Balkier has helped the Forgotten Plume tribe to prosper. He not only protected them from all kind of threats, but he also taught them advanced magic and took care of the sick. You should know that light and darkness magic go hand in hand. When people think of Balkier, they only see the necromancer, but he is also a great healer. I offered him many times to become one of my underlings, yet he always refused, because it would mean to swear his loyalty to me and relinquish his foolish plans of revenge. Now that he has only a few years left to live, Balkier finally listened to reason and submitted to me. So bug off, Scorpicor. Tell your master he is under my protection. I respect Lady Tyrus as I respect you, Lady Solark. Scarlet roared. However, I have no master. I'm here of my own will, and I will not back down just because you say so. Solark laughed heartily at Scarlet's daring words. Kid, I have a soft spot for arrogant youths, but that doesn't mean I will go easy on you. Take another step forward, and the two of us will fight as enemies. So be it. Scarlet roar made the earth tremble and the skies cry. Despite the dry climate of the desert, black clouds appeared out of nowhere and covered the sun. Salark's smile grew even wider. A world tribulation? This sure makes things more interesting, she thought. And, dear readers, I'm sorry to tell you that Supreme Magus will go on hiatus for some time. My health is slipping and I can't postpone things anymore. I'll be hospitalized for a while, but if everything goes, well, I should be back in 3-4 weeks. Thanks for your support and understanding. Chapter 241. Scarlet too recognized the signs of a world tribulation. It reminded her of Tyrus's words, sending a cold shiver down her spine. Damn my bad luck. Not only am I forced to face a guardian, but I also have to undertake a tribulation at the same time. I don't know what the world wants from me, only that my odds of dying just doubled. Even if Solark doesn't kill me, the world could if I fail. Bah, too late for hindsight. Scarlet set aside her fear of death and charged forward. Her body started to swell and change, doubling its size. Her fur morphed into red scales as thick as a shield, and a pair of feathered wings appeared on the Scorpicor's back. The muzzle became a fiery slate. Only her eyes remained visible. Scarlet's mane turned into a raging purple flame, hot enough to turn sand into glass. Salark's interest was piqued, but she wasn't impressed. The changes occurring during a tribulation were merely cosmetic, pointing out the nature of the potential guardian. Alas, the Scorpicor's strength hadn't changed. Scarlet weaved 10 spells at once, unleashing an elemental barrage. The ground was upturned, the sand turned into spikes, attacking the guardian from all sides. Huge hands erupted from the ground, pushing Solark down a pit that had opened below her feet. Scarlet's only hope was for the combined spells to swallow and bury the guardian long enough for her to take Balkier's life. A hail of lightning and ice crashed on Solark from the skies. Darkness engulfed her, sapping her strength, while molten lava erupted from the trench beneath her. Solark was unfazed. All of Scarlet's attacks were nullified by a wave of Salark's hand that turned the spikes and the hands back to harmless sand, closing the pit at the same time. White flames surrounded her body, dispelling the darkness engulfing her, consuming the lightning bolts and sublimating ice. Despite Scarlet's best efforts, an ant would still remain an ant. Scarlet focused all the mana she had left in one final attack. Whole dunes floated mid-air, turning into flaming black meteors the size of a 2-story house. Each one of them had enough destructive power to turn a medium-sized city into a crater. They all crushed against the Guardian, who was forced to raise both her arms to block them all. Solark was astonished by the attacking prowess Scarlet possessed. What a cunning opponent. If I miss or deflect even one of these darkness-imbued meteors, I bet she will redirect it toward the Forgotten Plume tribe. I can't afford to play anymore. Time to get serious. Salark's battle cry sounded like an eagle's screech. Her white aura expanded in the form of spreading wings that engulfed the surrounding area with blinding light. Any other people would believe it to be a sign that the goddess of light had descended among them. However, the Forgotten Plume tribe knew better. They fell to their knees, their foreheads touching the sand, while worshipping the benefactor. The white flames and the black meteors fought for a long second before the light consumed everything in its path. Salark looked at her own palms in surprise. Even under her human guise, she was still a phoenix, and yet her arms were covered in third-degree burns, bleeding from several wounds. You attack me despite knowing who I am, and managed to hurt me fighting fair and square. You have earned my respect. This time I'll let you go, but if you dare to attack me again, I will end you. Now scram! Salark opened a warp steps, shoving the exhausted Scorpicore through it. Scarlet had barely the strength to stand, so she offered no resistance. She found herself back in the forest surrounding the White Griffin Academy. Damn Salark! She inwardly cursed. How can guardians be so aloof and self-absorbed? Yet her power is far beyond mine. A second attempt would be suicidal. It's time for me to stop wasting time with humans. The council is useless, the guardians untrustworthy. If I want justice, I'll need the power to take it with my own hands. When Lith returned to the academy, his world was still upside down. The anger stemming from Solas's lie and the bewilderment from the breach of their absolute bond of trust fought on equal ground inside his head. He didn't know what to think or what to do anymore. He had stopped grieving Protector from the moment he accepted his death before leaving House Ernest. The trip to his grave served as a means to deal with Lith's sense of loss and accepting his failure. Therefore, there was nothing preventing him from resenting his so-called old friend for his manipulation. Yet it had all been so sudden that he needed time to digest the revelation. Lith went to Floria's room to return the bastard sword. She remained shocked seeing his uniform tattered. His left sleeve seemed to have been almost turned to shreds. The uniform's self-repairing magic barely managed to prevent it from falling apart. Floria noticed that despite all the damage the magical cloth had sustained, Lith seemed to be perfectly fine. He was without a scratch and full of energy, yet his eyes were dead. He wasn't even looking at her, but at something past her. His voice was flat. His mind was elsewhere, in a bad place. Thank your father for me. This sword truly is a masterpiece. He handed it to her with both hands. I will. She nodded. Has something happened? Do you need to talk? Many things, but none I'm willing to share, sorry. We'll have to postpone our date. I need some time to think alone. The following days were the worst Lith had lived since his rebirth in the New World. Before finding solace, he had been knee-deep in his personal hell. His new family was alien to him, but he had managed to accept that he was some kind of monster and that he would be forced to spend his whole life pretending. His true identity, his past, weren't something he could share. He had come to accept that he was destined to be alone even when surrounded by people, a shadow in a world of lights. Yet finding solace also meant finding hope. During the last 8 years, he had never been truly alone. She had been a constant presence in his life from the moment he woke up in the morning. She would often even take part in his own dreams. At first, he had been scared by her intrusions in his thoughts, by all her questions about him and why he acted as he did. However, over time their relationship had grown, becoming deeper than he could have ever expected. Solas was the only one to truly know him, the one he could share all his deepest and darkest secrets without being judged. Whenever Lith had been struggling, either by accepting his new family or the hardships in his life, she had always been his mental support. With every struggle he overcame, Lith's life had become easier, yet the abyss inside him would also become deeper and hungrier. In the end, everything he had achieved, he had got it through hard work, deception, and the occasional killing. Mogar, the New World, wasn't much different from Earth. Every man for himself, and power conquers all, were unwritten rules everyone abided to. Solas had been his moral compass, often questioning his choices and forcing him to ponder about the consequences of his actions. but in the end, she would always be on his side. Now, they were separated. Their mind link remained inactive since both of them were unwilling to make the first move. Solus was still consumed with remorse for her lie, living in constant fear to have forever destroyed their bond. Cutting herself out of Litha's life was her way to atone for her mistake and give him the time he needed to reflect on what she did without external influences. As for Lith, he longed every day to hear her voice in his mind again, to feel her warm compassion for all the secrets and the sacrifices he was daily burdened with. Hiding in plain sight, lying even to his own family wasn't so bad as long as she was with him. Solus knew the truth and supported him at every step he had taken so far. Yet he wasn't willing to forgive her, nor to resume their usual routine pretending that nothing had happened. The situation was tearing him apart. It was like the sun was covered by a permanent eclipse. It was still there, but he wasn't able to experience its warmth and light anymore. The thing that bothered him the most was being angry at Protector as much as he was at her. Damn Protector! How could he do this to me? Or to her? Loving me like a son, my ass. He put us one against the other with his idiotic decision. He left me grieving like an idiot, second-guessing everything I've done, to the point of almost revealing my secret to my family. During that time, Lith realized how dependent he had become on Solus's influence in his daily activities. Without her constantly soothing his rage and filling the void he felt in his life, Lith became colder and detached. Outside the lessons, he would spend most of his time alone. Even his grades started to drop, albeit slowly. It wasn't just the feeling of betrayal putting him off his game. He was too used to brainstorming every problem with Solus. Being forced to do everything alone only reinforced his feeling of loss. After failing to approach him a few times, Freya, Quilla, and Uriel decided it was better to give him some space. They thought he was having a hard time to accept what he had seen at the mining town. Lith would barely speak to them, and even when he did, his voice was full of ill-concealed annoyance. If Solus can't be trusted, then I can trust no one, was what Lith repeated to himself more and more often. Floria was the only one that held on to him, no matter how many times he pushed her away. She would go visit him in his room. Sometimes they would spend hours in silence, each one studying for the following day lessons. She didn't force him to open up. Her hope was that her company would help Lith understand he wasn't alone. If he needed help, he just had to ask. Lith was grateful to her. Floria was the first person in the new world that had approached him without a hidden agenda. She was more interested in who he was rather than what he was able to do. Her care and dedication to him were the only silver lining in his situation. Yet at the same time, it made things worse, forcing him to realize she was just a young girl. No matter how much he wanted to share his burden with her, he simply couldn't. A week passed. Litha's mood was getting worse by the day. Sometimes he would even dine by himself in his room to avoid being bothered by his companions. Not only his relationship with Solus was at a stalemate, but he was also so used talking to her about everything that in the past days he often established a mind link out of habit just to shut it down immediately. That morning, before the gong marking the start of the first lesson resounded, a hologram of Linjos appeared in all the classes and the departments. "My dear students, I have an announcement to make." The headmaster's voice was firm, but he appeared to be exhausted. He had black circles under his eyes, and despite being in his middle 30s, his hair was already turning gray. Many things have happened this year, some good, some bad. All the academies have lost members of their staff because of Balkir's attack, causing a further delay in our activities. To allow everyone to mourn their loved ones and in respect of what you have gone through, the Crown has decreed that this year there will be no third exam. Your grades will depend exclusively on your daily evaluation during the third trimester. The rankings will be revealed during the last day of academy, but you can already learn your grade in a specific subject by asking the professor in charge. If for any reason you are not satisfied with your results, you can apply for a practical test to reevaluate your skill. Beware that professors are allowed to raise as well as to lower your grade, in case you decide to take it. We have only 2 weeks left before the winter break. You can schedule your test anytime before that deadline. Have a nice day. Litha's group left the academy for the morning rounds, accompanied by Professor Ironhelm. Lith was happy for the turn of events. He had no desire to babysit his companions again, nor to pretend to care for whatever lesson Linjos meant to teach to the other students. Every day without solace was torture. He could feel his rage and hatred grow without limits. It required him sheer willpower to not lash out every time something or someone bothered him. Lith knew that sooner or later he would have to confront her once and for all. Keeping her at a distance wasn't doing him any good. On the contrary, the void her absence created was a constant reminder of how he needed solace as a person even more than the abilities their bond granted him. He was already at the point where he could barely care for Floria. If the whole academy exploded in front of him, Lith wouldn't bat an eye. He couldn't wait for the winter break to finally have 3 months only for himself. Chapter 242. Their rounds were uneventful. All of their patients were nobles suffering from minor diseases that had exploited their contacts to have healers come to their homes. Okay, guys, we're almost done, Uriel said once they had checked all but one of the names on their list. I have saved this patient for last because he is a friend of my family and it could take a while. Is there any problem if we get back a little later than usual, Professor? Ironhelm shook his head. He had no reason to refuse. The longer he babysat them, the lesser paperwork he would find at his return. Having someone else doing it for him was the main reason he had volunteered for the task. I'm sure you can handle it without me. I have much to do. Have fun with your friend. Lith snorted, opening a warp steps right outside the local branch of the Mage Association. He was about to step through when Uriel stopped him. I'm really sorry, Lith. I have a favor to ask you. Uriel didn't like being forced to ask for his help, especially since Lith had been giving him the cold shoulder for no apparent reason for days. What is it? Lith glared at Uriel like the first day they met. The person we're going to visit is actually a friend of my father. He doesn't have the authority or the status to get an appointment with one of the great healers of the kingdom. So he did all he could to be included in our rounds. I don't know why, but he expressly asked for you. He even pestered my father until he was promised that I would ensure your collaboration. Is this person influential? Lith asked. One thing was adding another name to the list of those that owed him a favor. Another was wasting his time with minor nobles. Actually, no. House Tanash is a young magical bloodline that didn't produce a magician in the last 2 generations. They are on the verge of losing their status. There's not much they could do for you, but if you agree to help, my household would be indebted to you. Uriel understood the meaning behind Litha's words, so instead of playing the friend card, he decided to make a deal. Lith nodded. House Dyrus was on the rise, and he was already on good terms with them. Together with the Urnas, Archmage Dyrus was someone that could help him greatly if ever the necessity arose. Despite being located on the outskirts of the high-end district, House Tanash turned out to be a magnificent mansion. It was a 3-story building, each floor about 200 square meters. Yet despite the pristine white walls and the enchanted fence surrounding it, Lith could clearly see that it belonged to a declining household. It was much smaller than the Marchioness house, something more fitting to a rich merchant rather than a magical bloodline. The mansion had no garden at all. There was no insignia along the walls or on the front door. It seemed like they were trying to hide their identity. After Uriel knocked, the door was opened almost instantly. The butler wore quite an expensive dress. His white shirt was made of silk while the deep blue blazer and the pants were cashmere. He was a man around 1.65, 5 feet 5 inches, meters high with blue eyes, blonde hair, a beard and mustaches of the same color. The butler was deadly pale and sweating bullets. Several stains could be seen on the collar of his shirt. Lord Dyrus, thank the gods you are here. I was starting to lose all hope. Lith smirked at the bad manners of the man, who was dragging Uriel inside instead of making way to his master. You must be Master Lith, the butler said, while suddenly grabbing his hand and holding it like it was a treasure. The man's hands were slippery like an eel because of the sweat. Lith wanted to get rid of him, but didn't know how to do it without being rude. You are exactly as they described you. Tall, calm, and with a gaze that would make even a baby stop crying. I hope that everything else about you is true too. My son is in desperate need of your help. Your son, Lith blurted out. They must really be in hot waters if they don't have a butler. Either that, or the situation is so desperate that Lord Tanash came to open the door by himself. Yet it doesn't make sense. If his son is so ill, how come they didn't accept him at the White Griffin Hospital? Lith thought. Lord Tanash, this is Lith of Lucia. Uriel was truly embarrassed by the lord of the household's behavior, but he kept his cool and performed the proper introductions in their host's stead before Lith changed his mind about helping. Uriel knew that those days it was really easy for Lith to lose his temper. Lith, allow me to introduce you, Duke Vinyl Tanash. Lith shook his hand, using darkness magic to cleanse it as soon as he managed to get free from the slimy vice. Duke Tanash is not himself today because... Yes. Please, excuse my manners, Master Lith. The Duke cut Uriel short, giving Lith a bow so deep his head almost touched the ground. Definitely desperate, Lith concluded. It was only thanks to the efforts of Uriel and of the family butler that they managed to calm Vinyl enough to let their guests accommodate in the tea room. Lith noticed that after serving the tea for everyone, the butler spiked the Dukes with liquor. After several cups of liquor diluted with a bit of tea, Vinyl managed to calm down enough to explain himself properly. I'm really sorry for earlier, but I just received a piece of news that will be the final nail in the coffin of my household if even Master Lith proves to be powerless against the ruin looming over our heads. Duke Tanash turned pale again, his words on the verge of turning back into a rambling. The butler had lost all hope to preserve the dignity of his master, so he poured liquor instead of tea into the cup. Let me explain. House Tanash was founded by my great-great-grandfather, Gillam Tanash. Born as the son of a humble blacksmith, he managed to become an archmage and serve the kingdom with honor. Before his death, he received the title of Duke for his achievements. Alas, after him, no one in our family showed the slightest talent for magic. All we have comes from Archmage Tanash's work, but in a single generation, there's only so much one can do. Over time, our contribution to the kingdom has become less and less. We didn't have a mage, nor the necessary funds to gain merits enough to increase our status. That was until my son, Zinter, was accepted in the Lightning Griffin Academy. He is no genius, but he is very talented and hardworking. During the first 3 years of the academy, he always was in the top percentile. This year, after the second trimester, his grades started to drop. At first, I thought it was all my fault. With the civil war on the brink of exploding, I tasked him to protect the interests of the family. It forced Zinter to neglect his studies quite a bit. The truth was that House Tanash had been one of the most active members of the new Magical Bloodlines party that wanted the civil war to happen. The Duke had tried more than once to escalate the events, aiming to get rid of the ancient households that threatened to take everything away from him. They constantly reminded the crown of how useless were the relatively poor and mageless households to the kingdom. He had forced Zinter to sabotage the studies of his rivals and engage them in fights outside the academy's walls. The lack of practice led him to almost fail his second exam, so he went back to study full-time. The problem is that the situation never improved. His grades are still bad enough, he is likely to be expelled. Now that the crown has decreed no third exam will take place, he is doomed. If he fails, we'll lose our noble status, our home, everything. You want me to tutor him, or what? Lith was exasperated by those ramblings. His fingers almost pierced the armrest of the armchair he was sitting in. Gods, no. He already has the best tutors and teachers I could afford. I want you to visit him. Zinter says that something is wrong with his body, that no matter how much he tries, he can't focus as well as he did before. I already had him visited by the best healers I could find, but they found nothing. You are our last hope. A mysterious illness that makes you fail in your studies is the oldest excuse in the book. Uriel whispered to Lith's ear. Even I used it a lot in the past. Usually the prescribed cure is a good pep talk and a cut on the daily allowance. It sure worked on me. Lith nodded. This man is just sad. He refuses to admit his mistakes and tries to find someone to blame. If his son lost a whole trimester, no matter how talented he is, he cannot catch up. He thought. Duke Tanash lead them on the first floor, where his son's study was located. The walls were covered by bookshelves filled with tomes covering all the conceivable magical topics. Several volumes were missing. Some had been left open on the floor, occupying most of the space. Others were piled on a desk behind which a youth was sitting while taking and reviewing notes. An open door revealed a state-of-the-art alchemical lab. Just like the study room, the lab was a mess, with shattered components on the floor marking failed experiments and burn marks on the walls. The Duke introduced the youth as his heir. Zinner was a 15-year-old boy with blonde hair like his father and deep-set eyes from the lack of sleep. He seemed to be on the verge of exhaustion. "Nothing, father. No matter how much I study or practice, my results are always mediocre." Judging from his bloodshot eyes, he had no more tears to shed. "Don't worry, son. Master Lith is here. He is the only white Griffin student that was chosen by his professors to assist them during the plague. If there is someone that can help you, it's him." Duke Tanash patted Lith's back like he was a long-lost brother. Lith barely escaped Zinter's hug, starting to chant his diagnostic spells and stopping him on his tracks. Lith used everything he had, yet he found that there was nothing wrong. Even the spell Professor Marth had devised with his help against the parasites gave negative results. Yet the more spells he used, the more Lith was certain that Zinter wasn't making excuses. After learning necromancy from Professor Zekel, Lith was now able to follow the mana in his spells even when he used fake magic. Lith could perceive them working properly, but each one would lose a bit of their strength as soon as they reached Zinner. Even if his mind was still a mess, he hadn't forgotten about the boxes and their content. Lith used invigoration to check if Zinner was wearing one of those mysterious items or had been poisoned. As Lith suspected, Zinter's system was plagued by the same toxin he had obtained from the boxes. The layer was thicker than the one he had experienced. With so much toxin in his bloodstream, he should barely be able to cast Tier 4 spells. This kind of prolonged exposition is clearly deliberate. Without a parasite, the toxin should wear off in a few weeks. Also, despite being poisoned for almost 6 months, his core doesn't show any sign of discoloration. He has been administered small doses over time. Whoever did this didn't want to kill him, just to make him fail his exams. He thought. Lith was about to give him the good news, but then he froze up. If I cure him, the existence of the toxin will become of public knowledge. The responsible will have plenty of time to get rid of the evidence and go into hiding. With the traitor afoot, I can't trust Ironhelm. I must report this to Linjos. I have finally found a way to share my knowledge about the boxes, or at least about the toxins they contain. Let's hope this is enough to change the future. I'm sorry, there's nothing wrong with you, Lith said with his most professional tone, while father and son both burst into tears. Uriel, Quilla, and Freya examined Zinter too, but to no avail. Lith was annoyed by such a waste of time, but he had to keep the facade and pretend to care about the patient. After they left the house, they used a warp steps to return to the local branch of the Mage Association and from there to the academy. Have lunch without me. I have things to do. Lith walked away before they could even register his words. He's always in a bad mood recently. Freya pondered. I'm really starting to worry about him. Maybe something bad happened in the mining town. Me too. Uriel nodded. The question is, what could possibly be so bad to turn him back to how he was 9 months ago? And why does he refuse to speak about it, even with Floria? She's going to freak out one of these days. I have no clue. Quilla shook her head. By the way, didn't you feel something was odd with our last patient? I can't put my finger on it, but all my spells gave me a weird feeling. Quilla was the only one besides Lith talented enough for necromancy to have developed even more her mana perception thanks to its practice. But unlike him, she had no idea what they were against. Chapter 243. Lith went to the headmaster's office, and because of the queue, he had to wait quite a bit. He couldn't say it was an emergency. Lith knew there was a traitor, if not more than one inside the academy, so he couldn't afford to alert them. When his turn finally arrived, the first thing he did was to close the door behind himself and ask Linjos to activate all of his office protections. Only when the arrays in the room started to hum, their magic so densely packed to be visible to the naked eye, Lith told him about what he had discovered. Anti-mana toxins at the Lightning Griffin? This is indeed a serious matter. Linjo's was about to use his communication amulet, but Lith stopped him. Not only there, they are also here at the White Griffin. His words made Linjo's turn pale. We had no such cases here. Our average of promoted students is better than the previous years. Yet the grades are dropping, remember? Lith cut him short. Tanash is not only suffering from the toxins, but also from wasting 3 months following his father's agenda. If he kept practicing magic, he would have probably got used to the toxins over time, and his grades would have just dropped. Have you already forgotten about the box I found a few months ago? How it was delivered from Candria? Well, the plague started. Linjo's brain was spinning at full gear, reaching Lith's same conclusions and even more. By the gods, it would explain a lot. Before Balkir's attack, it would have created the perfect scenario for the old noble households. No matter if the civil war happened or not, they would have crippled the competition anyway. Even now, the heirs of their noble rivals and the mages of commoner origin are getting expelled or being deemed as low-value assets for the kingdom. It proves their point that magical legacies beat effort. If the civil war starts, they only need to increase the dosage to make all the young mages useless in battle until the problem is discovered. Even worse, the poisoning could have not been exposed until it was too late, if never at all. The only thing I cannot understand is why they made their own children receive low grades too. Unless it was part of their plan. Lith continued. After all, the only thing that really matters is the result of the final exam of the 4th and 5th year. They can afford lowering their grades during the first 2 trimesters, since it has no consequences. During the final exam, they can perform much better, and they will likely ask to be reevaluated. That way, if the results don't match with the daily evaluation, it will prove that your teaching methods are wrong. It's worse than that. Linjo's pondered. By affecting the other academies, they managed to make it go unnoticed. Since the same thing happened everywhere, not even the crown got worried. I could spot only a flaw in their plan. If all the students belonging to the old noble households get their grades back up at once, it would arouse suspicion. Unless, of course, they either sacrifice the 4th year, using the winter break as a cover to regain their talent during the last year, or they make only the elite take full marks now, while the others gradually recover their performances. Anyway, they can't repeat the trick again. Not now that the odds of a civil war are almost 0. My only question is, why did the White Griffin receive the same treatment instead of a worse one? If you were right, and I have little doubt about it, I would have expected them to strike harder. They need to take me out of the picture. Their plan ended up helping me instead. My hypothesis is that they underestimated you and the control you managed to achieve over the academy. The lack of infighting and the ballots prevented the worst from happening. Lith replied, maybe. Linjo's couldn't stop thinking about how fast Balkir found out their hiding spot. Actually, he found the hiding spots of all those that followed Linjo's protocol so fast that the attacks happened almost at the same time. It had several implications. First, it meant that every academy had traitors, or there was someone close to the crown that leaked the information to Balkir. Either way, the situation was deadly serious. Second, the attack had been the perfect opportunity to destroy Linjo's work, if not to kill Linjo's himself. Why did they let it slip under their nose? Unless, he thought. Lith, be honest with me. Linjo's had turned pale, leaving Lith surprised. The headmaster looked like a man that had just found a venomous spider resting on his shoulder. How did you discover the toxin? Did Professor Marth's diagnostic spell work? I used my own spell. The one we devised during the plague didn't work. Lith shook his head. It was aimed to detect parasites rather than toxins, since the latter fade away over time. Just as I feared. Linjo's nodded. Please, check if I have been infected too. Lith pretended to chant a spell while actually using invigoration on the headmaster, who didn't miss it requiring physical contact. It was the first time Linjo's had seen such a spell. It doesn't make sense. Lith was flabbergasted. You are poisoned too, but the amount of toxin is much lesser than the one I detected in the Tanash kid. It makes perfect sense instead. Linjo's replied. A student may not notice the disruption of their own mana flow, but any competent magician would. That's why they must have started poisoning me only right before Balkir's attack. when my mind was elsewhere. I noticed being weaker than usual, but I thought it was because of the stress. Also, with Haytorn's disappearance, the traders have no idea how to adjust the dosage. Balkier's change of plans was unpredictable. I wouldn't be surprised by discovering that poisoning me, and likely most of the professors, was a last-minute attempt to get rid of me. Since the toxins build up over time, there was only so much they could do. Not to mention, it would be hard for me to miss having my powers halved in a few hours. I would contact Manohar, and it's unlikely he wouldn't discover the truth, just like you did. Lith felt relieved. He had convinced Linjos of the presence of a threat to the Academy, despite having very little proof, and without blowing his cover. The headmaster waved his hand, making 4 magic crystals appear at the corners of his desk. He put his communication amulet right in the middle, activating a secure channel with the crown, relaying the information he had just acquired, and requesting the intervention of a royal constable. We need to have the staff and the students examined. Lith heard Linjos expressing his immediate worries to the king. I can't do it by myself without risking to alert the culprits. It's also necessary to have all those that failed the second semester examined. Some may actually be talentless slackers, but others could as well be innocent victims. While the headmaster was mentioning Lith's contribution, his sight blurred. Lith suddenly felt lightheaded, while images kept rapidly appearing and disappearing. Good grief, finally! I managed to change the damn future. He watched the old vision from the beginning, the fall of the White Griffin Academy, followed by the start of the Civil War until his whole family was butchered. Lith didn't feel scared by those images. They were fading away, getting more blurred by the second, until they completely disappeared. Everything went blank, and for a long second Lith held his breath, waiting for the new future. What he saw was a quick series of sunrises and sunsets over the academy. The leaves of the forest trees became red and fell. The snow turned everything into a white landscape. Then, the sun rose higher and higher, melting the snow while new leaves replaced the fallen ones. Lith could sense something going on inside the academy, despite looking at it from a great distance. He could hear voices and see flashes of light coming out the windows, but he wasn't able to understand what was going on. The distance made everything muffled. Well, at least the academy is not crumbling anymore. This is a good sign, Lith thought. Suddenly, he was transported inside the castle. He was now able to recognize the voices as screams, an explosion, while the flashes of light were caused by spells. Lith watched Floria die, stabbed through the heart by a long knife. The culprit was unknown, the weapon looked real, but the hand wielding it was just a shadow. Rage and pain ravaged his mind. Is that a King abomination, or even this damn vision doesn't know who will do it? Even if he understood, none of it was real. Lith tried to stop the blade with spirit magic first and to heal Floria later, but to no avail. No matter how much he struggled, he found impossible to move from the spot he was forced watching from. The vision moved back to Lucia. The village was quiet, but a shadow fell from the sky. One after the other, the members of the Queen's Corps patrolling the zone fell, their bodies dismembered or disintegrated. The shadow reached Lith's house, killing his family in the blink of an eye. This time they would not suffer. No unnamed soldier would kidnap and RP his sisters, but they would die nonetheless. No. Why? What did they do to you, you King bastard? Lith inwardly screamed. The corpses of his family danced in front of his eyes. Even Rena and his husband wouldn't get spared. The shadow was careful and meticulous, leaving no witness behind. Panic invaded Lith's heart. According to the new vision, he wasn't collateral damage anymore. His loved ones were now the intended target. Lith, what happens? Why are you screaming? The king asked, his voice worried. Lith discovered he had fallen on the ground, and Linjos was at his side, checking his condition. Lith froze, searching for a proper answer. The headmaster knew of the Dryad's gift that led to his past vision, so Lith could freely share it with him. Lith stuttered some words while recovering from the shock, not being able to make any sense. He didn't just see things happening. The magic bonded to his soul made everything real and painful. It was like being forced to live those events before time rewinded. It's all right. Calm down and tell me what's wrong. Linjos helped him to get back on his feet. Lith pondered about the vision, searching for the best way to describe it, when his paranoia cranked up to 11. The future is much better for the kingdom, but much worse for me. Whatever happens to the academy will surely take top priority. Between the toxins and the traitors, the kingdom's resources will be stretched thin. I can't trust them to protect my family out of the goodness of their heart, nor want to owe the crown favor that big. I need to play this smart, but I don't know how. Lith was on the verge of panic. Lying about the vision to make it more convenient was easy. The hard part was finding a way to force them to help him without twisting the vision's meaning. It was the first time that he had to face such a big issue alone. I can't afford to make any mistake here. FCK my pride. Solus, I need your help. Yes. She answered timidly. Solus was afraid it was once again a call that would end shortly. Lith shared with her all the memories of the last 24 hours up to that point. By my maker, this is terrible. Thanks to the mind, Link, the events became part of her memory too in a split second. You are right. I too think that without the threat of the Civil War, we would be stuck in the background. The best way to get their attention is to tell them the truth, but with a few changes. Hearing her talk about them still using the we helped Lith to regain his cool, soothing his anguish. Solus pondered for a few seconds before answering. You must say that after your family dies, you will die too, and so will the royal couple. Solus said. What? Why? Lith wasn't able to understand her reasoning. No time. Linjos is already calling for help. You have remained still for too long. Please trust me on this. Their mind link was fast, allowing the whole conversation to last just a couple of seconds, but they would still need the time to think. I'm all right, headmaster. Lith noticed that both Linjos and the king seemed to be extremely worried. Good to hear. King Marone replied. Bring Manohar here anyway. We need him to devise a new diagnostic spell for the infected students. He can also check on Lith while he is at it, just to be safe. Lith used those few moments to decide what to do. Please, explain your plan to me, he asked while the king was still talking. Adding the death of the royals after yours, it's a double failsafe. After all, they know the vision shows what your soul craves the most. Putting the royals in there while you're still alive would make you a suspect. If you die first, however, they will be forced to protect their investment, you. Also, if you're allegedly dead, they can only think that whoever will attempt to kill your family will come for them later, making it their problem too. Chapter 244. Lith followed Solus's plan, describing the vision in great detail. For the made-up part, he described the assailant as a shadow, just like for all the others. Death Vision provided him plenty of material about how the king would look like after having his throat cut. Damn dryad magic! King Marone slammed his fist on the armrest. It gives us too little information. At least now we know that the Civil War should not happen anymore, and that we are safe until next spring. Lith nodded. Knowing how much time he had left before the event in his vision could happen was at the same time a reason for worry and relief. It gave them a deadline, but also an idea about their enemy. There couldn't be many people capable of getting rid of the Queen's Corps. Also, until the attack on the Academy happened, Lith had no reason to worry. The problem was if they would be able to prevent it, and how the future would change after that step. When Professor Manohar and Marth arrived, they checked Lith's condition before examining Linjos. This is simply unbelievable. Marth said, none of my diagnostic spells detects anything, but now that I know what to look for, it's easy to recognize the dampening effect of the toxins. Agreed. Manohar nodded while extracting the toxins from the headmaster's body. It's unbelievable that someone could miss such a blatant effect, be it the patient or the healer. Linjos and Marth both ignored his remark. They knew that in Manohar's eyes any result, but perfection was due to incompetence. Usually I wouldn't ask something like this, but are you sure you don't want to share your diagnostic spell, Lith? Marth asked. It helped us greatly during the plague, and now it has allowed to unveil a dangerous plot against all the academies. If it's as good as I think it is, you may as well be set for life with the profits you would make by selling it. Marth needed sheer willpower to not let his frustration transpire, yet Lith was able to perceive it nonetheless. His jaw muscles were slightly tensed, and there was an edge in his voice that was hard to miss with his enhanced senses. Poor guy. Not only he has to deal with Manohar on a daily basis, but now he also has to face the fact that despite being younger, I'm already a better diagnostician than him, thanks to invigoration. Lith thought, yeah, you have become for Marth what he is for Vaster. Lith had yet to cut the mind link off, in case something else happened, allowing Solus to indulge his company. Don't. If it's at least half as good as mine, it would be a disaster. Manohar said, you know why it's so hard to find a decent healer? Because mages just memorize everything without even trying to understand what a spell does and why. Healers are forced to be better than regular mages because illnesses change, new poisons are created, and many things are still unknown about the human body. If you share your spell, it will be great in the short term and a nightmare in the long term. Everyone will stop using that stone they call brain and rely on your spell for everything, while others, better paid and motivated, will exploit its limits. So, when a new threat will appear, your spell will be 100% useless, and the so-called healers will be helpless against it because out of practice. An embarrassed silence befell into the room. It was hard to reply to Manohar's temper tantrums, but it was even harder when he actually said something wise. Lith exploited his help to politely refuse Marth's offer. Thanks for your offer, Professor Marth, but I think I will follow Professor Manohar's advice. It took me years to create it. So far, it's my opus. It's not only a matter of money, but also prestige. With it, I'm the second best diagnostician in the Griffin Kingdom. Without it, I'd just be a student like all the others. Unlike Professor Manohar, I'm no genius. King Marone sighed loudly. He knew Tyrus had sent Fard to look after Lith, but he didn't know why. Yet he was sure there had to be a good reason for it. He really wanted to get his hands on a diagnostic spell, but keeping Lith as an asset was much more important. According to several witnesses, he had fought against a Valor. It was unknown what had happened, except that despite being alone and just a fourth-year student, he had survived and brought to safety another 4 people. Adding that to all his past endeavors, his ability as healer, forge master, and now necromancer, he really was too good to be true. Queen Silpha was even considering if to introduce the 6th and the 7th princesses to him. They were too low in the hereditary line to be of political importance, so they could be used to ensure his loyalty to the crown. King Marone didn't put much hope in the idea, though. None of his daughters was a real beauty nor seductress. They had taken much from their mother's temper and had yet to understand that their status of princesses would last only until a new king or queen would be selected. Their pride blinded them enough for them to find the idea of marrying a commoner disgusting. Another thing that heavily weighted on his mind was the meaning of the vision. He knew that, albeit vague, a dryad's gift was as rare as trustworthy. I wonder how Litha's death will trigger mine and Silpha's. Also, it's completely unclear if the events at the academy and the death of his family are related, or even if they happen at the same time. Normally, I would just reinforce the White Griffin security and wait for the events to play out, but now I have to protect Lucia as well. If his family dies, Lith could commit suicide making the vision come true. We must solve the issue with the toxins fast so that when spring arrives, I can focus my forces on both tasks. Marone thought, Gentlemen, we have no time for debating the magical research. King Marone said, Manohar, I need you to provide a diagnostic spell able to spot the toxins that anyone can use. Marth can help you, but Lith can't, and no one else must be informed about today's events. We will only use royal healers and royal constables to control the situation. Litha's involvement must be kept hidden or belittled if found out. My hypothesis is that his family will be targeted because he discovered the plot against the academies. If I'm right, the attack on the White Griffin and on his family during next spring will happen by the same hand. Lith, you can return to your quarters. There's nothing you can do, and it's better if you don't stay too long in the headmaster's office. It could arouse too many questions. Lith nodded and promptly left the room. Solus inwardly sighed. She knew what was about to happen. Before I go, do you mind if I give you an unsolicited piece of advice? She asked. Lith pondered for a while. On one hand, he didn't want to cut the mind link. On the other one, he was still far from forgiving her. Solus had been brilliant and useful as always, but her company was still bittersweet. You should talk to the others about the vision. They have the right to know. Based on what happened in the vision, it's not only Floria who is going to die, but all of them. Lith was flabbergasted by her words. Do you remember the Dryad's words? The vision shows what your soul cares the most for, so it's natural for it to cover your family and Floria. She is the only friend you have left. Solus had enjoyed their reunion, but she had perceived the fracture between them. Lith needed her. She could sense his longing for her company and help, but it was more like an addict on withdrawal rather than the desire to be back together. He still didn't trust her, and whatever was going to happen to their relationship, Solus didn't want to be treated just like a commodity. She wanted for him to accept her like she did for him, with her flaws and mistakes. I think that whoever is behind the attack on the Academy will try to get their revenge on you by exploiting the chaos during the battle. Killing your group is relatively easy if they get ambushed like you have seen happening to Floria. They'll attack you too, but you're likely to survive. Otherwise, it would make no sense going after your family. You should warn Uriel and the others, because if I'm right, the only reason they didn't appear in your vision is because you don't care enough for them. Thanks, Solus. Lith nodded, closing the mind link. It was hard for him deciding what to do. If he told them that he had seen them dying in the vision, it would help their relationship, flattering them. Yet if the king talked about the vision with the royal constables, Journey was bound to learn about it. She would question why he omitted to tell the king about the threat pending on her other two daughters and would easily discover the lie. Telling them the truth was his only option. Lith used the communication amulet to reach them and ask them to come to his room. When they were assembled, he told them the truth about the young Tinash's condition before sharing with them the conversation with the headmaster and the changes in his vision. So, the good news is no civil war, and the bad news is that I'm going to die. Floria did her best to stay strong, but the thought of having a little more than 3 months to live was crushing her. No, you are wrong about the bad news. Lith corrected her, explaining to them Solus's reasoning about why the others didn't appear in the vision. I think all of us are going to die. I'm more likely to survive because of my paranoia. Backstabbing me is not that easy. You guys, on the contrary, are easy targets. Wait a minute, Uriel blurted out. Thanks for caring enough to warn us, but not enough to include us in your vision. His voice was oozing sarcasm. I think you're making a mistake, though. No one could die in the Academy. Do you remember what Lord Ernest told us? Isn't it more likely that whoever it is will target only Floria because of your relationship? Everyone knows about you two. Uriel was worried about Floria, but as much as he hated the thought of spending the rest of his life with Libya, he really hoped to live long enough to have children and maybe find love. Do you really think that none of us thought about that? Lith sighed instead of scoffing. Thanks to the little time spent with Solus, he was now able to be less of a jerk. Attacking the Academy is madness itself, unless it's an inside job from someone that knows to bypass its power core or forcing the arrays to shut down. Since the attack will happen, I'm pretty sure that Linjos will have the power core triple check for tampering. It doesn't mean that the traitor can't sabotage or destroy it, though. If Balkir's minions manage to do it, then anyone with the proper knowledge can. After the attack, the Crown had tried to keep the fall of the Crystal and Earth Griffin Academies a secret, but it didn't last for long. Balkir had triumphantly spread the news himself. Everyone refused to believe him until the academies reopened. Forging a new power core was a mammoth task at best, if not impossible at all. When the Crystal and Earth Griffin remained closed and their students transferred to other academies, it became impossible to deny the truth anymore. Uriel and the girls turned pale, their sliver of hope shattered mercilessly. Floria felt no joy at the idea that everyone in the room was a walking dead. What do we do now? Can we at least tell our parents? Freya asked. I don't think so. Quilla felt her mouth dry. Our communications can be intercepted. The king is doing his best to keep everything a secret. Lith shouldn't have talked about it, even with us. Quilla felt guilty for having spoken behind Lith's back in the past, questioning his real identity. Even though he suffered from mood swings and with his not-so-nice character, he would never let them down. Uriel and Freya felt the same, but their guilt was quickly overruled by the fear of the tomorrow. One after the other, They left the room after thanking Lith and promising they would not talk about it except that in person. Only Floria remained behind. Lith had held her hand the whole time. His grip was firm but gentle, letting her understand there was something he needed to talk with her. I waited all this time for a chance to know what's going on with him, and Lith decides to open up right now. I don't know if to be flattered by his consideration or angry for his horrible timing. Floria thought. Chapter 245. First of all, let me say that I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me, you and the others wouldn't have a target painted on your back. Lith said while holding her hand and caressing it with his thumb. If you want, you guys can escape from this SHT. Avoid the academy for the first trimester or ask the headmaster to attend the 5th year after the threat is passed. I don't think he'll have any objections. What about you? Floria asked. I have to stay. He shrugged. Whether the attack succeeds or not, my family will be the next in line anyway. At least from here I can do my best to help Linjos and maybe take out the traitors before something else happens. I'm the only one that knows when and how the future changes. I need to inform the headmaster as soon as it happens. Floria bit her lower lip, full of uncertainty. Lith was right. She and her sisters had an easy way out of that situation. Until they remained at House Erna's or near their parents, they would be safe. Also, you can greatly improve your odds of survival simply by cutting your ties with me. What? Floria had to fight to prevent herself from slapping him for saying such a thing and herself for seriously considering it, even though for just a second. No matter how discreet the king is, my visit to House Tanash is public knowledge, and when the investigation starts, it doesn't take a genius to notice the timing of the events. Between the plague and this I have made too many enemies. It's better if we break up, possibly in a public place and in front of lots of witnesses. Do you want to break up? The little blood she had left in her face was drained, making her turn even paler, her stomach twisted into a knot. I don't want to. Lith shook his head. But it's the best thing for you. Do you remember our talk that night when I was recovering? I think it's time for us to seriously discuss about this thing between us. I don't plan to marry anytime soon. Lith had promised Journey to make things clear with Floria about their relationship, and he decided it was the right moment to do it. It was the only way he could think of for protecting her. I have lots of things to do. First the military, then some stuff that I don't want to burden you with. I don't know how long will it take, and I can't ask you to wait for me. It would be stupid and unfair. You deserve someone better, someone that can give you what you want, that has your same goals in life. Lith never stopped looking at her in the eyes. He wanted Floria to understand how serious he was. Those words struck her hard enough to make Floria stop, thinking carefully about what to say next. Lith is right. I can easily get away. I asked him out only because I wanted to have at least a boyfriend before joining the Royal Guard and risking my life on a daily basis. It started almost as a joke, yet now I feel terrible at the thought this might be our last month together. I don't want to marry either. There are still so many things that I want to experience, so many places I want to visit. Yet I think that will come for me the time to settle down. She thought, I have first to consult with my parents before giving you a definitive answer. Floria took his hand between hers. This much I can tell you for sure. I don't want to break up. What? Lith was flabbergasted. Her devotion was way beyond his expectations. You know, when we aren't in a life or death situation and I can think clearly about us, I still don't know exactly what I feel. What I'm certain about is that I care for you like I never did before for someone outside of my family. Be it when I emotionally needed help after the second exam, or when the undead first and the clackers later could have killed me, you never left my side. Every time we were in danger, you could have run away by yourself. Instead, you always protected our group. You always protected me. She caressed his cheek, leaving Lith as stunned as outraged. Like heck I did. I was simply protecting my investment, otherwise I wouldn't have saved Uriel or the other girls. I never cared for any of them in the past. I took a liking to Floria only after we started to date. It's only their fault if they have fallen so deep for my deception to picture me like some F-King hero. Lith thought, maybe she's right, though. Maybe now I do care for the group. I risk my life for them more often than any investment justifies. I simply can't admit with myself that I see them as persons because I'm scared of getting hurt again. The more people I love, the more I have to lose, just like it happened with Protector first and now with Solus. If I tell her the truth about the past, she will either despise me, and everything I fought for a whole year will be for naught, or she will not believe me, thinking I'm just trying to push her away. Either way, I'm screwed. It's a lose-lose scenario. Let's hope her parents force her to take a sabbatical. I already have so little, I don't want to risk losing the person I care about the most in the academy. Even now, despite knowing what could happen to you or your family, you are still worrying about me instead of running back home to warn them. I'm truly blessed by the gods. Floria's smile was dazzling, but it only managed to piss Lith off even more. How the heck did she manage to make everything about her in less than 20 seconds? Does she think life is some kind of romance fiction? I came to you because you guys are the only ones I could speak to in person. Also, just like for the old vision, there is nothing that my family can do to protect themselves or avoid the predicted outcome. He explained, warning them would only make them live what could be the last months of their lives in fear. I don't plan on telling them anything about the second vision. Whatever is going to happen, it's my burden, not theirs. His words fell on deaf ears. Instead of understanding the logic behind his actions, Floria only focused on how brave and stoic Lith appeared to be. She hugged him tightly, making his annoyance peak. Yet his irritation lasted only for a moment. It was how long it took Lith to realize how bad his situation was. Her warmth and affection destroyed the layer of frost surrounding his soul. I think you should tell him the truth. All the secrets you keep to yourself, all the burden you refuse to share, sooner or later they will crush you. You don't have to always fight alone. The whole world isn't your enemy. I don't know what has happened to you at the mining town, and if you don't want to talk about it, I'm okay with that. However, I can see that you are in deep pain. Please, don't shut me out of your life like you did since you came back. Just tell me, what can I do for you? Now that Floria had got a hold of him, she wasn't willing to let Lith slip away again. Ever since Solus came clean with him, Lith had been confused about his feelings. He needed someone to talk to, but until that moment, he felt like he was alone in the world. It was all a lie. Lith blurted out, returning her embrace. Protector is alive. He, Kala, even the Lord of the Forest, manipulated me to teach me a lesson. In his rage, he tightened his grip enough to hurt her, making Floria yelp in pain. Please calm down and tell me everything from the beginning. Lith told her the truth about that night, how he had failed saving Protector, and how they both survived only thanks to the Scorpicor's intervention. He even repeated her word-by-word Protector's speech before he had left. Lith let Solus's roll out, pretending that his outrage was aimed at Protector and that he had forced Kala to tell him the truth after discovering Protector's missing corpse in the mass grave. Floria went pale more than once, but never interrupted his story, waiting for Lith to calm down. Can you believe it? After all we went through, he had the gall to let me suffer like that, and calling it an act of love. He wished to meet Protector again, just to give him the beating of a lifetime. Floria remained silent, while he kept cursing Protector's name and expressing his outrage for having been manipulated. After a while, Lith was tired of hearing only his own voice, so he turned towards Floria, noticing her distress. Why you say nothing? Don't tell me you agree with him. Lith really wanted to punch the wall, but scaring the only person he had left sounded as a DCK move even to him. I understand you are angry. You have every right to be, and I don't want to make you any angrier. I think it's better for me to leave. She stood up, but Lith grabbed her hand. Please, I trusted him with my life. I don't know what to believe anymore. Just be honest with me. I don't want to be coddled. I need the truth. Floria held his hand, caressing it with hers. Promise me not to get angry. I promise. Lith gritted his teeth. Her words didn't bode well. I completely agree with him. Lith took a few deep breaths before calming down. He didn't yell, didn't punch anything. He even managed to keep his hand relaxed. Why? He asked after he was able to speak again. Are you serious? In his shoes, I wouldn't have lied to you. I would have strangled you with my own hands as soon as you recovered. At least now you know how he, or anyone else that cares for you, would have felt if you traded your life for theirs. Lith started to feel like a jerk. He knew how crushing the death of a beloved one could be. His new life started because of the domino effects Carl's demise had triggered. Also, it's rich coming from you. Accusing someone to be a liar. You lied to your family over the years for the gods. Know how many times about almost everything. You lied to me countless times too. About your strength, the mysterious brother of yours you fought so hard to protect. About how the heck you come back always in one piece, even if your uniform gets wrecked so often that it's scary. I don't know why you do it, and I'm still waiting for you to tell me the truth. What you're experiencing is how your family felt when they discovered all your lies. How I may feel if, and when you decide to be honest with me. Yet they didn't love you any less for it, because you did it to protect them, to give them a better life. I think you owe Protector a second chance. He just played a lith on you. By the way, I don't care if you were a dragon in disguise. I still care for you. She quickly gave him a peck before running away, leaving Lith stunned. Her speech made a lot of sense. Only the last phrase was beyond his understanding. If Floria reacted like that, I'm afraid what Mom or Tista would say if they knew the truth. Lith thought, she's right though. Me complaining about being manipulated is like Nana preaching about generosity. Even when I open myself to someone, about half I say is a lie. I wonder what Carl would have said if he ever learned what really happened to our father. Would he hate me for what I did, or would he just resent me for hiding the truth from him and shouldering everything by myself? Lith pondered for a while about the whole situation before deciding that moral dilemmas could wait. He needed to study for the following day's lessons and to devise contingency plans for whatever could happen to the academy the next spring. Soon he found himself wishing to have Solus's input, but his rage was still too strong. Lith couldn't call her for help twice during the same day. It would be like admitting with her, and even more importantly with himself, that he was ready to forgive her. From the following day, elite units from the Army and the Mage Association covertly examined and cleansed the various academy staff members and their students. Even without a proper diagnostic spell, the purifying one Marth had devised against the anti-mana parasites would still work. It turned out that Lin Zhou's wasn't the only one that had been poisoned. All the headmasters that followed his protocol had suffered the same fate, and with them many of the professors that fought against the waves of Balkir's undead. Even if there was no proof of their involvement, the surviving staff members of the Fallen Earth and Crystal Griffin academies were quietly arrested for treason. Royal constables interrogated them only to discover that their only crime was pursuing their own political agenda rather than their students' best interests. Soon it became clear that the culprit wasn't someone at the top of the food chain, but someone at its very bottom. Chapter 246. Being the last trimester, the students of the White Griffin Academy weren't going to receive hidden report cards anymore. They would be ranked according to their grades, letting everyone in the kingdom know about their performance. The royal decree that called off the third exam made many youths desperate. Cooperation suddenly had no value. Extra points had unexpectedly become more valuable than platinum, turning friend against friend and brother against sister. Everyone would walk the extra mile, trying to score as many as possible during the last 2 weeks, hoping to improve their ranking even if by just one position. Classes and corridors turned into battlefields, following the principle that attack is the best form of defense. During the practical lessons, sabotaging one's own neighbors was elevated to a form of art, while any student walking alone, no matter the time of the day, was bound to be attacked. Lith barely noticed such inconveniences. While performing the morning rounds for the healer specialization, his only companions were the members of his group. During the Magica Crystals classes, Professor Fard proved to have a frightening keen eye and a ruthless personality. She beat the students at their own game. As soon as she understood what was happening, anyone she caught not working on their gemstone without a good explanation would lose some points. A couple of students attempted a coordinated attack. One of them would ask for the professor's help, while the other used an almost invisible wind blow to shake their opponent's hands at a critical moment in the cutting process. The result was for both being busted, losing 20 points each that were given to their victim as compensation. No one dared to make a move against Lith during the Forge Master lessons. He had always been the teacher's pet, but since his visit to House Tanash, Professor Wainmeyer had showered him with so much praise and attention that rumors spread the two of them were having an affair. Unbeknownst to the public, Wainmeyer was part of Linjosa's inner circle, so she knew about the anti-mana toxin and had also been one of its victims. Like many of her colleagues, she had believed her poor physical condition to be a consequence of Balkir's attack. She was still grieving many friends, and the long-lasting effect from the undead's venom only made her feel worse. Wainmeyer had suffered both personally and professionally. Most of her latest creations were what she could only grade as CRP. After being cleansed from the anti-mana toxin, her magical prowess and forge mastering skill returned. Wainmeyer knew it was all thanks to Lith. Between the feeling of gratitude and the desire to find the ones that caused her so much suffering, even glaring at her favorite student was enough to make her deduct points. Between lessons, things would get more up close and personal. Lith being without a ballot was public knowledge. Several people were desperate and angry enough to give it a shot. 40 clean fractures, 24 comminuted fractures, a dozen concussions, 7 punctured lungs, and several ruptured spleens forced Linjosa's hand to reveal the rankings ahead of schedule. Much to the headmaster's dismay, Lith had long stopped holding back, so his assailants were clogging the wards of the Academy's hospital on a daily basis. Be them professors or medical staff. After learning how their patients received those injuries, the healers would just stabilize their conditions and give them the lowest priority, forcing them to waste almost a whole day in bed before administering them sloppy treatment. Enough to release them, but not enough to allow them to perform well in their daily activities. The light magic department looked after their own and was capable of holding quite a grudge. 1 week before the end of the last term, Lith was summoned in the headmaster's office along with Freya and Uriel. None of them had any idea about what was happening. When they walked through the door, they found that Archmage Dyrus and the Erna's couple were waiting for them together with Linjo's. A wave of the headmaster's hand made 3 new chairs appear. Uriel and Freya sat near their parents while Lith was alone. He didn't like it one bit. "This is highly improper, Linjo's," Lady Ernest said. "We're a mage Lith's parents. Shouldn't they be present too? I don't know why you requested our presence, but it's easy to assume it must be important." Lith and Archmage Dyrus nodded in unison. "It is. The reason why you are here is to make your children behave," Linjo's explained. Lith has proved himself to be reliable and discreet more than once. His parents, however, due to their simple life in the countryside, could be more of a liability than helpful. "No offense, Lith." "None taken," he replied while trying to read Linjo's. He seemed to be nervous, if not embarrassed. Lith couldn't feel any hostility or bad news incoming, which made him even more curious. The situation at hand requires confidentiality. As you all know, the rankings are about to be disclosed. To avoid information leaks, this time I had the professors report directly to me. Each student's grades have been converted into points, allowing to add them to the extra points gained during the daily evaluations and the exam's results. Linjo's handed them a piece of paper each. It was a list of the students in ascending order according to their points value. Lith was ranked first with 19,481 points. Freya was second with 10,276 points, and Uriel third with 9,742 points. Floria and Quilla were respectively 16th with 8,832 points and 14th with 9,156 points. Lith could feel many eyes on him. Journey, Uriel, and Freya were grinning, while Orion and Archmage Dyrus had their mouths almost touching the floor from the surprise. "Being second place is not that bad," Freya said. "I don't get why Lith has almost double my score, though. I know he performed better than me, but this much? Does the ranking include the spell he shared?" "No." Linjo's shook his head, but it does take into account his contribution as medical staff during the plague and the most recent events. Every meritorious act a student performs gets properly rewarded. Based on his academic results only, Lith's score will be 12,235 points. Freya felt a tinge of envy ruining her moment, and so did Uriel. They had hoped the gap was due to Lith's services to the kingdom and the academy rather than skill. 2,000 points were an abyss compared to how close the rest of the scores were. It doesn't matter since no one will ever know. A snap of Linjos's fingers and the papers turned into dust. I wouldn't have shown you any of it if I wasn't aware of your good relationship and of how you shared your previous grades. To do what must be done, I need your cooperation. This is what will get released to the public in about an hour. Linjos's desk projected a hologram in the middle of the room, displaying the rankings. There were only two differences with the previous one. Litha's and Uriel's scores were swapped, turning the top three as following. 1. Uriel Dyrus, 10,353-2. Freya Ernest, 10,276-3. Lith from Lucia, 10,125. What does this mean? Uriel and Freya blurted out, while Litha's eyes burned with mana out of anger before he understood what was happening. Are you doing this for political reasons? Lith asked. Yes. Linjos nodded. After the Griffin Kingdom went inches from civil war that spread poison, corruption, and traitors deep inside even the most loyal institutions to the crown, after Balkir, we cannot afford any more internal strife. A grassroots commoner reaching the top spot in any academy is unheard of. It would cause problems to any headmaster, let alone someone like me that's already a controversial figure. It would raise all the wrong questions and countless suspicions. They would say that's just another ploy from the Queen to belittle the ancient noble families and turn the embers of the revolt into a fire once again. This way, instead, we'll strengthen the Queen's new policies. Lord Dyrus's first place will make the new magical bloodlines happy. Lady Freya's second place, so close to the first, will make easier for the nobles to accept that you ranked third. Do you have any questions? After being cleansed from the toxin, Linjos had regained his incarnate and strength, but he still appeared to be deadly tired. He had deep-set eyes, unable to hide the sadness that lied within his heart. I never liked Lith much, but this is just bullshit. Linjos thought. I became a headmaster to change things for the better from the inside, not to be forced by politics to strip a student from their achievements just to please some old fogies. For every battle that I win, there are two more that I lose. Does this mean that I'll lose my points? Also, is there some prize for being first or second that the third doesn't get? Being third was already bad for Litha's plans. He had hoped to be in the lowest positions of the top 10. The higher I get, the more trouble I will find. I don't give a damn about being third, fifth, or even 20th, as long as I keep my points and prizes. It's the only way I have to acquire magical equipment. Lith thought. Of course you will not lose any point. Linjos raised his voice, outraged by the simple idea of it. The total amount is unchanged, but only those present in this room will know the truth. Whatever you need to exchange them for will be presented as a gift from the crown for your services. As for the prizes, there is none. The honor of being first is its own prize, along with the glory and fame it entails. Lith had a hard time repressing a scoff. I'm fine with this decision. Lith said, Well, I'm not. Uriel jumped off his chair, the pride for his achievement already fading away. I wanted to be first, but not like this. It's unfair as much as demeaning. How can I watch myself in the mirror knowing that it's only a lie? I refuse to be a puppet. Give the first place to Freya if she wants it, and the second to Lith at least. Linjos sighed deeply before answering. Young man, this isn't a request. It's an order from the crown. I'm not asking for your permission. I wouldn't have told you any of this if not for the fact that by knowing your respective grades, you can easily discover the truth. You have no idea how mathematically creative I had to get to fix the scores using only the third trimester points. Someone inside the academy leaked all the report cards. Otherwise, I would have put Lith even lower and have this talk with him only. House Ernest has no objection. Orion actually would have liked to say many things. But as a soldier, he knew that orders had to be followed, not discussed. He turned towards his wife, who winked at him with a smug expression. She clearly knows what the little monster did to get all those points. It must be something important if she isn't allowed to discuss it even with me. Archmage Dyrus was embarrassed by his son's behavior. He could understand Uriel's outrage. He was the one that had taught him to never take shortcuts and only rely on hard work. As the heir of House Dyrus, though, He had to learn how to play ball, even when it was nasty. House Dyrus has no objection either. Velan Dyrus clenched Uriel's shoulder, preventing him to say any more. Excellent, Linjos replied. Congratulations on your well-earned second place, Lady Freya. Despite you went through a lot this year, your outstanding performance in dimensional magic and healer classes makes us all proud. The headmaster shook her hand. His words stabbed Uriel's heart deeply. You are the best healer we have got since Manohar enrolled. Linjos shook Litha's hand too, handing him a pristine white pin the size of a button, shaped like a rampant white griffin with a number 4 etched on its surface. The 6 great academies specialize in one element each. Ours is light magic. This pin identifies you like the top of the 4th-year healer specialization, the crown jewel of our institution. No one can take such achievement away from you. I can guarantee you that next year things will be different. If you achieve again the first spot, you'll be allowed to keep it. Lith nodded, storing the pin away and explaining to Linjos how he intended to invest most of his points. There was something he had set his eyes on for a long time, but with the official ranking alone, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Don't let this ruse ruin your moment, young Dyrus. The headmaster shook Uriel's hand for last, giving him a pin identical to the one Lith received but made of gold instead of moonstone. Your real score surpasses those of most students that ranked first in the past. It's something to be proud of. All your professors speak fondly of you and expect great things from you in the future. Uriel smiled, while his hand clenched the gold pin so hard that it would have turned into a crumpled ball if not for its protective enchantment. Who the heck cares about my score compared to the past? This pin means nothing. I would have never gotten such a score without Litha's and Quilla's private lessons. Quilla deserves it much more than me. Despite having only one specialization, she achieved an insane number of points. Uriel's heart was reduced to shreds. All the insecurities that he had fought so hard to keep at bay overwhelmed him to the point that he could feel the weight of the tranquilizer flask in his pocket burning through his clothes, calling on him like a siren. Chapter 247. Once the matter of the rankings was settled, only Journey Ernas remained inside Linjos' office. The results of the investigation on the Academy staff is unsettling. It seems that whoever is behind the anti-mana toxins played both sides. They used the rivalry between the old noble households and the new magical bloodlines to recruit members from both factions and escalate the internal struggle into a civil war. As for the poisoning, the method employed was as simple as effective. They administered the toxin in the meals. The targets were only those who belonged to the most vocal families loyal to the crown, but that lacked the resources to request the help of any of the great healers involved in the plague. It was likely meant to make the young mages lose their rankings, if not fail completely their exams, in order to cripple their opponent's status and political relevance inside the royal court. How could they achieve such capillary control? Linjos had already realized by himself most of Journey's report, but he still couldn't believe it had happened right under his nose. Easy, they contacted and corrupted several members of the canteen staff. They seemed to have handpicked them one by one, choosing only those that suffered for financial troubles or had a deep grudge against the crown. You should know that working for one of the 6 big academies is considered an honor. Yet it doesn't prevent staff members who belong to noble household from treating with disrespect mages of commoner origin, while those of humble origins resent the nobles for treating them like cattle. Both get usually very pissed seeing so much power and money passing right under their noses, yet not having access even to the crumbs of the system. I think you should consider changing the work condition of the non-magical staff too. The information leaks, the poisoning, everything that has happened wouldn't have been possible if the academy system wasn't already rotten from the start. Who provided the toxin, and when did they start administering it to professors and headmasters? Linjos pondered about Journey's words. No one had ever stopped considering how much power and knowledge the student secretariat actually held. Grades, points records, purchases, those people that had always been regarded as low-level bureaucrats had complete access to the personal information about every resident of the academy, from their addresses to the security details. Just the thought of how much work he had ahead of himself was enough to give Linjo's a splitting headache. That's where our investigation was abruptly stopped. The corrupted officials gave away the names of their recruiters to spare their families from capital punishment, but they turned out to be strawmen. Once we apprehended them, the recruiters had no idea who they were working for. As for the toxins, they were delivered through several drop spots that changed every time. All of them were located in trash bins inside common areas, so anyone could put them in place. Students, administrative staff, even professors. Alas, after our investigation started, the deliveries stopped. Either someone from the inside leaked the information, or more likely they noticed how many people were being detained and interrogated. An operation of this scale can't remain hidden for long. Journey didn't like facing smart opponents. She preferred the dumb and self-entitled kind that provided open and shut cases. So far, she hadn't spotted a single mistake on their side. If not for the Candria's incident triggering the plague, no one would have even thought such wonder of alchemy was possible. Even after Lith found the box, the authorities wouldn't pay him any attention if not for the Dryad's gift. Last but not least, without Duke Tanash's determination in getting help for his son, everything would have kept going according to the enemy plan. Journey could not help but think that the small victories they had scored so far were all because of luck and coincidences. Luck was something she couldn't control or interrogate, hence it was one of the things she hated the most. They started poisoning the magical staff only after Balkir's message was revealed and stopped immediately after the situation was resolved. I think it was a long-shot plan, hoping to use the God of Death to get rid of the academies. Officially, such a move would have harmed both factions at the same time, so it doesn't make any sense. Off the record, I think that whoever planned these events doesn't care at all about who profits from the struggle. They want to deal as much damage as possible to the Griffin Kingdom. I suspect that even Luckhart was just a pawn. A narrow-minded idiot is the perfect frontman, easy to take out of the picture in case of success, easy to pin all the blame on in case of failure. Basically, we got nothing. Linjo sighed. No, quite the contrary. Journey replied. We have discovered a massive corruption system, cleansed the academies from the traitorous scum, and foiled at least part of the enemy plan. Not to mention that several good mages will have a second chance at the academy, strengthening the future of the kingdom. We haven't won the war, but we aren't losing it either. Considering the amount of time and resources that our opponents invested, even achieving a draw is actually a success for us. Stay on your toes. This is far from over. A cornered enemy is the most dangerous one. Journey gave the headmaster a small bow before leaving the office. Unlike Dyrus, since she was already at the White Griffin, she had no hurry to leave. She could as well pay a visit to her daughters and congratulate them for their achievements. One achieved second place, and the other two reached the top 20 despite having only one specialization. House Ernest is bound to have a bright future, but only if I manage to keep all the girls alive. Meanwhile, in Floria's room, Lith and Orion were sharing the good news with the rest of the group. Uriel remained silent most of the time. The golden pin felt to him more like a stigma than something to be proud of. This is bullshit. Floria was enraged enough to yell. Since when the academies have to bend the knee to political interests? This is just unfair. Life is unfair by nature. Lith shrugged. The key is making it unfair to your advantage. How does getting stripped of your rank and title work to your advantage? She scoffed. First, being third means the target on my back gets much smaller. The points gap with the others in the top 20 is low, so they'll think that if instead of bothering me, they work harder, they may be able to catch up with me. You wouldn't have been attacked so often if you stuck with us like before. Floria scolded him, but Lith ignored her words. Second, I didn't lose a single point. Uriel gets the glory and fame he always wanted while I can go home a week earlier. Everybody wins. By the way, have you thought about what I said? Will you guys delay attending the 5th year? I wish. Uriel snorted. My father never believed in visions and prophecies, so convincing him to push back all of his plans for one more year was already hard. As soon as he saw the rankings, he immediately changed his mind. He says that backing down for no reason would make him lose a lot of face and stir too many questions. Uriel still couldn't believe his father would place the pride of the house above his only son's safety. Don't be too harsh on your old man, kid. Orion sighed. The vision is top secret and has to stay that way. There is no way to justify any of you taking a year break, especially after such outstanding performances. There's no illness that the White Griffin can't cure, so getting sick is off the table. A family crisis that needs kids to be resolved would turn any big household into a laughingstock. Many students do not return home even if their parents die. The academy is deemed too important. I could ask for Floria to be transferred into another academy. She is the only one that was clearly harmed in the vision, but again, there is no plausible excuse. It would appear like we are punishing her for her low score, or that we disagree with Linjos's methods. Either way, it would make us look bad in the court's eyes. Are you really going to have them attend? Lith was genuinely worried. It makes no sense they could die. Thanks for worrying about me. Uriel snorted. I do, but I can't argue with your father since he already left. He's an AS. In his shoes, I would keep you home. You are not only his son, but also the only heir of your house. You are damn right I am. Uriel slammed his fist on Floria's desk. Do you know what he said to me before leaving? Son, I receive death threats on a daily basis. If I had to hide and cower every time I get one, I should never get out of bed. What a DCK, the girl said as one. He is right, though. Orion patted Uriel's shoulder, trying to comfort him. Journey and I, but especially Journey, receive so many death threats we have lost count of them. During winter, we use the old ones to light the fireplace. Also, Floria wants to join my corps, the Knight's Guard, since she was 5. I still want to. Then you have to get used to such things. At least you have an idea of the when and how it could happen. It's more than I have ever known every time I risked my life during a mission. I still think it's stupid making them stay. Lith scoffed. Losing a year is no big deal, especially for Quilla. She can use that time to learn etiquette, court manners, and everything she needs to live as a noble. As for the others, with all that happened, a break can only do them some good. What about you? Orion retorted. He wasn't happy with that decision either, but defying a direct order from the king was impossible. Not even Journey's accumulated royal pardons could allow such a thing. It would be considered an act of high treason, something way worse than murder. So he had to obey. Litha's words were just salt being spread on his injuries. Are you taking a year break? Because what you said about Quilla applies to you as well. You could defend your family, instead of worrying from distance. I'm staying because the sequence of events that will lead to the massacre of Lusha will start here. Only by remaining, I can make sure that whatever the enemy is planning will fail, or at least timely call for help to prevent things from escalating. Also, my death should happen after my family's, while Floria's should take place during the attack on the academy. I have no reason to hide, not to mention that I too don't plan living behind a desk in the future. I've faced death enough times that I'm not scared at the idea of facing a mortal threat as much of remaining alone. If I were to lose you guys and my family, there would be nothing left for me in this world. I can already see me turning into a mad beast hungry for revenge and with no future ahead. Orion sighed. He understood Litha's point of view. It was the same for him. Honor, loyalty to the crown, his career. Without his family, it would all be meaningless. I don't want to get caught in the mess that will ensue when the rankings will be revealed. I'm going to pack my stuff and go home. It will be a busy winter for me. I have a lot of things to practice and even more to forge master. I hope to see you all for my birthday. Lith said, looking at Floria. He could only hope that Orion would keep his word and give him the gatekeeper bastard sword as a present. Chapter 248. I wouldn't miss your birthday for the world. Unbeknownst to her, Floria was the only one truly happy for the invite. If not for the enchanted sword, Lith wouldn't care for his own birthday, let alone inviting people to a party he was the first to be happy to avoid. He had yet to find a way to salvage his relationship with Solus. Between that and death visions still haunting him, Lith wanted to be left alone with his family. Not to mention that having guests was a problem for him. Despite all the renovations it had undergone, Litha's home was too small for hosting a decent birthday party, even by Earth standards. Rena and Tryon had already moved out. Whenever he was at Lusha, Lith spent most of the time outside, doing the gods knew what. Raz and Alina had no reason to further expand the house. It would only make the maintenance more expensive. It had never been a problem before since Lith had no friends to invite aside from Celia. Lucia's harsh winters prevented even Nana to reach their home, or at least so she used to say. Lith suspected she hated birthdays even more than him and used old age as an excuse to avoid wasting her time with the risk of missing customers. Ever since he had helped Count Lark to survive his ex-wife plot, he forced Lith to have 2 different parties, though. One at home, only for the family, and another at Count Lark's manor. The Larks were his patrons, so Lith had no way to avoid the issue. He had no love for festivities, but he appreciated the Count's company and the support he provided for his family. That year was already bound to be even more problematic since the Count and Marchioness Distar were his sponsors with the Academy. Lith was certain they would push him to celebrate his 3rd place in the overall ranking and 1st place among the healers. Thanks to the 2 nobles providing the location and banquet, Lith deemed there would be no problem adding a few more guests to the list. Freya and Quilla were still a bit offended with him for his recent rude attitude, but after all, they had gone through together. They were happy for the invite. The girls were also very curious to visit his birthplace. Uriel nodded, inwardly cursing at his own bad luck. He didn't know how to face Lith's parents and friends without apologizing for having robbed his friend of his rightful status. He wanted to avoid all the congratulations and niceties his status as first-ranked involved as long as possible. In that moment, Uriel was so nauseated by his situation to be on the verge of puking. Everyone but Orion left the room. They were all eager to leave, but first they needed to return to their respective rooms and pack their stuff. Floria wanted to say goodbye to Lith properly, away from her father's eyes, instead. Journey entered Floria's room while she was still absent. Orion used that opportunity to speak with his wife freely. Do you think we should force Lith and Floria to break up? Putting some distance between them could avoid her from taking unnecessary risks. For the same reason, it may be better if once the 5th year begins, our girls avoid associating with him. Lith is not a bad kid, but right now, 1st place or not, he is a liability. Journey was already pondering about what to do next since she learned about the Dryad's gift. She was aware of how much Lith had done for her family, but Orion's proposal sounded logical. It was the safest option they could take. I understand what you mean, and I'm glad of your decisiveness, but I don't think it's a good idea. First, we can't give orders to Lith and neither to Floria. She has consulted us because we are her parents, but remember that in less than 6 months our little flower will become an adult. You know she inherited your stubbornness. Making demands will only make things worse. She could simply refuse, if not even leave House Ernest. Antagonizing her now will only earn us her contempt, and the further she gets from us, the harder protecting her will become. Also, how are you going to make sure they actually break up? Are you going to move into Floria's room? Orion had to inwardly admit his idea wasn't as good as he had initially thought. They had been aware for months of Floria's intention of leaving her household in case they attempted to force her into an arranged marriage. That was the reason why a few months prior Orion had threatened Journey to divorce from her. Their friends had warned them about Floria's asking for the necessary papers to get emancipated from her parents. As for avoiding associating with Lith, I'm afraid that would be another major blunder. He has proven to be an invaluable help for the girls, both academically and as a protector. Not to mention that you two have seen his score. If next year he gets first again, commoner or not, flocks of nobles will try to earn his favors. If we do as you propose, not only we would be ungrateful, but also appear as fair-weather friends. I understand you are worried about our little flower, and so am I, but don't let fear get to your head. Only by sticking with him when he needs us, we will get his gratitude. Also, there is the possibility that the threat to Floria's life has nothing to do with him. She could just be collateral damage or the target of a revenge on me or you. So far, Lith did quite a good job keeping her alive. I don't see why this time it should be any different. Why do you care so much for him? Orion still wasn't convinced. Because these are chaotic times. Kings and queens come and go, and if we want for House Ernest to outlive them, we need power. Why do you think I was so eager to adopt the girls? I wouldn't be surprised if the court forced the current royals to abdicate. They have made too big of a mess. Orion nodded with a sigh, recognizing the truth in Journey's words. He was grateful to Lith for all he had done and respected him deeply. Yet Orion couldn't help but be afraid for his daughters. Griffin Kingdom, Royal Palace. Inside Tyrus's lair, Amela Farg, the newest recruit among the secret unit called the Queen's Corps, had not reported to her one true master, Lady Tyrus, until the end of the Academy's third trimester. Her undercover role as professor took away most of her time, plus she still couldn't make sense of what she had witnessed. Farg kept an eye on Lith for weeks, searching for more clues about his true nature and the threat he could pose, but with no success. If not for what she had witnessed in the forest, Farg would think of him nothing more than what his personal file stated. Lith was considered a dangerous yet talented individual. The court was still debating what to do with him. So far, he had proved to be manageable, but his loyalty to the kingdom was shallow at best. After the help he had provided during the plague outbreak, the unanimous consent was that unless proven otherwise, he was worth the risk of letting him live. The court hoped that marrying him into a noble household would put him on a leash for good. After the fight between Awakened Ones, Farg wasn't so sure it was such a good idea. She had many unanswered questions, so she used that time to mull them over. Getting an audience with Lady Tyrus was a rare event even for the king himself. That was the reason why she didn't submit her report until now. When Tyrus imparted orders, they had to be executed at once, leaving no space for discussion. Only when one was required to give a report or was granted an audience, they may have the opportunity to ask questions. Since I risk getting stuck with brats for a whole year, I better make good use of this chance and try to understand as much as I can about Awakened Ones. I don't know when or if I'll get the opportunity to speak with the Master again in the near future. This might be my only opportunity to learn from her, for the gods know how long, and I don't know how many questions she'll allow me. I must make them count. Farg thought. As soon as she walked through the double stone door, Farg's body froze in fear. Every hair on her neck stood up, her instincts screaming at her to beware of the danger ahead. Something was wrong with the underground throne room. Instead of being dimly lighted as usual, everything was bright as daylight, allowing Farg to notice black stains of blood on the floor and columns. Near each stain, there was a small crater from which departed several cracks. Farg needed but a glance to recognize the signs of struggle. She knew how powerful were the defenses in the lair, yet the invaders had managed to smash some of the stone armors decorating the room, damaging even the 1,000-year-old tapestries. Before she could understand what had happened, a sudden flash almost blinded her. The light was followed by a shock wave, like thunder after a bolt of lightning. Farg used earth fusion to protect herself, conjuring a barrier with spirit magic a split second later. Yet the force of the impact was enough to push her several meters back with one knee on the ground, the air squeezed out of her lungs. A second was all she had before a second flash appeared. Bracing herself for what she knew was about to come, Farg strengthened the barrier. This time she managed to stand her ground, but the effort took a toll on her. After a third and a fourth shockwave, she finally realized that the flashes had a precise rhythm. Could this be just a heartbeat? The surprise faded away quickly. Farg brushed off the panic that had paralyzed her until that moment, taking the whole room into account. Right behind the throne, there was a white mass that she had never seen before. At first glance, it looked like a white wall, changing its color at the edges. The left one seemed to end in a gold vein, while the right one was of a clear gray, like a mountain peak. About once per second, the wall produced a lightning. It was dissipated on the ground by several arrays, so powerful to be visible to the eye, leaving behind only its light and the resulting shockwave, yet producing no sound. "Lady Tyrus, it's me, Farg. Please cease the attack." The next lightning had almost completely formed, but after Farg's words, it disappeared. The white wall opened, revealing a silver circular window as big as the throne itself, 1.5 meters, 5 foot, high and 1.1 meters, 3.6 wide, with a black dot at its center. The contrast between the gleaming silver reflecting the light and the dark made it appear like a bottomless hole in Farg's mind. There's a reason why you should always announce yourself before entering. The voice was soft like a whisper, yet it made the walls and the floor tremble. Sometimes I feel the need to stretch myself. Other times, like now, the human form cannot contain my wrath, and I need to revert to my original one. The wall moved backward towards the center of the massive underground cave. Farg realized it was no wall. It was simply a portion of Lady Tyrus's head in her griffin form. The gold vein that Farg had spotted earlier was actually her beak, while the gray belonged to a different shade of feathers near her neck. Tyrus's body was enveloped by a white aura that was the real source of illumination. The griffin had the head and the front legs of an eagle, while the rest of the body was that of a lion. On her back there were 3 pairs of feathered wings. It seems that my enemy does not only know about my existence, but also about my efforts to identify them. Attacking me in my own home is something no one managed to do in millennia. This should teach them a lesson. The griffin body shrunk, turning into the familiar womanly form Farg was used to. Sorry for earlier, but that was no attack. When I'm angry, I produce lightning bolts that the arrays in place are supposed to nullify. It seems I was still a little worked up from before, so my power overloaded them and part of the energy ran wild. Your report. Tyrus smiled apologetically at Farg. Normally, she would have her subjects kneeling, but she could see how tired Farg was after withstanding wave after wave of her anger and powered heartbeats. A nod of Tyrus's head wiped out all the traces of the attack, cleaning the black blood and repairing the stone furniture in the throne room. It also made a comfortable armchair appear right behind Farg, allowing her to rest. My lady, did someone dare to attack you? Farg didn't know if to be worried about her master's safety or the enemy's madness. Yes, several abominations warped in here and self-detonated. I don't know if they were trying to harm me with the explosion or to make the underground cave collapse, destroying the castle in the process. Either way, the only thing they managed to do was annoy me and force me to upgrade my race. Tyrus sighed sadly. Even if her protections were ancient, one of her oldest and roughest works, she still loved them dearly. They had been one of her few happy memories of the times when she still had most of her feelings, and now they were gone forever. It pains me to admit that, albeit outdated, their power was supposed to be unmatched. I guess that Arthan's madness isn't the only thing our enemy has managed to find in the archives. That, or we have a traitor among the corpse's ranks. There is no way for beings so weak to bypass my protections unless they had a deep knowledge of my arrays. Now your report, please. Chapter 249. Farg was shocked by the news of the attack, but managed to hold her curiosity. If Lady Tyrus was angry, her patience would be very limited. The questions at her disposal were already down by 1. Farg told her everything she had noticed about Lith from her observations during the fight with the Clackers and the Academy's lessons. Tyrus listened in silence, nodding from time to time. Do you have any questions? Farg's report did nothing but confirm what she already knew. Tyrus always allowed some questions because often humans needed help realizing details that they had seen but not noticed. Many, Farg replied honestly. She was honored to be allowed to sit while her host was pacing around and listening to her report. The kid is barely 13 years old, yet I saw him go toe-to-toe with evolved monsters and magical beasts. How is that possible? The members of the corps are faster and stronger than normal humans, but not like that. We need enchanted equipment to make up for the difference in physical prowess. Quite the contrary. Tyrus shook her head. During our brief encounter, I was only interested in his mana core and neglected to check his body. This is another important piece of the puzzle. It seems humans aren't the only ones to be slow on the uptake. Sometimes, she thought, it is possible. Your queen, your king, and the veterans of the corps are all like that. It may seem incredible to you now, but only because we have just started your refinement process. In time, you'll become like that too. If you live that long, of course. What? Farg was stunned. The words escaped her mouth before she could realize to have wasted another question. Doesn't that mean that the kid is a veteran too? Isn't he too young? Tyrus smiled at her, happy to see the rookie catching up on her own. Yes to both. There are only a few possible explanations. Either he isn't awakened from the birth, and that would be as incredible as terrifying, or he is a weak abomination that possessed the body of an infant. That would be even worse. The former scenario would mean a natural talent like I have never seen before and hopefully will never see again. Beings awakened from birth are incredibly rare, almost a myth even to us guardians. I have never met one alive, because when they are born from humankind, they start abusing their powers and get killed by their own kin before they can become a real threat. On the contrary, true magic comes natural to beasts, but being too much reliant on their instincts, they lack the wisdom and awareness about the risks the refinement process implies, so they die young too. The latter scenario would mean that, albeit being incredibly weak, an abomination managed to evolve into a puppeteer and then stumbled into a highly compatible body that still lacked any sense of self or distinguishing feature. It makes it the perfect match. The body grows alongside the user's power, making the rejection of the new soul almost impossible. It would give birth to a puppeteer that can hide in plain sight and without the need of switching bodies. Needless to say, such a thing is almost impossible. It doesn't make sense. Fard blurted out again. His mana flow is blue, not black. I checked more than once with life vision. Yet I saw with my own eyes black tendrils reattach his severed arm. That's something only abominations can do. Also, I think the kid is utterly insane. One moment, he puts his life on the line for his companions. The following, he treats them like garbage. Excellent point. Tyrus sat on her throne. That's why I suspect him being a hybrid, rather than a pure abomination. A hybrid is born when something goes wrong during the body's assimilation process. If the abomination is weaker than the host body, it gets assimilated instead. It loses its nature and remains trapped inside it. It would explain the wisdom beyond his age, but not why he has helped the kingdom time and time again. As for the madness, if he is as strong as you describe him to be, then it's normal. If he is a hybrid, his human and abomination impulses are constantly at odds. It surprises me he has showed so much self-restraint. If he isn't awakened from birth, instead, there's the possibility that he is afraid of harming them. Hence, he tries to keep them at a distance. When you get so powerful while still being so young, many have problems controlling their strength. Consider that for him, normal humans are made of paper. All he needs to do is use a little strength to crush them. Whatever is his nature, the attachment towards other humans is a good sign for us, because it means he cares for them. If he does, then if a necessity arises, they can be used to shackle him. My lady, why not kill him? His corpse may answer all of your questions, and he would no longer pose a threat. Two birds with one stone. Killing another living being only because I don't understand them? Who do you take me for? A human? Tyra scoffed. If he was another wannabe tyrant or a monster sucking everything dry on its path, your suggestion would make sense. Yet so far he poses no threat to his kind nor to the beasts, who consider him as one of their own. Even the world has recognized his worth, subjecting him to its cruel tribulations. If he fails, he'll die. If he succeeds, the balance will have a new guardian and I another potential mate. It's a win-win situation for me. Thanks for your hard work, Amala. You'll resume your surveillance when the academy reopens. Until then, you'll continue your normal activities as a member of the corps. Do not tell anyone about Lith being a natural awakened, not even to the royals. They are past their prime and surrounded by strife. It would be easy for them being tempted to coerce him into turning them in real awakened. The kingdom wouldn't survive if I was forced to have both of them suddenly pass away in an accident. Tyrus's eyes shone with silver light, sending a shiver down Farg's spine. She understood how Lady Tyrus was not only testing her loyalty, but also burdening her with the fate of the Griffin Kingdom. She still had many questions, but now Farg was scared by the answers, so she preferred to leave after giving Tyrus a deep bow. Once alone again, the Guardian let her mind ponder about what she had omitted to say to Farg. I don't know what this Lith is, but for certain he is no kid. I watched all the recordings available of him, including his exams. His words, actions, and spells do not match a kid. Even geniuses like Minohar couldn't pull the Thundercloud spell at that age. not when coming from an uneducated family. At this point, even using a member of the corpse as middleman has little value. The only way I have to find out the truth is to speak with him in person. Tyra sighed. Too bad that with all that is happening, this matter is of low priority. First, I need to upgrade all the arrays of the castle to prevent further attacks. Then I have to find out how the enemies managed to get down here. As of now, the Griffin Kingdom is a giant with clay feet. The noble households are still able to trigger a civil war. We have lost 2 of the 6 great academies at once, and most of my attention has to be directed at the abomination threat. I have no idea what this Lith is or wants, but so far he has proved to be harmless to me. His parents are still alive, his village still standing, and he even joined an academy. None of this makes sense, either if he was an abomination or an awakened at birth. Maybe Salark is right. The only way to rule humans is with an iron fist. I gave the Griffin Kingdom everything I could without directly intervening. Power, wisdom, inspiration. Yet it has stooped so low that now it needs only a gentle push to fall into ruins. In the 2 weeks following the events in the forest, Solus had managed to speak with Lith only once. For 8 wonderful years they shared everything. Solus missed all the little things they did together in their daily routine, from their morning walks to choosing what to have for breakfast. Yet he still refused to talk to her. No matter if it was a serious matter, like talking to Linjos about the rankings, or something trivial like inviting his friends. Lith kept her confined in the stone marble, making her feel as alone as useless. Since their mind link was broken, Solus had realized that, despite during the past years she had greatly suffered from all the limitations her stone form had, it was only thanks to their bond that she had been able to keep her own sanity in check. Even with their mind links shut down, Solus still retained all of her senses. She could hear and see the world around her, perceive the mana flow of everyone that came in contact with them or the alterations in their emotional spectrum. Yet without Lith, without access to his body, she couldn't feel anything outside her own thoughts. It was like being locked up inside a panic room, having access to the outside world only through cameras and monitors. She still received all the nourishment she needed to keep restoring her power, but her life had turned into nothing more than a cage. Solus felt desperate and lonely, but she did her best to not let those feelings transpire. Their bond was strong enough that they needed the mind link only to talk. If they wanted to avoid sharing a strong emotion or a recurring thought from the other, they had to be careful. Lith wasn't as good as her, so Solus could feel his yearning for her voice, the desire to contact her along with the sense of betrayal preventing him from opening their mind link. It would have been easy for her to contact him first and play with his feelings to get what she wanted, but Solus never even considered doing it. The only thing she wanted was for him to accept her as a person just as she did for him. Lith didn't even contact me to share the ranking results. We worked so hard for that, spending so many nights awake, and yet he still cut me off like that. Like I am nothing. I just did to him once what he does to everyone else on a daily basis. What I did was wrong, but so is Lith is constantly shutting everyone out every time he has a problem. He needed to realize how his lies can affect his loved ones, piling lies upon lies, only because it's more convenient than opening himself to others, even a little. I understand why he can't talk about his past lives or being an awakened one, but hiding all the bad things that happened to him and always acting behind the other's backs with the excuse that he does it to protect them is bullshit. Lith never shared with his parents the ostracism he suffered from the other students, the mean words professors like Rudd addressed him with, or the difficulties he faced during the exams. By sugarcoating every aspect of his life, maybe he doesn't make his family worry about him, but for sure he ends up alone, incapable of sharing any of his burdens, and to rely on his loved ones. Lith can't hope for others to help him in times of need. They never know what he is going through, simply because he hides from them even what he had for breakfast. The only good thing that came out of my lie is that at least he opened up with his family. It did him some good, making him realize that they never wanted anything from him except being happy. From the moment their mind link had been severed, Solus's condition kept getting worse by the day. She was a prisoner of her own body, without anyone to talk to or anything she could do. Life around her was a cruel reminder of how the lack of a body made her little more than a slave to whoever was her host. Solus knew her future was grim, yet she soldiered up and waited patiently. The bond she shared with Lith was symbiotic. It couldn't be broken unless one of them died. Her only options were for Lith to forgive her or spend the time they had left together as a mindless tool. Either that or go completely insane. The prolonged isolation and the constant status of fear of being abandoned, losing her life companion, were slowly eating her from the inside. It was only a matter of time before her condition deteriorated beyond saving, scarring her mind permanently. Chapter 250. Litha's personal possessions still amounted to little enough to be stored in the trunk his dad made for him, leaving space to spare. Most of his clothes were now too small for him, but Lith kept them anyway, moving the trunk in the pocket dimension before departing. Returning to Lucia took him just a few minutes. His mastery of dimensional magic, coupled with his recent breakthrough, allowed him to open warp steps with a range of dozens of miles. Lucia was a balm for Litha's heart. It was a small, insignificant village in the middle of nowhere, but it was his kingdom, the only place where he could not care for the appearances nor constantly watch his back. He needed some quiet to decide what to do with Solus. Lith still had conflicting feelings about her, but she was a too important part of his life to keep avoiding the issue for long. He needed her for his experiments, since Lith was unable to operate the tower or to forge master with true magic without her help. Also, she had always been his best friend, confidant, and his moral compass. Her absence left a dreadful silence in his mind and a void in his heart that was only getting worse by the day. Even more importantly, when he had fused their minds, Lith had understood how deep was the feeling of isolation haunting her. The pain that Solus shared with him had turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg. Lith had never forgotten about it and was worried about her well-being. Lith could have arrived directly at home, but he preferred to appear in the sky above Lucia's plaza instead. He wanted to make sure that everyone knew of his return. With all that had happened to him, he had no desire of wasting his time dealing with small fries. Lith landed softly, drawing the gazes of many. Most of the villagers flinched at his sight. The memory of Litha's last homecoming was still deeply etched in their minds, of how he killed Rankin, the richest man of the village, and his son. After he almost killed many of them for not having helped his sister when Garth harassed her, their despise towards him had turned in a blind fear. Money and authority were a paper shield against his wrath. If before the villagers considered him as someone that didn't deserve his magical talent, that robbed them of their wealth and hopes for their children, now they saw him like a hungry monster. His presence defended them from bandits and foreigners, but at their least mistake, he had no qualms turning against them too. The thought that one day he could be the lord of the land scared them to death. Lith noticed their behavior and couldn't help but scoff. Morons! If we want to take revenge on you, we would have done it years ago. As long as you behave, no one gets hurt. Right, Solus? The mind link was closed, so only silence ensued. Lith inwardly cursed at himself before going to Nana's home office. It was still mid-morning, giving him the opportunity to visit his old mentor and pick up Tista before returning home. Floria's words were still echoing in his mind, and without Solus, he needed someone to talk to. His mind was a mess. Lith still couldn't decide if to tell his family about the vision or not. Maybe I should warn at least Tista. She is the only other magic user in the family. She could make a difference in case something happens. Scratch that. The shadow made a short work of the Queen's core. If they are helpless, I doubt she can do any better. Lith shook his head. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. He opened the door of Nana's home office. The waiting room was filled with people. There was not a single chair or bench free. Most parents forced their children to sit on their lap. Between the screams of the babies and the loud chatting of the adults, Lith felt like his eardrums were going to pop. When he entered the room, the conversations immediately stopped. The place was familiar to him, yet it felt alien, like waking up from a long, good dream. He had spent the last year in the academy, where everything was clean, everyone was properly dressed and fed. Compared to the academy's hospital, Nana's office was dirty, noisy and chaotic. Looking at those people, with their cheap clothes and weathered faces, Lith remembered how hard was life in Lucia. They are here to get a checkup before winter arrives. Once it starts snowing, reaching the village becomes almost impossible. Many farmers die every year because of the flu or because a simple cold turns into pneumonia. He thought, "Young spirit, you are back already." Nana walked towards him as soon as her latest patient paid her. "Yes, master. This year the academy ended early. How are you?" "Good as always," Nana replied, hugging him. Death Vision kept showing him the waiting room as the set of a slasher movie, but unlike the others, Nana had only one possible outcome. The light in her eyes would go out, her corpse quickly invaded by maggots and larvae. Lith was upset. He still had no idea what Death Vision was, so he used invigoration on his old mentor. He discovered that her life force was weaker than the last time he examined her. Her whole body was filled with impurities that were clogging her bloodstream and weakening her organs. Old age was consuming her. Lith felt a sting in his heart, realizing that Nana had 5 years left to live at most. "You don't look so well. Let me see what I can do for you." "Bah, I'm just old. Stop wasting my time. There are people waiting," Nana rebuked. She was aware of her condition. Waking up early was getting more difficult every day, and if it wasn't for Tista, she would be able to work only for half a day. "Can't allow myself to show any weakness. As soon as word of my condition gets out, who knows what kind of criminals could get attracted to Lucia. Now the Queen's Corps are defending us, but once Lith gets out of the academy, they'll leave." Lith didn't move, stopping the queue. Yet no one dared to ask him to move aside. Nana was about to scold him, but Tista was looking at her with puppy eyes, making her feel guilty. "Fine, hotshot. Show me what a real professional can do." Nana pulled the curtain behind her, sitting in the patient's seat. Lith pretended to cast a diagnostic spell first and a healing one after that. What he was actually doing was using darkness magic to destroy most of the impurities in her bloodstream, cleansing Nana's arteries while enhancing her kidneys and liver metabolism with light magic. With his current level of mana perception and control, Lith didn't need any more to force impurities out of a body. He was able to destroy them while they were still inside. The treatment lasted a few minutes, during which Nana felt hot, sweating bullets despite the weather was already quite cold. When Lith finished, she felt at least 5 years younger. "By the gods, whatever you did, you just put me in a pinch, young spirit. I suddenly feel the need to take a bath, eat the biggest lunch I ever had, and take a massive dump at the same time." A loud and stinky fart emphasized the last part of the sentence. "I'll start with the dump." Nana nodded as she had just made a life or death decision. Tista cleared the smell with a touch of darkness magic while addressing a disgusted expression at her mentor. "Don't look at me like that. I'm old," she rebuked like it explained everything. "Young spirit, cover for me until I get back. Since this is all your fault, whatever you earn is mine for compensation." "Got it." Lith nodded, barely holding a chuckle at her words. Nana's health had slightly improved, and making her rest had been his plan all along. Originally, Lith meant to ask her letting Tista leave work early and go home together, but Death Vision changed his mind. He watched Nana walking away. This time she was stabbed in the heart, and then had her throat slit before leaving the room. Death Vision was usually disturbing, but this time he found it reassuring. Using the cover of the curtain, Tista hugged Lith. "Welcome back, little brother. It's good to see you again." "It's good to see you too. Now it really feels like home." He returned the embrace, checking her condition, just to be safe. Was that a Tier 4 spell? Tista's professional curiosity was piqued. "Yeah, there is no cure to old age, but at least it will relieve her symptoms for a while." Lith's treatment was just a band-aid. Only awakening Nana could prolong her life. "It's still better than nothing." Tista nodded. "I'm so envious of you. I hate being forced to watch her get weaker by the day, to see so many people suffer and not being able to do anything for helping them." She sniffed, laying her head on his shoulder. "Better if we get to work, or people will get angry," she said, letting him go. Lith and Tista worked together, talking between patients. Identifying a villager from a farmer was painfully easy. Villagers were well-dressed, clean, and looked around the waiting room like they owned the place. Farmers instead wore layers of thin clothes to protect themselves from the cold and looked like they could use a warm meal. If the patient was a farmer, Lith would listen to their request and then heal every ailment they had, making them pay only for one spell. Thanks to the curtain, the other patients couldn't see the deep bows they would give him before leaving. Before winter money was always short, so farmers resorted to Nana's help only in case of an emergency. If it was a villager instead, Lith would examine them and list all the conditions he found before asking them what they wanted for him to heal. You have a slight cold, a strained back, and a thrombus. His patient was Ilna, the jeweler. She was a nice-looking woman in her 40s, with chestnut hair and a dress that was probably more expensive than Nana's house. What does that mean? She had a quiet voice. Usually she preferred being served by Tista, since she was easy to push around. Lith had the same caring gaze of a wolf mulling if to rip your throat first or go straight for the gutting. A blood clot in the brain. Lith explained, if it moves, you die. Simple as that. What are you waiting for? Heal it immediately. You came for the backache and paid only for that. Lith pointed at the sign stating payment in advance. Ilna was about to rebuke that she didn't trust him, but there was something in Lith's eyes that stopped her. Years in the business had taught her how to read people. She could see from his smirk that he hoped she would walk away. Ilna quickly paid, and after receiving the treatment, she rushed home to bring her whole family back for a checkup. I hate that Bestard, but even I know that Nana is not a professional healer. Who knows when or if I'll get someone from the White Griffin to visit my family. I have no time to lose. Tista was amazed by how fast her brother was working. Not only did his spells seem to be more effective than hers, but also he didn't need to take any break. Lith had a stronger core than Tista and wasn't as old as Nana. That, coupled with all his training, gave him a mana capacity a few times bigger than theirs. Not to mention that compared to the Academy's daily exercises, casting one spell at a time was almost relaxing for him. Lith had just finished with his latest patient when Tista pulled his arm. He turned around, noticing that she was holding a petite girl about her age by the arm. The girl was well-dressed and had a healthy incarnate. Despite the sunny day, she was already wearing a long-sleeve sweater with heavy gloves on both hands. Lith, do you remember Brina? She asked him. No, Lith sighed. That was one of those moments when Solus would chime in and remind him about who's who. The silence in his mind was deafening. Despite Tista's presence, Lith felt alone and sad again. She is the baker's daughter, and like me, is part of the shut-in club. Tista was referring to a group of youths that for some reason had spent most of their life in isolation, just like her. I was wondering if you could do something for her. Brina became pale and tried to sneak away, but Tista was on guard, stopping her in her tracks.